Chapter 522 Dark Forbidden Lord's Faction Appears, Hidden Sects Zhongju. Chapter 522 Dark Forbidden Lord's Faction Appears, Hidden Sects Zhongju. After Xing Hongshuan left, Han Ju continued cultivating and checked his emails. Recently, his circle of friends had been very calm. Nothing special had happened. Not bad. Long live peace. Han Ju thought silently. He paid attention to Han Tuo again. With his current cultivation, the entire immortal world was in his eyes. He didn't even need to use his mystical power to see the other party at a glance. This kid had recently fought with the Jia school and had suffered a lot. Of course, he was only interacting with the lowest level, but it was enough to make him despair. Han Ju waved his right hand expressionlessly. A stream of sage powers landed on Han Tuo's body, causing the bloodline restriction to loosen again. He would show greater potential, but it was still far from his true bloodline potential. In life, opportunities and benefactors are indispensable. My benefactor is the system, and your benefactor is me. Han Ju thought silently and smiled slightly. He looked forward to Han Tuo's rise. In a palace on the 13th heaven, Ji Shanshan sat on a throne, and his gaze landed on a person in the hall. It was Jing Tiangong of the Jia school. Ji Shanshan asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me?" He didn't have a good impression of Jing Tiangong because he was from the Jia school. Although he had lost his position as the sect master, he still belonged to the Jia school. Jing Tiangong raised his hand and took out a golden token. It floated in the air and emitted a light that illuminated the hall. Ji Shanshan frowned. Jing Tiangong smiled and said, "A little trick to prevent the sages from spying." Ji Shanshan narrowed his eyes. "It seems that you want to abandon the Jia school." Jing Tiangong replied, "I'll tell you directly. I follow the Dark Forbidden Lord and not the Jia school." After the calamity ended, the Forbidden Lord did not appear again. However, he said that when the world falls into darkness, he will appear. Heavenly Ancestor, I understand your dilemma. Aren't you looking for a backing to join the Dark Forbidden Lord's forces? The reason why the heavenly race could be born is that the Dark Forbidden Lord interfered with the calamity. The sages were helpless to stop him. Jing Tiangong's tone was filled with pride when he mentioned the Dark Forbidden Lord. It was as if he was the Dark Forbidden Lord himself. Ji Shanshan asked calmly, "I don't even know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is." Besides, in the previous calamity, the Dark Forbidden Lord did not win. What does the future hold by following him? Jing Tiangong smiled. Did he really not succeed? The original calamity should have lasted for many years. It was enough for the disciples of the various sage sects to rise. However, because of the Dark Forbidden Lord, the calamity only lasted for thousands of years. If you think about the current situation, no sage sect can dominate alone. This is why the Dark Forbidden Lord is so powerful. He doesn't want to fight at all. He just wants to balance the immortal world. Hearing this, Ji Shanshan frowned again. I see. No wonder the Dark Forbidden Lord only cursed people and did not say that he wanted to fight. Ji Shanshan began to ponder if he should join the Dark Forbidden Lord. Currently, the sages would no longer allow him to join because he was the heavenly ancestor and needed him to face the heavenly Tao. If he was absorbed, it would cause the entire sect to face the heavenly Tao together. Since ancient times, the factions with the greatest providence in the heavenly Tao during peaceful times were often the sinful factions that needed to be defeated in the next calamity. Jing Tiangong said, "Join the Dark Forbidden Lord. You need to lie low and wait patiently. I will also use my strength to help you build momentum and help you rope in forces." Ji Shanshan asked, "Your power is from the Jia school?" Jing Tiangong shook his head. He smiled disdainfully and said, "Jia school? I gave the position of sect master to a fool because I wanted the Jia school to be destroyed. In the calamity, I expelled many disciples. Actually, the ones who were expelled were my trusted aides." Ji Shanshan asked, "You were born in the sect. Why do you hate the Jia school?" Jing Tiangong said, "It's not easy to tell you about this. The reason why you can rise is actually related to a person called Han Ju, right? The Heavenly Emperor favored Han Ju and helped you out. Heavenly Emperor Fang, who is on good terms with you, is even his grand disciple. Han Ju seems to be from the hidden sect. The sages are targeting the hidden sect, and you are also implicated. You can only follow the path of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Otherwise, you won't be well next and might even become a joke in the immortal world." Ji Shanshan was moved. He knew that what Jing Tiangong said was true. Han Ju's existence was the most important reason why the sages rejected him. However, he wouldn't blame Han Ju. If not for him, how could he be where he was today? Ji Shanshan fell silent. Jing Tiangong wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. Another 500 years passed. Han Ju's cultivation increased very slowly. He was far from the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. After all, he was at the sage realm. In the past few years, the hidden sect disciples had all improved. The personal disciples had also stepped into the deity realm one after another. Even Fairy Shizan and Chang Yue were the same. A deity realm cultivator below 40,000 years old was considered a prodigy. It was mainly because of the Dao field and Han Ju's Dao preaching. Han Ju also paid attention to Han Tuo's cultivation. This kid had already stepped into the immortal realm. It wasn't fast or slow. It was fine as long as he was alive. On this day, I'm Shi Du Dao. I created my own invincible Dao. Anyone who can cross realms to kill enemies can enter the invincible Dao. I can sweep through the immortal world and fight for Providence with sages and compete with the heavens. A domineering voice resounded throughout the immortal world. Han Ju couldn't help but open his eyes. Invincible Dao. Why did it sound so ridiculous? However, it had to be said that Shi Du Dao's slogan was very loud. Fighting for Providence with the sages and competing with the heavens. Who wouldn't feel their blood boil? Han Ju was very interested in Shi Du Dao. After all, he had copied him to form several Dao field guards. It seemed that Shi Du Dao wanted to challenge the teachings of the sages. He didn't know if he could succeed. Dao field guard has successfully copied. Please give him a name. A line of words appeared in front of him. A figure appeared in front of Han Ju. It was Li Mui. As expected of a sage-level guard, it took so long to copy it. Han Ju stared at Li Mui and fell into deep thought. What should I call you? Taking the names of the three countries meant that Li Mui was on the same level as the other guards. Forget it, let's just follow the three kingdoms. Tradition cannot change. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, let's call it Zhongju. The Dao field guard knelt down and replied, thank you for the name, master. Han Ju said softly, cultivate in front of my Taoist temple. Zhongju agreed and left. He walked out of the Taoist temple and sat in front of the door like a door guardian. The crimson fox not far away was stunned. Who was this person? It had never seen Li Mui before. It was extremely surprised to see him walk out of the Taoist temple. It carefully went over to strike up a conversation, but Zhongju ignored it. Outside the 33rd heaven, Li Mui, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned with a strange expression. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Li Mui muttered to himself. He pinched his fingers to deduce, but he couldn't find anything. He couldn't deduce it. Ever since the Dark Forbidden Lord and Han Ju rose, he often encountered things that he couldn't predict. It didn't make sense. It did not make sense. Could this be the great Dao immeasurable calamity that the Dao ancestor had mentioned? The Sage's Tribulation, Chapter 523 Secret Mission, Undercover Agent Becomes Buddha. Chapter 523 Secret Mission, Undercover Agent Becomes Buddha. Han Ju didn't know that Li Mui was uneasy. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He wasn't afraid of offending a sage now. Even if all the heavenly Dao sages came, they still wouldn't be able to break through his Dao field. However, he found it troublesome and kept a low profile. Although Han Ju was no longer afraid of the heavenly Dao sages, there was still Ancestor Shishin in the immortal world. Although Ancestor Shishin had a favorable impression of him, it was not high. What if Ancestor Shishin suddenly lost his mind and wanted to kill him? In order to prevent this situation, Han Ju had to maintain his determination to cultivate diligently. He had reached this point because of his cultivation attitude. He could relax occasionally, but not always. 30 years later, Li Xuanao came to visit him. He was stunned when he saw Zhongju. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to escape. However, he wasn't an ordinary person and quickly sensed that something was wrong. How could a sage come here? He was even guarding the door. As for the possibility of Han Ju being killed by Li Mui, it was just that Li Xuanao felt that Han Ju was stronger than the other party. Han Ju's voice floated over. What is it? Coming back to his senses, Li Xuanao couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, why is my master sage here? Zhongju opened his eyes and glanced at him before quickly closing them again. It's just my mystical power. He has your master's appearance and cultivation level, but he's not your master. His name is Zhongju. Li Xuanao widened his eyes. Only the same appearance and cultivation. What kind of mystical power was this? It was unheard of. Li Xuanao suddenly felt that he had underestimated Han Ju. He could even duplicate the cultivation of a sage. If there's nothing, leave. Han Ju's words interrupted his thoughts. Li Xuanao hurriedly said, Sect Master, the long-arm ape is now very capable. I think we can let him out and teach the long-arm ape race to develop hidden forces for the hidden sect. He had already said this opportunity before. Hanju thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll send him out directly. Thank you, Sect Master. He's already prepared. Hanju moved the long-arm ape out of the 100-peak immortal river. After landing, the long-arm ape was not surprised. It was just a little reluctant. It actually liked living in the 100-peak immortal river, but Li Xuanao had given it a mission. If you encounter this person in the future, acknowledge him as your master. Hanju's voice floated into the long-arm ape's ears. Then, Han Tuo's face appeared in his mind. The long-arm ape was stunned. He was extremely familiar with Hanju's voice. Not to mention him, the entire hidden sect was the same. It was precisely because this voice often preached the Tao that their cultivation speed was unstoppable. The long-arm ape couldn't help but ask, he is. Don't ask. I personally gave you this mission. After it's done, I won't mistreat you. Don't tell the second guardian, either, Hanju shouted, almost scaring the long-arm ape away. The long-arm ape did not dare to ask and could only nod in fear. Go, I'll watch you. The long-arm ape took a deep breath, adjusted its emotions, and flew into the distance. On that day, Li Daokong came to Hanju's Taoist temple. He sized up Zhongju in shock and was silent. In the end, he didn't disturb Hanju and left without saying anything. No one knew how shocked Li Daokong and Li Xuanao were by Zhongju's appearance. Hanju noticed Li Daokong's arrival. Since he had nothing to do, he started to check his emails. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil has successfully possessed and become a Buddhist Buddha. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Ji Shanshan is haunted by a mental demon. His Tao heart has transformed. Your good friend Pan Xin was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your son Han Tuo obtained an ancient supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ancestor Shishan discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your good friend Nua was attacked by an inauspicious evil. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons x 12842. Hanju was stunned when he saw the primordial chaos heavenly devil. This fellow finally moved. Although the portrait was still there, Hanju didn't see any movement from him, as if he was in a deep sleep. Primordial chaos heavenly devil, early stage zenith heaven golden immortal realm, from the chaotic forbidden zone. The devil race of the ancient era was defeated in the immeasurable calamity. The devil race was expelled from the heavenly Tao. Later, in another immeasurable calamity, they were summoned by the Buddhist sect. The primordial chaos heavenly devil is connected to the white-robed Buddha's devil heart. After separating from the white-robed Buddha, the primordial chaos heavenly devil followed your instructions and returned to the Buddhist sect. He has been thinking of you. Current favorability, 6 stars. The primordial chaos heavenly devil had become a Buddha at this moment. Could it be related to the invasion of the heavenly devils? Since the favorability of the primordial chaos heavenly devil didn't change, Hanju was not worried. It just so happened that he could use the primordial chaos heavenly devil to spy on the Buddhist sect. Hanju also noticed that Ji Shanshan's Tao heart was transforming. Was this fellow turning to the dark side? As for Ancestor Shishan, who was he discussing the Tao with? Where? Outside the 33rd heaven, or the deity realm of the ruins of End. Empress Haotu had already surpassed the heavenly Tao, yet she could still be attacked by an inauspicious evil. Hanju felt that his circle of friends had expanded greatly. After reading the emails, he sent a dream to Ji Shanshan. Hanju still had a good impression of him. The two of them came from the same mortal world and had even fought against the immortal gods together, although Ji Shanshan had performed terribly. After so many years, the calamity had ended. Ji Shanshan still missed their feelings. In the previous heavenly race banquet, he had taken care of the hidden sect. Hanju didn't want him to walk the path of no return. The dream space was a forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect from a long time ago. Ji Shanshan was stunned when he saw him. Hanju was covered by the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, but Ji Shanshan immediately recognized him. You're here, Ji Shanshan said with a complicated expression. He had always wanted to surpass Hanju, but no matter how hard he tried, the difference between them kept increasing. Although it had been many years, the strength displayed by the hidden sect made him not dare to underestimate Hanju. This fellow was probably already a pseudo-sage. Hanju asked, how have you been feeling recently? Do you need my help? Ji Shanshan was stunned. He asked in surprise, why do I need your help? No, Ji Shanshan was silent. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry. After a long while, Ji Shanshan took a deep breath and said, I indeed need your help. I just don't know if you can help me. Han Ju said, go ahead. Ji Shanshan said, to be honest, in order to become stronger, I fused with the remnant body of a pseudo-sage in the calamity. Although my cultivation level has increased greatly, there are mental demons everywhere. Now, it causes me to be unable to cultivate in peace. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll lose my mind and even become another person. He paused for a moment and then continued, I suspect that I'm being targeted by a sage. The reason why I fused with the remnant body of a pseudo-sage was because of a technique given by a sage. At that time, the sage promised that nothing would happen to me. Speaking of this, Ji Shanshan became angry. There's always a voice in my mind. He's shouting a name. Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 524 God of Plague, Thousand Madness Devil. Chapter 524 God of Plague, Thousand Madness Devil. Primordial Fiend Celestial. Han Ju remained calm and asked, I have a way to save you. Come to the 100-peak Immortal River. There was no negative effect that couldn't be purified. Ji Shanshan asked curiously, what's your cultivation level now? It's only enough to save you. If you save me, you will probably offend the sages. Cut the crap. Do you want to be saved? Han Ju said impatiently. Why was this fellow so wishy-washy? Ji Shanshan curled his lips. He felt wronged. Indeed, it was no longer the feelings from back then. He hurriedly said, I want to go. Give me time. I'll look for you after I'm done. Han Ju nodded and ended the dream. Then, he continued to send dreams. This time, he visited the primordial chaos heavenly devil. They hadn't contacted each other for 30,000 years. Although his favorability didn't decrease, Han Ju felt that it was unstable. Back then, in order to survive, this fellow directly hypnotized himself and developed a 6-star favorability towards him. It was extremely ridiculous. The dream realm quickly formed. In the chaos, Han Ju saw that the primordial chaos heavenly devil had a physical body. It was a handsome Buddha. He wore a kasaya, and his right arm was revealed. His muscles were well defined and emitted a domineering aura. When the primordial chaos heavenly devil saw Han Ju, he was immediately vigilant. The divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered Han Ju's face, preventing him from recognizing the other party. Dream. Primordial chaos heavenly devil frowned. He wanted to break through the dream realm, but he could not. The other party's cultivation level far exceeded his. Pseudo-sage. Han Ju said, you don't recognize me anymore. With that said, the primordial chaos heavenly devil was moved. He couldn't forget Han Ju's voice. He asked carefully, Master. Han Ju said, congratulations on becoming a Buddha. I wonder if your heart is with me or with the Buddhist sect. Primordial chaos heavenly devil hurriedly said, of course, I'm on your side. I've been waiting for an opportunity beyond the heavens. Now that I've become the Buddhist sect's Buddha, do you have any instructions? No, I just came to see you. Thank you for your concern, Master. The primordial chaos heavenly devil was extremely nervous. He couldn't forget the torture. In his slumber, he often dreamed of the past. Han Ju asked, who is in charge of the Buddhist sect now? Primordial chaos heavenly devil replied, Divine Might Buddha, he's already a pseudo-sage. Divine Might Buddha, this fellow is still alive. Han Ju thought that when the Buddhist sect was dissolved, the Divine Might Buddha had already died. He didn't expect him to still be alive. It seemed that the dissolution of the Buddhist sect was a self-directed act. Chu Zilai still wanted to trick him into joining the Buddhist sect. Fortunately, he didn't take it seriously. If he went before attaining the Tao, he would probably never return. Han Ju asked a few more questions, and the primordial chaos heavenly devil replied truthfully. 5 minutes later, the dream ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. Although the primordial chaos heavenly devil's attitude was very humble and his favorability did not decrease, he felt that it was not reliable. I want to know if the primordial chaos heavenly devil is loyal to me. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. He's loyal for the time being. As long as you don't die, or if he doesn't die because of you. Han Ju was speechless. This fellow was also a talent. He was a talent in managing emotions to express loyalty to others. Han Ju still couldn't completely believe the primordial chaos heavenly devil. Perhaps this fellow would betray him at some point. Han Ju thought silently and started cultivating. As time passed, the immortal world became more and more exciting. There were countless races, and the Providence sect walked the world to preach the Tao. It could be said that hundreds of flowers were blooming. The humans were relatively weak because they were a race that survived the previous calamity. They were restricted by the heavenly Tao rules. Mortals had life and death, but the other races were different. They had long lifespans and almost all only died in battle. 800 years later, a god of plague appeared in the immortal world. Wherever he went, the plague spread, causing chaos. For a time, the immortal world stirred. The 100-peak immortal river was completely unaffected. In a bamboo forest, Han 8 and Han Zuishan were drinking. Han Zuishan smiled and said, "How about it? The wine my subordinates made is not bad." "Right." Han 8 nodded slightly. He, who was already at the deity realm, looked very cold and was no longer the timid youth from back then. The 8 gourd spirits had special identities in the hidden sect. Their status was even slightly higher than the second-generation disciples because their surnames were Han, personally given by Han Ju. Their talent was also very good. The 8 brothers were all already deity realm existences. Han 8's talent was the highest, and he had been competing to become a disciple at the first tier. Han 8 asked, "Why are you looking for me? I still have to cultivate. I lost to Zhou Fan in the last 100-year competition. I'm indignant." Han Zuishan smiled. "It's like this. I want to ask you brothers to take in disciples. You don't have to preach the Tao like Grandmaster. Just occasionally teach them combat mystical powers. I have a living being under me who has natural eyes that can see through the 9 heavens. He sees more and more factions in the immortal world, and sooner or later, all sorts of battles will break out. We can't always rely on Grandmaster's protection." Hearing this, Han 8 frowned. He didn't reject him, he indeed wanted to help Han Ju. They had always been cultivating diligently and had never repaid him. In Li Xuanao's words, this was impossible in the sage sect. Han Ju was too merciful. "All right, I'll discuss it with my brothers when I return," Han 8 replied. Han Zuishan immediately beamed. At the same time, inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and looked up at the sky. A strange black cloud had unknowingly appeared above the 100-peak immortal river. There was no thunder and it was silent. Han Ju's gaze pierced through the clouds and saw a 10,000-foot-tall figure hidden in the dark clouds. He wore sinister black armor and had a human form. He had 8 arms and a pair of wings on his back. He flapped them slightly. His face was black, but his eyes were very bright and filled with killing intent. Pseudo-sage. This fellow was observing the 100-peak immortal river. Han Ju used the simulation trial. 1000 Madness Devil. Mid-stage pseudo-sage realm, bloodline of the devil race, chaotic heavenly devil, immeasurable emperor. There was more than one title. Han Ju directly entered the simulation trial and killed the other party instantly. Too brittle. Now, he could kill a pseudo-sage with a finger. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry to attack. He wanted to see what this fellow wanted to do. In the clouds, 1000 Madness Devil suddenly frowned. "It's indeed not simple. Fortunately, I'm not in a hurry to attack," he muttered to himself. In that instant, he felt an extremely dangerous aura, making him feel like he was facing the devil ancestor. It seemed that it was almost impossible to take down the 100-peak immortal river. 1000 Madness Devil turned around and prepared to retreat. "You want to escape? Are you afraid?" A voice entered 1000 Madness Devil's ears. He didn't stop. As he retreated, he replied, "I'm indeed afraid. I'm afraid there is a sage in the 100-peak immortal river. Although I don't know why they appeared in the immortal world, my instincts are correct." The voice sounded, "As long as you make a move, I will impart my sage powers to you. You only need to break through the array formation of the 100-peak immortal river. At that time, the heavenly Tao will expel the sage inside. When he leaves the immortal world, the sages will deal with him. After it's done, you can obtain the primordial purple chi." Chapter 525 Spirit of the Heavenly Tao, King of Hell's Shock. Chapter 525 Spirit of the Heavenly Tao, King of Hell's Shock. HMPH. Primordial Purple Chi. How many primordial purple chi do you sages have? I came only to repay the karma of the devil race, not to obtain your primordial purple chi. This matter will end here. 1000 Madness Devil shook his head firmly. The sage was silent and did not say anything else. After 1000 Madness Devil left, the dark clouds above the 100-peak immortal river suddenly dispersed. Han Ju didn't attack after seeing him leave. Since the other party was tactful, so be it. Han Ju wasn't afraid that the other party would attack. The array formation of the Tao field had already been upgraded to the Freedom Sage level. Who was he afraid of? After the 3 pure sacred ancestor was defeated, who still dares to invade? The other party is a pseudo-sage, so it's impossible for him to be ignorant. Someone must have planned behind his back and took out something that made him willing to take the risk. Han Ju thought silently. The only thing that could move a pseudo-sage was the primordial purple chi. Could it be that the sages were swindling someone again? Calculate. Han Ju immediately used the system to deduce. I want to know who made Thousand Madness Devil come here. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. It was him. Chu Zilai. Han Ju frowned. He was clearly on good terms with him. Why was he so impatient to scheme against him? From his understanding of Chu Zilai, he was not as reckless as he looked. I want to know why Chu Zilai asked Thousand Madness Devil to find trouble with me. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 10 billion years of lifespan. This was no longer the value of a heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju was interested. Was there a new enemy? He chose to continue. He entered the illusion. This was Chu Zilai's Tao field. The golden Buddha Chu Zilai was motionless like a statue. Han Ju landed in the hall and looked at him. It had to be said that Chu Zilai's image was really holy. It was difficult to think that he was an evil existence at first glance. It was as if he represented the righteousness of the great kindness. Chu Zilai suddenly opened his eyes. He asked, "Who?" Han Ju looked around and didn't see anyone. He couldn't help but be shocked. Was Chu Zilai talking about him? That was too terrifying. Chu Zilai frowned. This aura fluctuation, no, it's not an aura, but the providence of the heavenly Tao. He was immediately moved and asked in surprise, "Heavenly Tao? Tao ancestor?" A cold voice sounded, "The heavenly Tao is abnormal. I hope that the sages can save the heavenly Tao." Han Ju was stunned. What? Heavenly Tao? Chu Zilai frowned and asked, "Are you the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor?" Everything can have a spirit. Why can't the heavenly Tao? The Tao ancestor has long left. The heavenly Tao is the heavenly Tao. The cold voice sounded again, causing Chu Zilai to be moved. Han Ju was shocked. The heavenly Tao had intelligence. How could that be? Wasn't the heavenly Tao impartial? Wasn't the heavenly Tao emotionless and would not side with anyone? If the heavenly Tao had its own intelligence, wouldn't it be easy to develop its own emotions and judgment? Not to mention Han Ju, even Chu Zilai felt his blood run cold. The reason why they, the sages, were high and mighty was that the heavenly Tao was superficial and would not control them. Now, Chu Zilai's expression was ugly. What do you want to do? The heavenly Tao replied, "Remove the anomaly and restore order." Who's the anomaly? Newly promoted sage, Han Ju. The Tao ancestor said that he's a variable. Variables are variables. Because of him, the last immeasurable calamity ended very quickly. Chu Zilai's face turned ashen. The scene shattered. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. His heart was in chaos. I want to know if the heavenly Tao has developed intelligence. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Han Ju's heart turned cold. Can the heavenly Tao kill me? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. The heavenly Tao does not have the ability to attack on its own for the time being. It can only communicate with living beings. I see. No wonder it came to find Chu Zilai. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. Does Chu Zilai think that I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes. Damn it. Han Ju frowned. He immediately wanted to kill him. However, on second thought, even if Chu Zilai thought so, the other sages might not believe him. Moreover, even if the sages believed it, what could they do to him? As long as Han Ju didn't leave the Tao field, the sages and the heavenly Tao wouldn't be able to harm him. How annoying. I don't want to attract attention, but people keep finding trouble with me. Han Ju sighed helplessly. Focus on cultivating and surpassing the heavenly Tao as soon as possible. When the time came, he would capture the heavenly Tao and make it his pet. In the netherworld, underworld, Yang Tiandong sat in the hall and yawned in boredom. The 2 rows of ghost servants did not move. The black and white deities escorted another soul that had committed sins. Those who could enter the hall and be interrogated were all people who had committed sins when they were alive. Their negative karma was deep. When ordinary living beings died, they would directly go to the bridge of forgetfulness. Yang Tiandong looked at the souls in the hall and was stunned. The soul held by the black and white deities was Han Ju's son, Han Tuo. Yang Tiandong was one of the few people who had seen Han Ju's true appearance. Looking at Han Tuo's handsome face, he seemed to see Han Ju in a daze. No one in the world could compare to Han Ju. Yang Tiandong frowned and asked, "What's your name? Tell me your birth." Han Tuo's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "My name is Han Tuo. I was born in the human race. I'm not about to die, but my soul was extracted by someone using a spell and I was thrown into the netherworld. Yang Tiandong asked, what are your parents' names? Han Tuo hesitated for a moment and then said, my father's name is Han Ju and my mother's name is Qingluaner. King of Hell, I'm really innocent. My lifespan is still intact. I've understood that in my situation, the netherworld shouldn't interfere. After so many years, his parents were already dead. It was fine to say it. The white deity cursed, how dare you? How dare you order the King of Hell? Shut up. Yang Tiandong slapped the table and shouted angrily, scaring the black and white deities and Han Tuo. Your father's name is Han Ju, how is that possible? Yang Tiandong's expression changed in disbelief. What a coincidence. This child looked very similar to Han Ju, and his father had the same name. Yang Tiandong pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that he couldn't deduce the karma of Han Tuo's father. Could it be? Yang Tiandong said in a low voice, black and white deities, leave. Hearing this, the black and white deities looked at each other and hurriedly floated out of the hall. Nervous, Han Tuo frowned, not knowing why Yang Tiandong had lost his composure. Yang Tiandong asked, can you tell me about your parents? Han Tuo was silent. Ever since he was young, he had felt that his parents were extraordinary, especially his mother. She had even taught him his body tempering technique. Until now, he had thought that he could be where he was today all because of that body tempering technique. There was no other way. Han Tuo could only tell the truth. Otherwise, he would reincarnate and everything would turn into smoke. He still had to take revenge. He couldn't let this go. Thus, Han Tuo began to talk about life when he was young. The more Yang Tiandong listened, the more shocked he became. This Han Ju's temperament was too similar to his master. It was the same cowardice. No, he was just as cautious. Chapter 526 Age of the Heavens, Fortuitous Encounter of a Sage. Chapter 526 Age of the Heavens, Fortuitous Encounter of a Sage. After Han Tuo finished speaking, Yang Tiandong fell into deep thought. This child was definitely related to his master. However, he couldn't directly point it out. What if master had his own plan? Or was this a trap used by a sage to trick his master? No matter what, he had to protect this kid first, but he couldn't explain the reason. From today onwards, this king will give you the yin-yang token. You will be equivalent to obtaining the position of a ghost servant, but you don't have to carry out any duties. Go back as soon as possible. Yang Tiandong waved his hand after saying that. A black light flew towards Han Tuo and landed in his hand. Han Tuo was stunned. He didn't expect such a twist and was stupefied. Could it be that his parents were not simple? He was about to ask. Yang Tiandong said calmly, don't you have a grudge to take revenge on? Hurry up and go. If you're late and your body is destroyed, you can only reincarnate. Han Tuo hurriedly stood up when he heard this, and he left after saying, thank you, King of Hell. I'll remember this and repay you in the future. Looking at his departing figure, Yang Tiandong sighed. He really looks like master. He decided to personally go to the immortal world and ask his master. You don't have to ask. It's fine as long as you know. Take care of him whenever you can. There's no need to deliberately interfere or tell him the truth. Han Ju's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Tiandong's ears, startling him so much that he immediately stood up and prepared to bow. Don't make a fuss. You're the King of Hell now. Someone will definitely be watching you, Han Ju said sternly. Yang Tiandong was ashamed and hurriedly recovered. He asked in his mind, Master, is he your son? Why not stay in the hidden sect? Training. His potential seems, ignore it, that's all. I'm sorry. 100 Peak Immortal River. It had been 200 years since he learned that the heavenly Tao had a spirit. Han Ju had always seen Han Tuo's encounters and didn't care much. Experiencing life and death was also a part of cultivation. Han Ju had been slowly releasing his potential. At his cultivation level, the bloodline of his descendants could be controlled, but not too much. For example, if Han Ju chose Han Tuo, he couldn't choose other children to inherit his bloodline. Otherwise, it would be up to fate. This was also why among so many powerful experts, there was usually only one child who was top-notch, usually even none. This was related to the heavenly Tao rules. The heavenly Tao would suppress the bloodline inheritance, causing each generation to be inferior. If everyone had potential like the Tao ancestor, the heavenly Tao would have long been overturned. The reason why Han Ju nurtured Han Tuo was to see if he could nurture him into a primordial fiend celestial. Logically speaking, he was a primordial fiend celestial and was not controlled by the heavenly Tao. It should be possible. I'm the great loose heaven. I created the first mortal world in the heavenly Tao, the great loose heaven. It is located below the immortal world. All living beings can move here. There are no battles, no conflicts, and no contest for Providence. A voice resounded through the world. If it could spread through the entire immortal world, its owner was at least a zenith heaven realm existence. Hanju saw a pillar of light descend from the sky and land at the end of the horizon. It was heavenly Tao merit. Hanju understood that the era of the heavens was coming. With the first, there would be a second. Hanju closed his eyes and didn't think too much. It had nothing to do with him. 70 years later, Zhou Fan had reached the zenith heaven realm. His aura shocked the 100-peak immortal river. His breakthrough was not surprising, but it also made the 100-peak immortal river lively for a period of time. In less than 30 years, Dao Comprehension Sword had also successfully stepped into the zenith heaven realm. Excluding the guards, the hidden sect had a total of 5 zenith heavens. Li Xuanao, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhou Fan, and Dao Comprehension Sword. After Hanju attained the Dao, everyone who cultivated the great Dao of extreme origin could speed up their comprehension. Now, the entire hidden sect was on the same boat. The higher Hanju reached, the more the others were dragged along. Li Xuanao, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, and Zhou Fan often sparred. Dao Comprehension Sword still maintained her cultivation attitude. The most agitated was Zhang Yi. He felt that he had fallen behind. Although his physical potential was strong, his comprehension was inferior to Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhou Fan, and Dao Comprehension Sword. On this day, Zhang Yi found him. Hanju said, "I know why you're here. Actually, you don't have to be anxious. Your cultivation speed is already fast enough, even far beyond before. Perhaps you can catch up to them if you relax. I think this is best for you." Zhang Yi was extremely touched. The friendship created from storytelling from back then was still there. After sending him away, Hanju focused on the person he really valued the most. Li Daokong. After reaching the pseudo-sage realm, Li Daokong still cultivated diligently. It had to be said that his comprehension was the best in the hidden sect. No wonder he was chosen as the human school's eldest disciple. There's hope of becoming a sage before the next immeasurable calamity. Hanju thought silently. In the future, some mighty figures would create mortal worlds. 500 years later, Hanju calculated, there were already more than 100 mortal worlds. The era of the heavens had already taken form. However, most of the mortal worlds were still barren. There were no living beings. While cultivating, Hanju checked his emails. Your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor, was attacked by an inauspicious evil. Your good friend Zhang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Empress Haotu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by demons X18292. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has cursed too many times. His negative karma is pestering him and he has developed mental demons. Your good friend Zhang Guxing has accepted your son Han Tuo as his disciple. Your good friend Primordial Chaos Heavenly Devil was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuntian obtained a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure by chance. His providence has increased greatly. Chaos. It was chaotic again. The familiar circle of friends returned. Hanju wasn't afraid. Instead, he was gloating. Huang Zuntian was really something. He could actually find a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. Hanju felt that it was not a coincidence. It must be a trap. It depended on whether Huang Zuntian could see through it. Sigh, cultivation speed after becoming a sage is so slow. Hanju looked at the emails and sighed. Although he could sense that his great Tao of extreme origin was becoming stronger, he was still very far from the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. He would probably not be able to break through in 10,000 years. Fellow Taoist Hanju, can you come to the 33rd heaven? A voice entered Hanju's ears. It was the devil race's sage, Emperor Shao. Hanju immediately replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, sage. However, I've been comprehending a mystical power recently and don't have time to go out for the time being. I hope that you won't blame me." "Yes, comprehending the Tao is important. Come when you're free, I have an opportunity to share with you." "Thank you, wait for me." Fortuitous encounter. To hell with it. Trying to trick me. Hanju secretly felt disdain. It was impossible to go out. Ever since he knew that the Heavenly Tao had developed a spirit, Hanju decided not to go out easily. Even if Emperor Shao did not hate him, he had to be careful. At the same time, outside the 33rd heaven, Emperor Shao meditated with a solemn expression. A black shadow floated in front of him. It was mysterious and ghastly. It's normal for him not to come. There's a reason why he can secretly attain the Tao, the Black Shadow said softly. Chapter 527 Ninth Disciple, Awakening of the Death Fiend Celestial. Chapter 527 Ninth Disciple, Awakening of the Death Fiend Celestial. Emperor Shao frowned and asked, what should we do if he doesn't come? The Black Shadow said, there's something wrong between the sages recently. We have to think of a way to rope Hanju in. If he doesn't come, you can send your clone over to show your potential. I'm worried that the sages will attack the devils again. Emperor Shao frowned even more and could only sigh. Forget it, I'll go find him myself. The same year, Heavenly Ancestor Ji Shanshan came to visit the 100-peak Immortal River. Hanju moved him in and asked Li Xuanao to bring him around. Ji Shanshan was shocked. Why is the Konate Chi here so dense? Impossible, it's even denser than the Sage Dao field. Ji Shanshan shouted in his heart. He finally understood why the hidden sect had hundreds of immortal emperors. In the Dao field here, even a pig could become an immortal emperor. Ji Shanshan was moved when he passed by the Nether race's territory. No, not just immortal emperors. How did these guys reach the deity realm? Thousands of deity realm cultivators. Ji Shanshan couldn't control his expression at all. Li Xuanao noticed the change in his expression and was extremely pleased. He smiled and said, they're our hidden sect's nether zenith. Their potential is not bad. Ji Shanshan couldn't help but ask, how many deity realm cultivators are there in the hidden sect? Li Xuanao chuckled. That's hard to say. Ji Shanshan saw his smile and wanted to hit him. The hidden sect is actually so powerful. I'm afraid that all the forces in the entire immortal world combined are inferior to it. If the hidden sect has a sage, won't they be able to directly control the immortal world? Ji Shanshan's heart beat faster. He had never heard of any faction having thousands of deity realm existences. He had even suspected that there weren't thousands of them in the immortal world. Next, Ji Shanshan sensed several extremely powerful auras. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. There were actually several Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals in the hidden sect. When he arrived at Hanju's Taoist temple, he was almost frightened to death. Sage, Ji Shanshan asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Zhangju as if he had seen a ghost. Zhangju remained silent and continued meditating. Li Xuanao said, Sect Master, he's here. Yes, you can leave. Ji Shanshan, come in. Hanju's voice floated out. Ji Shanshan subconsciously walked over. When he passed by Zhangju, he was alarmed and did not dare to look at him. Why is the sage of the human school here? Ji Shanshan couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Li Mui was behind Hanju? It was very likely. No wonder Li Daokong and Li Xuanao joined the hidden sect. Ji Shanshan was enlightened. All his doubts were resolved. After entering the Taoist temple, he was dazzled by the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection. Hanju greeted him and activated absolute purification. After chatting for a few days, the absolute purification ended. Hanju said, your hidden threat has been treated. It's time to go back. Ji Shanshan was stunned. He asked in surprise, done. He carefully checked his body and discovered that his mental demons were gone. His limbs no longer rejected him. Could it be? Ji Shanshan was excited. He gritted his teeth and said, Hanju, I hope that the hidden sect will support me. I'm willing to join you. Can you agree? Ji Shanshan lowered his head. He had always wanted to compare himself with Hanju. He knew that once he said this, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of him in the future. At least, he would never be as good as him. Hanju asked, if I support you, what can I obtain? What can the hidden sect obtain? Ji Shanshan frowned, Providence. Authority. What do you want? The heavenly race can serve you as long as I control them. Hanju remained silent. He subconsciously wanted to reject him. But on second thought, he was already a sage. What was there to be afraid of? If the heavenly race could fight for providence and weaken the providence of the other sages, their cultivation levels would also decrease. It was very difficult for the heavenly Tao sages to become stronger. They were bound by the heavenly Tao. Their strength was different. It mainly depended on the providence of their Tao. This was also why so many times after the calamity ended, when the heavenly Tao race alternated, only the Tao teachings of the sages remained. Why would a sage use the calamity as a chessboard? Wasn't it just a legitimate fight for providence? Not everyone had the courage to create their own heavenly Tao like Li Mui. For example, the heavenly Tao still wanted to deal with Hanju. This was not good. I want to know if the heavenly Tao will be used by me if I control all the providence in the immortal world. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. As long as you control half of the heavenly Tao's providence, it will obey you. Han Ju was enlightened. No wonder the Tao ancestor could transcend the heavenly Tao. Back when the Tao sect was at its peak, it could be said to be omnipotent. All the sages were Tao ancestors' disciples. Having an idea, Han Ju said, I can accept you and help you, but the power of the hidden sect can't be shown on the surface, understand? Ji Shanshan was pleasantly surprised. He immediately knelt down and said, Disciple Ji Shanshan greets master. Han Ju didn't deny it. The two of them had a close relationship and could be master and disciple. From now on, you're my 9th disciple. Go back for the time being. Later, I will send someone to support you. Of course, if you encounter trouble, you can come to the 100-peak immortal river at any time. Han Ju stared at him and said softly. 9th disciple. Ji Shanshan was secretly shocked. What kind of monsters were the first 8 disciples? He asked carefully, Master, outside the door. His name is Zhang Ju. He only has Li Mui's cultivation and appearance. Zhang Ju. Ji Shanshan was dumbfounded. He had the cultivation of a sage. What was this? Wait, he could duplicate the cultivation of a sage. Wasn't Han Ju? Sensing Ji Shanshan's gaze, Han Ju didn't hide anything, in case Ji Shanshan was frightened by the other sages. Yes, I've become a sage. Only the sages know about this. You can't tell anyone. Master. Ji Shanshan landed on the ground outside the 100-peak immortal river, still in a daze. He took a deep breath and perked up. His lips curled up as he muttered, so my benefactor had already appeared long ago. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If not for Han Ju, he would probably have died under the heavenly troops many years ago. If not for Han Ju, he wouldn't have been promoted by the heavenly emperor. If not for Han Ju, he wouldn't have been highly regarded by Fang Liang, much less become the leader of the heavenly race. Everything came from Han Ju. This was his master. After Ji Shanshan left, Han Ju continued cultivating. He didn't immediately make arrangements to support the heavenly race. There was still time. The hidden sect's principles wouldn't change. They wouldn't leave the mountain unless they reached the pseudo-sage realm. Currently, only Li Daokong could represent the hidden sect to go out, but Han Ju was afraid that he would be surrounded. He still had to cultivate for a while. In the blink of an eye, 200 years passed. On this day, Han Ju, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked happy. A fiend celestial in the primordial world was successfully born and its intelligence awakened. Su Qi, Death Fiend Celestial. In the Fiend Celestial Qi, Su Qi was curled up into a ball. His form had already condensed to his previous life. He was naked. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. His memories of his life surged like water, and his eyes gradually became clear. Sage Fated Secrets Tao Destruction Mystical Power. Why am I still alive? Chapter 528 Su Qi's Shock, Deriving the Future. Chapter 528 Su Qi's Shock, Deriving the Future. The confused Su Qi looked around and saw balls of black aura beside him. He instinctively felt disgusted and even showed killing intent. He wanted to get rid of the black aura. This killing intent shocked him. What's wrong with me? Su Qi didn't understand his state of mind. He felt that he had changed. He looked at his body. It was like a soul, but he felt blood flowing. Don't worry. Cultivate well. I'm here. A familiar voice sounded. Su Qi wanted to cry. It's indeed master. Su Qi felt that if anyone in the world would save him, it would only be his master. Su Qi hurriedly asked, Master, where am I? What's around me? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told him his plan to create the chaotic Fiend Celestial, including the fact that Su Qi was already the Death Fiend Celestial. After he finished speaking, Su Qi was shocked. Chaotic Fiend Celestial. He had heard of the chaotic Fiend Celestial. It was in existence from before the creation of the world. Thinking of it, it would always be on par with the creation of the giant god Pangu. What kind of existence is master? Could it be that he had already died countless years ago and his master had already attained the Tao and even surpassed the heavenly Tao? Su Qi was excited. The thought of becoming a chaotic Fiend Celestial made him unable to help but think of the future. He could finally escape the fate of being a jinx. Master, what Fiend Celestial am I? Death Fiend Celestial. Su Qi was stunned. Was there a difference between the god of misfortune and the Death Fiend Celestial? He still couldn't escape his fate. Don't worry, you're no longer restricted by the heavenly Tao. Control your power well, you won't be like before. Han Ju consoled. Hearing this, the gloominess on Su Qi's face disappeared. He trusted his master completely. The master and disciple chatted for a long time. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed. Seeing that Su Qi woke up, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Su Qi would die from his experiment. Fortunately, there was no danger. From now on, Su Qi was considered reborn. As a chaotic fiend celestial, his potential would be stronger than Li Daokong and Dao Sovereign. Han Ju smiled and continued cultivating. He planned to hide the matter of Su Qi first and wait for him to become a sage. The Heavenly Dao sage position was limited, but the path Han Ju took had nothing to do with the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao couldn't control it. Time passed. 60 years later, the 100-peak immortal river welcomed another visitor. Han Ju, I'm Emperor Shao's avatar. I'm here for a visit. Hearing this voice, Han Ju did not open his eyes. Why was this fellow here? Is something the matter? Han Ju used the simulation trial first. Emperor Chen, perfected pseudo-sage realm, sage's dharma idol, human emperor, immeasurable emperor. The sage of the devil race actually had the identity of a human emperor. Han Ju couldn't complain anymore and started the simulation trial. Instant kill. After thinking about it, Han Ju directly moved Emperor Chen into the Taoist temple and didn't give him a chance to wander around. The Taoist temple had a system barrier, and Emperor Chen's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Emperor Chen was stunned. He subconsciously spread his divine sense, but it was isolated by the mysterious restriction. He immediately understood. It seemed that Han Ju did not want him to see the Tao field's interior. Why has the sage come here? Han Ju asked. Emperor Chen sat down and said, I want to invite you to my Tao field. You're too cautious, so I can only come personally. Han Ju didn't say anything and waited for him to continue. Emperor Chen said, to be honest, I'm a sage of the devil race. A long time ago, the Tao ancestor stepped on the devil race to attain the Tao, but he didn't kill them all and gave them a chance of survival. Even so, the devil race has always been suppressed, and most of the sins in the world are blamed on us. Everyone thinks it's natural as long as the devil race is responsible for the sins. After the Tao ancestor left, the situation of the devil race became even more difficult. Now, the 4 sages of the Tao sect are plotting something. Chu Zilai took in Sage Fated Secrets, who has transformed into a mad sage. Fuxidian also has a close relationship with Chu Zilai. The sages have already divided into 2 factions. If you and I don't join forces, we will probably be targeted. Han Ju was silent and didn't answer immediately. It was very important for sages to differentiate factions. After all, they had to fight for Providence. As for Han Ju, Providence was not necessary. However, the sages were plotting against him. He had to discuss them. Previously, Sect Master Tian Ju had called for all living beings to besiege the 100-peak immortal river. There were also the 3 pure sacred ancestor, 1000 madness devil, and other mighty figures attacking. Han Ju said, what do I have to do to join forces with you? What's your plan? Han Ju could do it alone. If he worked with Emperor Shao, he was worried that he would be implicated. After all, it was the devil race. Han Ju admitted that he was indeed biased against the devils. Emperor Chen said, I don't need you to do anything for the time being. I'll do what I want. If it involves a faction conflict, I'll only need you to help. Of course, if you need my help, just tell me. I'll consider my actions. Han Ju changed his opinion of Emperor Shao. At least, he did not look greedy. However, there was the mysterious devil ancestor behind him. Han Ju didn't dare to agree rashly. How about this? I'll consider it again. If I want to cooperate with a sage, I'll definitely choose you first. To be honest, I know that the other sages have plotted against me. I won't join forces with them. You can rest assured about this, Han Ju said seriously. Emperor Chen frowned, but he did not say anything. Their conversation was short. 5 minutes later, Han Ju sent Emperor Chen out. After Emperor Chen left, Han Ju suddenly had an idea. I want to know who has the strongest providence of the heavenly Tao before the next calamity begins. Han Ju asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 4 billion only. Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. Chu Zilai. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Why was it him? Could it be that the heavenly Tao was supporting him? I already want to fight for Providence. Why isn't it me? Han Ju frowned. I want to know how my relationship with Chu Zilai will be when the next calamity begins. You have already become a sage. You can't deduce yourself anymore. Otherwise, karma will surge in reverse and the great Tao will reject you. Can't deduce. Han Ju was vexed. Then, I want to know how my hidden sect will be faring before the next calamity. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. He opened his eyes again and saw that he had arrived at the 100-peak immortal river. He frowned. The 100-peak immortal river had actually been razed to the ground. It was barren, even the fusang tree was no longer there. Could it be that I'll move the Tao field away in the future? Hanju frowned and thought that it was very likely. At this moment, he saw a figure standing on the wasteland. He focused his gaze and discovered that it was Li Daokong. Li Daokong held his sword in one hand. His hair was disheveled as he looked up at the sky. In the crimson sky, it was as if dusk had arrived. Above the layers of clouds, 6 peerlessly mighty figures could be seen. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Janan, Chu Zilai, Fuxidian, and Sage Fated Secrets. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. The hidden sect no longer exists. Your sect master is isolated by the Heavenly Tao. Li Daokong, I'll give you another chance. Kneel down. Chapter 529 Number 1 Person Below the Sages, Life Tribulation. Chapter 529 Number 1 Person Below the Sages, Life Tribulation. Li Daokong wasn't afraid of the high and mighty 6 sages. His expression was calm and his eyes were cold. Kneel, what a joke. Li Daokong smiled mockingly. If I had the time of another immeasurable calamity, I can kill you with one strike. Sages. The true sages have long disappeared. You're only wearing the hat of sages and will do anything for your own selfish desires. Our hidden sect wasn't defeated by you, it was just that we were no match for the heavens. I, Li Daokong, will not die in your hands. You're not worthy. With that said, his body emitted a strong light. The scene shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality and he frowned. So tragic. The Heavenly Tao wanted to target the hidden sect. From Li Daokong's words, that should be the case. After all, Hanju had deduced that the Heavenly Tao wanted to use Chu Zilai to scheme against him. Hanju asked silently, if I directly curse the Heavenly Tao, what will happen? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Likely to suffer a backlash from the Heavenly Tao. If the curse succeeds, everything in the Heavenly Tao will be destroyed. Hanju frowned. Destroying everything in the Heavenly Tao was too much unless he had no choice. Looks like I have to fight for Providence and control the Heavenly Tao. Hanju made a decision, and his eyes became firm. What's the time of the scene from earlier? Hanju asked. 3 billion years later. This time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. Hanju was relieved when he saw this time. Too early. Since he knew the outcome, Hanju could change it. He had to stabilize himself first. He would wait for other pseudo-sages to appear in the hidden sect. Hanju felt that it was not appropriate for Li Daokong to help the heavenly race alone. No matter how strong Li Daokong was, he was not a sage. He might not survive if he was surrounded by pseudo-sages. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. On the 13th heaven, Emperor Chen was about to continue flying when a figure sped over. Emperor Chen glanced over and frowned. The newcomer looked identical to Zhao Yun and Dian Wei. They were Shi Dudao. Shi Dudao wore a dragon-patterned black robe. He looked imposing and his gaze was sharp. He came in front of Emperor Chen and asked, have you thought about it? Emperor Chen said calmly, how many followers do you have? Shi Dudao replied, there are already 3,000 of them. All of them have mystical powers that are enough to overturn any Providence sect in the world. In other words, we can't defeat the combined forces of 2 Providence sects. Emperor Chen's question made Shi Dudao frown. He stared at Emperor Chen and said, although you're the human race's emperor, the human race has long forgotten about you. Why don't you follow me? If I control the world, I will definitely regain the identity of the Heavenly Tao race. Emperor Chen shook his head. There are 100 regions in the immortal world and 10,000 worlds in the Heavenly Tao. You, Shi Dudao, are not the number 1 person below the sages. If you want to rope me in, you have to make a name for yourself first. Once you become the number 1 person below the sages, I'm afraid I won't be the only one. All the hidden mighty figures in the myriad worlds will be fascinated by you. Shi Dudao frowned even more. He didn't say anything. He turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Emperor Chen shook his head and disappeared into the 13th heaven. 300 years later, just as Hanju finished speaking, the 100-peak immortal river fell silent. More than 1 million disciples were still comprehending the Tao. He came to the fusang tree and observed its growth. Not only the fusang tree, but there were also many natural treasures under the tree. It had grown well. Ada, Xiao and the black hell chicken crawled on the branches. They were all huge. If the black hell chicken did not speak, it would indeed be handsome and oppressive. It wasn't inferior to the 2 golden crows. Recently, Han Ju discovered that the immortal Qi and connate Qi supply in the Tao field was almost unable to keep up. Although the immortal Qi in the Tao field was richer than anywhere in the heavenly Tao, the size of the Tao field couldn't compare to the heavenly Tao at all. Thousands of deity realm, several zenith heavens, and a million cultivators. The Tao field couldn't keep up. Other than the array formation of the Tao field, I also have to consider the level of spirit Qi. Han Ju sighed in his heart. If there were only a few people in the Tao field, it would be impossible for him to face such a problem. However, he was nurturing a million living beings. There were gains and losses. However, it was still fine for the time being. As long as the number of living beings did not increase, and the disciples' breakthrough speed was not that fast, they shouldn't notice the problem with spirit Qi. How can I think that? Isn't this what I want? Han Ju shook his head and laughed. In a few hundred years, he would reach 40,000 years old. He should be able to produce good stuff then. There was no need for the system to upgrade. It wasn't too much to upgrade a Tao field, right? Han Ju shouted at the system silently. The system didn't reply. It was normal. This system was not smart enough and did not communicate with him usually. If it really communicated with Han Ju often, he would instead be flustered, as if there was another person in his body. Then, Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and checked his emails while cultivating. Your good friend Zhang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Primordial Yuan Phoenix was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of the Tao ancestor when he was cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Yang Tiandong was attacked by the devil race X13920. Your good friend Empress Haotu was attacked by your good friend Emperor Xiao. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by your good friend Immortal Emperor Samsara and was severely injured. Your good friend Pan Shin was attacked by a mighty figure and was severely injured. As he watched, he saw that many got severely injured. He thought that the immeasurable calamity had begun again. Some long-lost friends began to appear, such as Immortal Emperor Samsara and the Primordial Yuan Phoenix. As for Han Ming, Han Ju almost forgot about Han Ming, his cheap younger brother. Anyway, their blood ties were already severed. Han Ming was very sensible and didn't come back to find him to cause trouble. The two of them seemed to be unrelated and continued living their own lives. It was worth mentioning that Han Ming's favorability towards Han Ju was still 6 stars. This meant that he didn't forget him or hate him. If Han Ming's potential was not bad, he could accept him. What a pity, Han Ju was just thinking casually. He didn't want Han Ming to become his weakness. Not to mention Han Ming, if Han Ju really faced a dilemma, he would only choose himself. He had worked hard for immortality his entire life. Everything he obtained along the way was embellishment. He couldn't forget his true intentions. Soon, Han Ju's attention shifted to the others. Karma arose and fought endlessly. If a primordial purple Qi really appeared, wouldn't it be even more chaotic? Han Ju was looking forward to it. I'm South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. In 100 years, I will preach the Tao in the 33rd heaven. All living beings can come and listen to the lecture. This lecture will decide the next batch of heavenly Tao sages. A voice resounded through the world, awakening all the living beings of the hidden sect. Han Ju frowned. He was bragging again. Was he trying to trick all living beings? Han Ju hesitated. Should he take advantage of the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's lecture to curse? Forget it. If South Extreme Heavenly Venerate went mad and the listeners were in danger, it would be a huge sin. Empress Nua sent you a dream. Do you accept it? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 530 Suspected to be the Tao Ancestor, Battle Shidu Tao. Chapter 530 Suspected to be the Tao Ancestor, Battle Shidu Tao. Nua. Han Ju was stunned. What a coincidence. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate had just announced that he would choose the next batch of sages when Nua sent him a dream. Could it be that Nua had been staring at the heavenly Tao? Han Ju was secretly vigilant. Would she use him as a tool? If I accept Nua's dream, will I face danger? 50 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Tisk tisk, the value was even higher than the heavenly Tao. Continue. Yes. Han Ju frowned. He couldn't agree. He could deduce it himself. There was no need to take the risk personally. I want to know why Nua is looking for me. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Why did it double? Han Ju frowned and chose to continue. Immediately after, he entered the illusion. This was a vast sea of stars. The stars were bright and the heavenly river hung upside down. The scene was beautiful and mysterious. Nuwa stood in the rainbow light. Above her head was a pair of eyes. They were extremely huge, as if one eye could take in the entire universe. The heavenly Tao has developed intelligence. It is truly caused by the greed of the sages. The calamity of all living beings is perhaps here. A cold voice resounded through the universe. Nuwa frowned. I've already transcended the heavenly Tao. I don't want to care about it anymore. The other party added, but your roots are in the heavenly Tao. Even if you are on par with the great Tao, if the heavenly Tao is gone and you encounter danger in the future, it's only wishful thinking for you to want to be reborn. Nuwa frowned even more. Hanju was curious about who was talking to her. It sounded very impressive. Nuwa sighed. What should I do? You have to think about it. You don't have to do it personally. Didn't you sages do this in the past? Alright. Hanju was surprised. The other party was clearly mocking her. Nuwa was actually not angry. This meant that the other party was far stronger than the current her. Who was it? At this moment, the illusion shattered. Hanju asked, I want to know who spoke to Nuwa in the derivation. Unable to deduce its true form, the system needs to be upgraded again. Hanju frowned. So impressive, could it really be the Tao ancestor? All along, Hanju couldn't deduce the Tao ancestor's avatars and Dharma idols. One thing was certain, the Tao ancestor was definitely not dead. It just so happens that Nuwa wants to use me to fight against a sage. It doesn't matter if I accept this dream or not. In any case, she can see it. Hanju thought silently and started cultivating. 100 years passed quickly. On this day, Hanju looked up and saw many figures pouring into a Tao field palace in the 33rd heaven. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was about to preach. Hanju struggled for a moment but still decided to deal with him. At the very least, he couldn't let South Extreme Heavenly Venerate lie so smoothly. He didn't curse immediately. 50 years later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. 5 days later, he began to curse South Extreme Heavenly Venerate with all his might. At the same time, outside the 33rd heaven, Heavenly Venerate Hall, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate sat on the lotus throne and suddenly opened his eyes with a frown. There were thousands of listeners in the hall. The lowest was an immortal emperor. They were all in a state of Tao comprehension. Damn it, the Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me at this time. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate cursed in his heart. He couldn't help but think about the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. Now, the sages were all saying that Hanju was the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he didn't think so. After all, on the surface, Hanju didn't conflict with them. The hidden sect had also been hiding in one place. He still suspected that the Dark Forbidden Lord was another sage. Because Hanju was not in the 33rd heaven, the true Dark Forbidden Lord could easily defame him. Although South Extreme Heavenly Venerate didn't like Hanju, he hated Chu Zilai even more. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate had no choice but to circulate his dharmic powers to resist the curse. After a while, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Li Mui and Sect Master Tianju. Soon, the two sages appeared behind him. Li Mui waved his sleeve and set up a barrier. The listeners wouldn't be able to see them. The two sages raised their hands and used their dharmic powers to help South Extreme Heavenly Venerate. Sect Master Tianju frowned and sent a voice transmission, we have to eliminate the Dark Forbidden Lord. When will we attack the hidden sect? Li Mui did not answer. He was also hesitating. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said, if the Dark Forbidden Lord isn't from the hidden sect, wouldn't we be pushing Hanju towards him? Sect Master Tianju narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, before the calamity ended, Chu Zilai had been trying to rope Hanju in and protect everyone who has karma with him. Could it be? Li Mui's eyes flickered. He actually suspected the same, but he was afraid that it was true. It would be too terrifying if Chu Zilai was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Sage Fated Secrets had already gone mad. Chu Zilai was the only sage who had grasped the Tao Destruction mystical power. The Dark Forbidden Lord first got rid of Sage Fated Secrets. The one who benefited was Chu Zilai. Let's survive this calamity first, Li Mui said with a low voice. They could all sense that the curse power had strengthened again. This power was similar to when it had cursed Sage Jinan. Hanju stopped cursing after 1 trillion years of his lifespan was deducted. He looked at the 33rd heaven. The listeners had yet to leave the Tao field. It seemed that the lecture was still ongoing. He would curse after a while. Hanju thought of South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's pain and he couldn't help but be happy. Several months later, Hanju was about to curse South Extreme Heavenly Venerate when a domineering shout sounded. I'm Shi Du Dao. Today, I came to challenge the master of the hidden sect. We will only talk about victory and defeat. There is no grudge. This voice disturbed all the hidden sect disciples. Hanju had a strange expression. Because he had copied Shi Dudao, he had personally come. He actually felt as if the dimensional barrier had been broken. Hanju thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Li Daokong. This person is the strongest below the sages. Do you want to fight him? Of course, Li Daokong immediately replied. Then, Hanju moved him out. Above the mountain range, Shi Dudao's robes fluttered in the wind. His aura was like a rainbow. When he saw Li Daokong appear, he couldn't help but frown. Why is it you? Shi Dudao asked unhappily. Li Daokong said calmly, Senior, I'm already a guardian of the hidden sect. If you want to challenge our sect master, you have to defeat me first. Clang, he drew his sword from his waist. His sword was not an ordinary sword. It was a heavenly Dao numinous treasure and was once the beloved sword of a sage of the human school. Shi Dudao shook his head. You are not my match. Li Daokong suddenly attacked. His speed was extremely fast. He teleported in front of Shi Dudao and slashed down. Boom! A terrifying aura shook the world, forming visible dragons that twisted wantonly. Shi Dudao easily blocked Li Daokong's sword with his index finger. His expression was cold as he said disdainfully, since you want to fight, then fight. A pseudo-sage dares to challenge me. When I stepped into the pseudo-sage realm, you, Li Daokong, had yet to be born. With that said, Shi Dudao's eyes emitted a black light, startling Li Daokong so much that he immediately jumped away. Black light flashed and the sky was pierced through. Space-time lightning interwove in the black hole. Chapter 531 Li Daokong's Shame, the hidden sect becomes a holy land. Chapter 531 Li Daokong's Shame, the hidden sect becomes a holy land. The battle between Li Daokong and Shi Dudao was world-shattering. The two of them were both pseudo-sages. Any mystical power they unleashed was enough to destroy the world. All the disciples in the 100-peak immortal river ran out of their cave abodes to watch. They could still feel the terrifying pressure even through the Dao field array formation. The first guardian is so powerful. Who has the upper hand? They're too fast. I can't see clearly. What realm are they at? Zenith Heaven. I'm afraid that's not all. Previously, when Sect Master was preaching, didn't he say that there are still realms between Zenith Heaven and Sage? Shi Dudao is very strong. The first guardian actually can't take him down quickly. Sect Master is still the strongest. The enemy was defeated in one strike. Don't speak nonsense. The first guardian is also very strong. Isn't this Shi Dudao a mighty figure who created the invincible Dao many years ago? To dare call himself invincible, he must be very strong. The disciples discussed among themselves. Because Hanju had been the one to attack in the Dao field, the enemy couldn't last more than a breath of time. Now, seeing Li Daokong and Shi Dudao in a stalemate, the disciples were somewhat disappointed. After all, they didn't know how strong Shi Dudao was. The personal disciples under the Fuzang tree were very considerate. Shi Dudao looks exactly like the three seniors of our Dao field. Senior Zhongju has the cultivation of a sage that master copied. Those three seniors are the replicated Shi Dudao. The black hell chicken clicked its tongue in wonder. Ada said angrily, do I need your explanation? The chaotic heavenly dog sighed. It's really strong. If not for the Dao field array formation, we would probably have been reduced to ashes by the bottle's aftermath. The others also sighed. Although there was a simulation trial, they couldn't force Li Daokong's true strength out. Therefore, they were shocked to see his and Shi Dudao's battle. On the other side, inside the Taoist temple, Hanju frowned and looked dissatisfied. He was filled with anticipation for Li Daokong, but it was a little difficult for him to defeat Shi Dudao. Although Li Daokong was at the early stage pseudo-sage realm and Shi Dudao was a perfected pseudo-sage, he still had expectations for him. If you can't defeat the enemy who is higher by minor realms, how can you be the face of my hidden sect? Hanju was dissatisfied. After this battle ended, he had to pressure Li Daokong. Perhaps his protection was too strong, causing him to relax. The battle continued. After an hour, no clear winner could be seen between the two. However, Hanju saw it clearly. Li Daokong was completely suppressed. He sighed and raised his right hand. He extended his index finger and a sword aura shot out. Shi Dudao, who was about to use his mystical power, was caught off guard. His body was pierced by the sword chi from the side and blood splattered into the sky. The spell was interrupted. Shi Dudao widened his eyes in shock. Li Daokong immediately stopped and did not take the opportunity to attack. His face was ashen. He knew that Hanju had intervened. That sword chi just now made his heart palpitate. Too fast. Let's end this here. Han Ju's voice resounded through the world. Shi Dudao looked at the 100-peak immortal river in fear and gritted his teeth. Sage. A sword chi dispersed the vast dharmic powers in his body. If it was not a sage, what was? In the past, Shi Dudao had also overestimated himself and challenged a sage. This feeling of fear was difficult to forget. Li Daokong suddenly vanished. Shi Dudao gritted his teeth and struggled for a while before finally choosing to leave. It couldn't be helped. The difference in strength was too great. If he stayed, he would only embarrass himself. The moment he turned around, Shi Dudao suddenly thought of Emperor Chen's words. He was indeed not qualified to call himself invincible. Damn it, if I can become a sage. Shi Dudao roared in his heart. He had already reached the limit of a pseudo-sage and could no longer become stronger. Below the sages, he had indeed never lost. Inside the Taoist temple, Li Daokong stood in front of Han Ju with his head hanging like a child who had done something wrong. Han Ju said expressionlessly, "I'm very disappointed." Li Daokong lowered his head even more and clenched his fists. Han Ju was suddenly amused. He was just worrying about not having a chance to suppress Li Daokong. Ever since he had joined the hidden sect, although Li Daokong respected him, he had never let go of his attitude. If ordinary people saw this, they would think that they were on the same level. On the contrary, Li Xuanao quickly accepted his status and made Han Ju like him. Han Ju said indifferently, "When I first entered the pseudo-sage realm, I could sweep through all pseudo-sages, including Shi Dudao. Do you believe that?" Li Daokong took a deep breath and said, "Yes. How can you be a sage of the hidden sect like this? I am indeed not worthy." Li Daokong wasn't angry. Instead, he was upset and flustered. Han Ju began to mock and ridicule him. Li Daokong could only hold back. After a long time, Han Ju snorted, "Cultivate well. I'll teach you a mystical power when you break through a minor realm. Then, you can challenge Shi Dudao again. You have to win. You're the one I value the most. Don't disappoint me." "Understood," Li Daokong replied in a low voice. Han Ju waved his hand, and Li Daokong bowed and left. When he walked out of the Taoist temple, Li Daokong glanced at Zhang Ju. The dissatisfaction in his heart immediately vanished. He was a proud person, after all. How could he not have emotions after being humiliated by Han Ju? However, when he saw Zhang Ju, there was only bitterness in his heart. Han Ju indeed had the right to mock him. On the way back, Li Xuanao came to fetch him and asked him what had happened. Li Daokong didn't hide anything. With that, he sighed and left, preparing to cultivate diligently. Li Xuanao was stunned on the spot. "Shi Dudao, he's almost the strongest existence below the sages. Why are you making him sound like a mortal? One dares to say it and the other dares to believe it." Li Xuanao muttered in confusion. The news that Shi Dudao had returned in failure from the 100-peak immortal river quickly spread throughout the immortal world. In the past few years, Shi Dudao had challenged everyone everywhere. Many Providence sects had been provoked by him. This was the first time he had been defeated. There were many living beings near the 100-peak immortal river. Occasionally, cultivators would pass by, and some coincidentally witnessed this battle. They were all shocked. For a time, legends of the 100-peak immortal river rose again. The more mysterious it was, the easier it was to be imagined by living beings. 300 years later, the 100-peak immortal river became a holy land passed down by word of mouth. 13th Heaven. In a palace of the heavenly race, Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang met. "Tisk tisk, your Grandmaster's hidden sect has been in the limelight again recently." Ji Shanshan smiled. Fang Liang smiled indifferently. "It's all right. Grandmaster definitely doesn't want that. Stop posturing. I'm your uncle master now." Ji Shanshan was secretly pleased. He hadn't told anyone that he had entered the hidden sect. Even Fang Liang didn't know. The hidden sect was his final resort. He wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Although Fang Liang came from the hidden sect, he hadn't returned for a long time. Perhaps they no longer treated him as sect a member. Ji Shanshan asked, "What's the heavenly court's decision?" Fang Liang said, "I have no objections. The current heavenly court is already desolate. The sages have long stopped asking and only want to subdue the dragon race. Just me and you are probably not enough. The dragon race has a mighty figure who used the providence of the immeasurable calamity to become a pseudo-sage. He's extremely powerful." Chapter 532 Invocation Tao, Great Tao Supreme. Chapter 532 Invocation Tao, Great Tao Supreme. At the mention of the dragon race's mighty figure, Fang Liang's expression turned solemn. Ji Shanshan said calmly, "It's fine. I've also become a pseudo-sage. I'll deal with him." The dragon race will be handed over to the heavenly court. I have too little power in my hands. This mission cannot be made public. Pseudo-sage. Fang Liang sized him up and suddenly felt that he was a little unfamiliar. He asked carefully, could it be those limbs? Ji Shanshan had told him about the technique taught by a sage. He had felt that it wasn't reliable before, but he didn't expect Ji Shanshan to really succeed. Ji Shanshan said, all right, don't talk about this. Next, tell us how to attack the dragon race. The dragon race is hidden under the eastern sea of the immortal world. There are countless restrictions and array formations, especially the Four Seas Dragon Formation. It can summon the ancient dragon soul. We need. The two of them began to discuss the details of the war against the dragon race. Spring passed and autumn came. Another 300 years passed. Hanju was getting closer and closer to 40,000 years old. Recently, the immortal world had become more and more lively, causing him to feel that time was beginning to slow down. Hanju would check his emails every 10 years. He would surf the net and find joy in his boring cultivation. On this day, the temperature of the world rose rapidly. The flowers and plants on the mountain withered at a speed visible to the naked eye before turning into dust. Hanju felt something and looked up. A vast sun appeared in the starry sky of the 10th level. The sun and moon existed in the 10th heaven, not the 33rd heaven. The 33rd heaven was the chaos, the peak of the heavenly Tao. The sun wasn't rare, but the energy of this sun was boiling and still increasing rapidly as if it wanted to burn the immortal world. Hanju saw a huge three-legged golden crow curled up in the sun. Its body was definitely one of the top terrifying beasts in the immortal world. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Hanju raised his eyebrows. The Golden Crow Divine Clan was going to appear again. Interesting. It seemed that even if the heavenly Tao restarted, some characters would still appear. Was it fate? The sudden heat didn't last long. Hanju saw the heavenly race attack and imprison the sun. To the living beings in the immortal world, they thought it was a natural disaster. Several days later, Zhang Yi found him. Sect Master, the Golden Crow Divine Clan is summoning me. Have you reached the pseudo-sage realm? No, but the Golden Crow Divine Clan is in danger. Have you reached the pseudo-sage realm? Sect Master, can't you? Have you reached the pseudo-sage realm? Zhang Yi almost collapsed. No matter how strong his potential was, it would take him many years to reach the pseudo-sage realm. Apart from Hanju and Li Daokong, who else in the entire hidden sect could reach the pseudo-sage realm? Hanju said expressionlessly, go back and cultivate. Even if you want to escape, don't think about leaving. Believe me, nothing will happen to the Golden Crow Divine Clan. Even if something happens, you can create a new Golden Crow Divine Clan. What are you afraid of? Zhang Yi was speechless. In the end, he still couldn't convince Hanju and could only leave in a daze. Since Hanju had set the rules, he wouldn't break them easily to prevent another tragedy. He discovered that these disciples had to be suppressed with power. Otherwise, there would always be people who couldn't control themselves. Time passed. Several decades later, detected that you have reached 40,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and fight for the providence of the heavenly Tao to dominate the immortal world. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field in a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not participate in the affairs of the world. Maintain your original intention. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a mystical power inheritance, and a great Tao fragment. Upgrade the Tao field. Hanju was in a good mood. The system didn't disappoint him, after all. He chose the second option. The heavenly Tao spirit stone wasn't very useful for the time being. He couldn't curse a sage to death directly, so there was no need to stare at it. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a chance to upgrade the Tao field, a mystical power inheritance, and a great Tao fragment. The Tao field has begun to upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining the mystical power, Invocation Tao. Invocation Tao, the final form of the invocation technique. The Tao Lord of the invocation technique can reversely summon all the followers who have grasped the invocation technique. They cannot refuse. Hanju looked at the lines of words in front of him and became happier. The invocation Tao was okay, but it was a group summoning technique, and it was a forceful one. It was very useful. It could be used against enemies or to relocate his own force. He had already accumulated 7 great Tao fragments. He was only missing 2. Then, he could continue to comprehend the great Tao. As his cultivation level increased, the chances of triggering the system's choice decreased. However, once it was triggered, it would definitely bring top-notch prizes. Hanju began to inherit the invocation Tao. It took time to level up the Tao field. It took 50 years to successfully level up. The Tao field has been upgraded. The array formation has been upgraded to the Great Tao Sage level. It has expanded the internal space of the Tao field. Tao field immortal Qi has increased by 10 times. Kone Qi has increased by 10 times. The Tao field can block the prying of the Great Tao Supreme existences. Great Tao Sage level. Han Ju immediately felt safe. But to block the Great Tao Supreme, what level was that? I want to know Ancestor Shishan's realm. Han Ju asked silently. He had a feeling that Ancestor Shishan wasn't only a Great Tao Sage. Since Nua had already reached the Great Tao Sage realm, Ancestor Shishan should be stronger. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Great Tao Sage. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had overestimated Ancestor Shishan. In other words, even Ancestor Shishan couldn't break into the Tao field now. Han Ju was amused. At this moment, no one in the immortal world could kill him unless he ran out and courted death. Awesome. This was cultivation. In a good mood, Han Ju started the simulation trial and challenged Ancestor Shishan. The ancestor was still the ancestor. He easily killed him. Han Ju retracted his complacency and no longer dared to underestimate Ancestor Shishan. At the same time, all the disciples of the hidden sect could feel the spirit Qi in the Tao field beginning to increase. Laughter filled every corner of the 100-peak immortal river. Sect Master is using his mystical power. Again. The spirit Qi can still increase. This means that Sect Master has become stronger again. It's really good to stay in the hidden sect. I just need to cultivate in peace. Sect Master is the true sage. I heard from the living beings outside the 100-peak immortal river that they cultivate under other sages and occasionally have to carry out missions. There's no cultivation holy land as peaceful as the hidden sect. Cultivate well and repay the Sect Master in the future. Sect Master said that only a pseudo-sage can go out. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to repay him. 100-peak immortal river, Han Zuishan, Long Arm Ape, and the 3 immortals of Ku Jun gathered together. Eagle Head Immortal sighed. Sect Master's mystical power is truly unimaginable. How good would it be if we could become personal disciples? Han Zuishan raised his wine cup and smiled. You want to become a personal disciple? Other than talent, you still have to contribute. Snakehead Immortal asked in surprise, how? We can't go out. Han Zuishan smiled mysteriously. You only need to be prepared. I need you later. I'll go find Grand Master in a few years. Chapter 533 New Heavenly Court, Li Mui's Request. Chapter 533 New Heavenly Court, Li Mui's Request. 7 years later, Han Zuishan came to visit him. Han Ju didn't want to see him at first, but Han Zuishan said that there was something big. After entering the Taoist temple, Han Zuishan knelt down and bowed. Han Ju didn't say anything. Han Zuishan looked up and said, Grand Master, recently, when I was taking care of the natural treasures under the Fuzang tree, it told me that it can already connect to more than 100 space-time interfaces and even worlds that are not controlled by the heavenly Tao. I think the hidden sect can develop in advance. There are many living beings in the hidden sect whose potential has already reached the limit. They can't improve on their cultivation. There's no point in them staying here anymore. Han Ju frowned. Under the light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection, Han Zuishan couldn't see his expression. Han Ju subconsciously wanted to refute, but he stopped. It had to be said that Han Zuishan's words were indeed reasonable. Even with Han Ju preaching and the enhancement of the Tao field, not all living beings could cultivate endlessly. Living beings with mediocre potential could at most cultivate to the immortal Emperor realm. Not long ago, the Emperor realm was far beyond Han Ju's reach. Since staying was useless, they could do as Han Zuishan said. There was no need to do so in the area of the heavenly Tao. It was fine outside the heavenly Tao. At least, it was a good thing to understand the outside world. If these disciples encountered a powerful enemy that even Han Ju couldn't defeat, he could just not save them. Han Ju asked, you can't increase your cultivation anymore? Han Zuishan hurriedly replied, I can. I don't want to go out personally. I just made a suggestion. Many disciples want to contribute to the hidden sect, but they don't have a chance. For example, the long-arm ape who just returned not long ago. The long-arm ape went out to train for many years. After teaching its mystical power to the long-arm ape race, it returned to the hidden sect. As for the secret mission given by Han Ju, it didn't meet Han Tuo and could only give up. The reason why it returned was mainly that it had been defeated and lost to a Buddhist cultivator. Therefore, it wanted to return to cultivate and become stronger. Han Ju said, then, go down and calculate. After the next lecture, make arrangements. Han Zuishan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly nodded. He didn't disturb Han Ju anymore and quickly left. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. It wasn't necessary for him to develop a force outside the heavenly Tao, but he could still have one. 50 years later, Han Ju checked his emails while cultivating. Now that he was reading his emails, he felt like he was playing with loot boxes. He wondered if something had happened to his unlucky friends. Happiness was built on the pain of others. Your disciple, Ji Shanshan, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by the True Dragon Race X123021. Your good friend Chu Zilai has fused with the heavenly Tao power and suffered a backlash. His sage heart has been damaged. Your good friend Zhang Guxing was attacked by Jia School Cultivators X763. Your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor, has established the ruins of End Heavenly Court. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Haotu was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Tai Sudian has received guidance from a sage. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by your son Han Tuo. Wasn't Ji Shanshan a pseudo-sage? He was severely injured just like that. It was a little ridiculous. Han Ju frowned. He was angry when he read the emails. However, he was amused upon seeing that Chu Zilai had failed to fuse with the heavenly Tao power. The worst thing for his enemies was to have an ally that caused them trouble. He read on. There was a lot of information. The Heavenly Emperor established the Heavenly Court and started his old empire again. Han Ju was very worried about the Heavenly Emperor. He could only pray that there was another Han Ju in the deity realm of the ruins of End who could help him overcome the obstacles. When Han Ju saw Han Tuo attacking Han Ming, his expression became strange. He had indeed neglected Han Tuo recently. Did anything happen when the two of them met? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce. Han Tuo was actually still with Han Ming. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship and were adventuring in a place filled with restrictions. The two of them were too weak. A rank 9 immortal emperor was secretly watching them with ill intentions. This kid actually grasped the chaotic Fian celestial Dharma idol. Han Ju was suddenly surprised. He didn't expect the grand unity aspect to be inherited through his bloodline. Although there was only one Fian celestial Dharma idol in the depths of Han Tuo's soul, it was enough. This kid also had the capital to cross realms to kill enemies. Yeah, his golden finger. Han Ju was satisfied with Han Tuo's current development. Under the circumstances of bloodline suppression and no backing, his cultivation until now was not bad. When this kid is about to die, I'll bring him back to the hidden sect to cultivate. Han Ju thought silently. As for Han Ming, compared to Han Tuo, he was too mediocre. In this life, he would at most barely reach the deity realm. Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A notification suddenly appeared and interrupted his thoughts. Han Ju ignored him. Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Li Mui wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Li Mui started to spam. Han Ju was a little surprised. Li Mui wasn't such an impatient person. Did something happen? If I accepted Li Mui's dream, will my life be in danger? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju immediately relaxed and accepted Li Mui's dream. He wanted to see what this old thing had to say. The dream began. Han Ju opened his eyes and discovered that he had arrived at a small pavilion. The mountains outside were undulating and the mountains were beautiful. It was refreshing. Li Mui sat in front of him. There was a chessboard on the stone table between the two. Li Mu asked expressionlessly, "Do you know how to play?" Han Ju glanced at it and said, "You want to challenge me in Gomoku?" What's Gomoku? The winner is the one who connects 5 pieces first. Childish and boring. Forget it, I'll get straight to the point. Li Mui shook his head and waved his right hand. The chessboard vanished. Han Ju cursed silently. How dare he look down on him? This was also good. Although Han Ju knew how to play Go, his skills were average. He probably couldn't win against Li Mui. There was no need to ask for trouble. Li Mui said, "You aren't a heavenly Tao sage, but you have used your strength to attain the Tao. You seem to be very wary of the heavenly Tao. If you want to advance another level, you need to create your own heavenly Tao. I have already created a little heavenly Tao. It's not inferior to the current immortal world, but my providence is insufficient. I would like to invite you to create a new heavenly Tao." Han Ju asked, "What do you mean? You want me to build your heavenly Tao with you?" Li Mui shook his head. "I want you to create your own heavenly Tao, but place it near my heavenly Tao. In the future, we can resist the great Tao immeasurable calamity together. In the past tens of thousands of years, a mysterious existence has been driving the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone. It's probably the sign of the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Han Ju showed a frown. What was Li Mui doing? He had been plotting against him previously, but now, he wanted to rope him in. He's so anxious. Did something happen? I'll consider this, Han Ju said. Li Mui sighed. There's one more thing. I want to trouble you. Recently, my heavenly Tao has been targeted. The other party is a freedom sage, and he has also walked the path of attaining the Tao through strength. I'm not his match. Once the other heavenly Tao sages leave the heavenly Tao, their cultivation levels will be no different from that of a pseudo-sage. I can only rely on you. Chapter 534 Dark Sage King, Reputation of Invincibility. Chapter 534 Dark Sage King, Reputation of Invincibility. Han Ju remained silent. After hearing Li Mui's words, his first reaction was, what's wrong with this old fellow? Why did he think that Han Ju would help him? Seeing through his thoughts, Li Mui said, if you help me, from now on, if the sages dare to scheme against you, I will firmly support you. I will also introduce you to the ancestors of the human school. If you have the chance in the future, you can go listen to the great Tao. Even Nua could transcend the heavenly Tao. Han Ju had long suspected that the sages of the past had already stepped into a higher realm. As the first Providence sect, the human school's foundation was naturally unfathomable. However, this wasn't enough to move Han Ju. After all, he had to take risks. Han Ju said, I'll consider it. Li Mui frowned. From his understanding of this fellow, thinking about it meant rejecting him. He asked, what do you want? Tell me. Han Ju said, I don't want anything. I've just attained the Tao not long ago. I have to deal with enemies that you can't even deal with. I still have to be wary of your junior brothers launching a sneak attack on my Tao field at any time. They're forcing me. Li Mui felt awkward. The atmosphere became deathly silent. Li Mui was speechless. Han Ju said, let me think about it. This is very important. If it were you, you wouldn't have agreed directly, right? Fine, Li Mui said helplessly. The dream ended. Han Ju's consciousness returned to reality. He began to derive, I want to know who the enemy Li Mui is talking about is. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Han Ju's mind. This person wore a black Taoist robe. His sleeves fluttered and his long hair was like a waterfall. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows. Dark Sage King. Cultivation unknown, chaotic fee and celestial. Chaotic fee and celestial. Goodness, he couldn't provoke this guy. The unknown cultivation meant that it was at least higher than Han Ju's cultivation. Perhaps he could defeat the other party, but the other party had a chance to kill him. If he couldn't kill him instantly, he couldn't be his enemy. Han Ju put this matter aside for the time being and ignored it. Arrange for the disciples to go out later. They can't go to Li Mui's Chiliocosm world. Han Ju thought silently. As for Li Mui's dreams in the future, he would ignore them. He wasn't afraid of offending him. When the Dark Sage King succeeded, Li Mui's cultivation would definitely plummet. He might even be severely injured and become the weakest sage. These sages who relied on the providence of the heavenly Tao had unstable foundations. They were nothing to fear. Time passed. A piece of news suddenly spread throughout the immortal world, shaking the world. The heavenly court defeated the dragon race, and from then on, they became a subordinate of the heavenly court. This dragon race included the true dragon race and other dragons. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the dragon race also appeared. They relied on their powerful physical potential to dominate the sea and had extremely high prestige. The submission of the dragon race caused all living beings to look at the heavenly court. It was the orthodox lineage of the immortal gods. While everyone was shocked by the heavenly court's strength, the isolated 100-peak immortal river was calm and peaceful. In the blink of an eye, another 500 years passed. Han Ju had just finished his lecture when he taught the invocation technique to the million living beings in the hidden sect. He declared that this mystical power was a secret technique and was not allowed to be used. If they used it recklessly, they would suffer a backlash. All the disciples believed Han Ju's words. Only a few personal disciples had used the invocation technique, so most of the disciples still had reverence for it. Han Ju came in front of the fusang tree and let it open up more than 100 spatial vortexes. He scanned with his divine sense. These space-time continuums were of different strengths. The strongest was still Li Mui's Chiliocosm world. Among them, 6 worlds did not have the providence of the heavenly Tao and were not controlled by the heavenly Tao. After observing, Han Ju made a decision. After returning to the Taoist temple, he continued cultivating. 10 years later, Han Zuishan brought 1,000 unnamed disciples to the Fuzang tree. These unnamed disciples had already reached the emperor realm and could no longer increase their cultivation. The Fuzang tree opened a spatial vortex and said, "Enter from here." The empty vortex was chosen by Han Ju previously. It wasn't too strong or too weak. If 1,000 immortal emperors entered, they could at least dominate an area. Han Zuishan turned around and looked at the 1,000 unnamed disciples. After we arrive, find a place to take root and understand the situation of this world before making plans. The disciples nodded. Then, under Han Zuishan's guidance, they jumped into the spatial vortex. This batch of disciples was considered the top among the unnamed disciples. Their departure was also a huge matter, causing the other disciples to discuss. Han Ju didn't hide the fact that they were going outside the heavenly Tao. It was a good opportunity to stimulate the sect and make the disciples more united. Several months later, Han Ju received Li Mui's dream notification again. This time, he ignored it. Li Mui kept spamming the dreams. Han Ju wasn't in a breakthrough state, so the system didn't block it for him. After a month, Li Mui gave up. Li Mui's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Han Ju didn't care at all. Since Li Mui couldn't protect himself, he had no time to take revenge. Several months passed. Li Daokong came to visit him. "Sect Master, I want to go out and train. I want to imitate Shi Dudao and challenge the mighty figures," Li Daokong said with a firm gaze. Han Ju asked, "Aren't you afraid of sages?" "As long as I don't leave the heavenly Tao, sages can't personally attack me. What I want to do is become the strongest pseudo-sage. I just need the sages to pressure me and force me to grow." "Have you thought about it?" Han Ju asked seriously. Li Daokong was already a pseudo-sage and met the requirements to go out. Li Daokong nodded. Han Ju said, "I'll teach you a mystical power to help you become an invincible pseudo-sage." He raised his hand and pointed. The inherited memories surged into Li Daokong's mind. Great Tao mystical power, 10,000 life sword. Everything in the world could become a sword. This was Han Ju's strongest sword Tao mystical power. Several days later, Li Daokong opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This mystical power," Han Ju said calmly, "was created by me. You are the second person to grasp it." Li Daokong's expression changed. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Sect Master, I will never forget your kindness. I will fight for the hidden sect even if my body and soul are destroyed in this life." Li Daokong's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. The 10,000 life sword was too powerful. He had never cultivated such a mystical power and had never even seen it. Han Ju could teach him this mystical power, which was no different from treating him as a direct disciple. At this moment, Li Daokong's feelings for Han Ju completely changed. He became like his personal disciples. Han Ju said, "Daokong, don't disappoint me. I look forward to your achievements the most. If the hidden sect gives birth to a second sage, I feel and hope that it will be you. I won't let Sect Master down. Go, make a name for yourself before coming back." "Yes." With that, Li Daokong was moved out of the 100-peak immortal river by Han Ju. He floated high in the sky. Under the sunlight, his white robe fluttered in the wind. A proud expression appeared on his handsome face again. "With this mystical power, I will definitely be invincible in the immortal world." Shi Dudao, are you ready? Chapter 535 Shi Dudao's favorability, Crisis of the Heavenly Devil. Chapter 535 Shi Dudao's favorability, Crisis of the Heavenly Devil. Li Daokong's departure did not cause a commotion in the hidden sect. Apart from Han Ju, the personal disciples thought that he was cultivating in seclusion. Many years later, Li Xuanao went to visit Li Daokong and saw the letter he had left behind. He stood in Li Daokong's Taoist temple and was silent for a long time. His emotions turned into a sigh. He knew his senior best. He was competitive. This trip was said to seek invincibility, but it was actually to defeat Shi Dudao and regain his reputation. Li Xuanao wasn't too worried. He believed in his senior. Perhaps Li Daokong wasn't Shi Dudao's match now, but as long as he was given time, he would surpass the other party sooner or later. Li Xuanao stopped thinking and left. If he wanted to help his senior, he had to seize the time to cultivate. 100 years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked the emails. He had endured for 100 years because he wanted to see what Li Daokong could do. Your disciple Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your disciple Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Emperor Chen was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong. Your good friend Pan Xin was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong. Your good friend Zhang Dugu was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong and was severely injured. Han Ju showed a frown. Shi Dudao didn't develop any feelings for him, causing him to not be able to check on Li Daokong and his situation. He could only dream. Han Ju immediately used the dark nightmare and saw Shi Dudao in the image of the dark forbidden lord. The dream was a volcano range. Magma covered the ground like a spider web. The sky was dense with black clouds, making the world extremely oppressive. Shi Dudao opened his eyes and saw the black shadow like Han Ju. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" He was shocked. The other party directly pulled him into a dream realm, and he couldn't block it. This meant that the difference in cultivation between the two was huge. Han Ju said in a hoarse voice, "I'm the Dark Forbidden Lord. Your potential is not bad. I choose you." Shi Dudao frowned. "Why did you choose me, Dark Forbidden Lord, the most terrifying mastermind of the previous immeasurable calamity?" Although Shi Dudao didn't enter the calamity, he often heard the disciples of the other sages talking about him. After the heavenly Tao restarted, the Dark Forbidden Lord even targeted the sages. There were rumors that the Dark Forbidden Lord was transformed by a sage. No matter who the Dark Forbidden Lord was, Shi Dudao knew that he was not his match. "Be my believer and I will bring you to the Great Tao," Han Ju said solemnly. "Great Tao? What Great Tao? Surpass the heavenly Tao? What do I need to do for you? You don't have to do anything. Wait for the day the darkness descends and you will know what to do." Hee. Shi Dudao smiled. Han Ju cursed silently. "How dare you laugh at me?" Shi Dudao changed the topic and said, "You can make me a sage." Han Ju said, "Of course. I have the method to attain the Tao through strength. I also have the primordial purple qi. I even have an even stronger Tao attainment qi." Shi Dudao was moved. Tao attainment had already become his mental demon. The sages were unwilling to support him in attaining the Tao because he had not submitted to a certain sage. Shi Dudao knew that even if he acknowledged a sage as his master, the sage might not let him attain the Tao. Looking back at the past and present, every sage was the son or eldest personal disciple of the previous sage. If he had joined the sage as a pseudo-sage, his own Tao heart couldn't take it. "All right," Shi Dudao gritted his teeth and said with a determined expression. "Shi Dudao has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. 1 star was enough. Han Ju didn't really want to accept him. He raised his right hand, and a beam of light pierced into Shi Dudao's forehead. It was so fast that Shi Dudao didn't even have time to react. When Shi Dudao woke up, the dream had already ended. A mystical power appeared in his mind. Great freedom heaven imprisoning palm. Space mystical power that could take in the sky with one palm. As his cultivation level increased, he could absorb the heavenly Tao at its strongest. Absorption of the heavenly Tao. Shi Dudao was shocked. This mystical power. On the other side, Shi Dudao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Ju was not surprised. His mystical power was strong enough. After all, it was a top-notch system. He checked his emails again. Indeed, the mysterious mighty figure had changed. Your disciple Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Shi Dudao and was severely injured. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your disciple Li Daokong. Indeed, Li Daokong wasn't Shi Dudao's match for the time being. Li Daokong was a peerless genius that was rare in history, but he, Shi Dudao, was also peerlessly talented. He was a great Tao inheritor and his cultivation level had reached the limit below the sages. Li Daokong had the 10,000 life sword and was indeed unable to defeat him. Han Ju suddenly started to look forward to it. Which was stronger, the great Tao mystical power, 10,000 life sword, or the great freedom heaven imprisoning palm, which could absorb the heavenly Tao? 33rd heaven, in the chaos. Li Mui, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Fuxidian, Emperor Shao, and Chu Zilai stood side by side. Their expressions were all very ugly. Following their gaze, there was a huge, dense black hole in the darkness. Purple lightning flickered faintly, and a low and weak panting sound came from it. Sect Master Tian Ju asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "My sage sense can't penetrate it, but I can feel its aura rapidly becoming stronger." The sages looked at Li Mui. His cultivation was the highest. Heavenly Devil, chaotic Heavenly Devil. This devil gathered the negative karma of the calamity and is no longer inferior to a sage, Li Mui said with an ugly expression. The sages couldn't help but look at Emperor Shao. Emperor Shao snorted. Heavenly devils are not as devils. Our devil race is still hidden in the darkness of the 32nd heaven, being tortured by the heavenly Tao. This treatment is all thanks to the care of the sages. The sages weren't ashamed of his mockery. Instead, they looked at Li Mui again. Li Mui sighed. I'm leaving the heavenly Tao for some time. My Chiliocosm world has shown signs of trouble. I'll leave this matter to you. If you can't subdue this thing, the immortal world will be in danger. Its target is the immortal world. I can sense its bloodthirsty desire. It's very hungry and very angry. The expressions of the sages changed drastically. Without Li Mui, they had no backbone. Chu Zilai said, we can't even see through it. How can we subdue it? Why don't we find the ancestor? Fuxidian shook his head. Ancestor left thousands of years ago and has yet to return. Li Mui's expression changed, and he suddenly disappeared. The sages weren't surprised. They already knew Li Mui's situation. The most important thing now was to deal with this terrifying and unknown heavenly devil. The aura of the sages wait for me. At this moment, a horrified voice sounded from the black hole, causing the sages' scalps to tingle. Heavenly Tao, you have to hide well. Don't let me find you. I'll eat you. The sages looked at each other and made up their minds. They took out their strongest Dharma treasures and prepared to join forces to suppress it. The heavenly devil in the black hole laughed crazily. A bunch of puppets, the fools in the heavenly Tao illusion. All of you dare to attack me, you don't know your limits. Chapter 536 Tao Heavenly Devil, must be insta-killed. Chapter 536 Tao Heavenly Devil, must be insta-killed. Time passed. Another 200 years passed. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju suddenly felt uneasy. He opened his eyes and looked up. His gaze traveled through the 33rd heaven and saw a huge battle. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Chu Zilai, Fuxidian, and Emperor Shao attacked a black hole together. Their mystical powers were endless and their Dharma treasures were powerful. What? Han Ju frowned and looked at the black hole. What made him uneasy was not the battle, but the mysterious existence in the black hole. This feeling, Han Ju thought of how he felt when he first faced the inauspicious evil. Could this be related to the dark forbidden zone? Han Ju called the strange deity over and sent it the scene of the 33rd heaven, scaring it. It began to wave frantically. Through telepathy, Han Ju knew what it meant. Danger. It was very dangerous. Extreme danger. The strange deity's first reaction was to escape. Han Ju frowned and suppressed the uncontrollable strange deity in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. I want to know if I can defeat what the sages are facing. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Possible. Possible. Han Ju's heart almost exploded. That meant that he could be defeated. Not to mention being defeated, Han Ju wanted to insta-kill the enemy. No, Han Ju continued to derive, I want to know its identity. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Tao Heavenly Devil. Cultivation unknown, transformed by negative karma, an extremely evil existence. Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the Tao Heavenly Devil. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. As he cursed, he watched the battle in the 33rd heaven. The Tao Heavenly Devil did not seem to be affected by the curse. Facing the attacks of the sages, its aura did not decrease. Han Ju hurriedly stopped. Cursing the enemy consumed too much lifespan. It was better to derive it directly. Cursing Sage Janan until he went mad was enough for Han Ju to derive hundreds of questions about sages. I want to know if my curse can work on Tao Heavenly Devil. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, he has the power of curses, to begin with. Han Ju showed a frown. This was a little inexplicable. Han Ju stood up and activated all his supreme treasures. Divine light shone brightly and illuminated his body. He followed and arrived above the sages of the 33rd heaven. His appearance pleasantly surprised the sages. Han Ju, hurry up and kill this demon. Chu Zilai shouted. Han Ju immediately used the simulation trial to copy the Tao Heavenly Devil's data and then disappeared. The sages were stunned for a moment before continuing to attack. In an instant, Han Ju received several messages that the hatred points had increased. He didn't mind and started the simulation trial. An hour later, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. What a Tao Heavenly Devil! How powerful! Han Ju had to use all his Fi and Celestial Dharma idols to kill it. Before this, he had almost been killed by Tao Heavenly Devil many times. Powerful enemy. This was definitely the strongest enemy Han Ju had ever encountered. Han Ju continued the simulation trial and looked for a way to insta-kill the Tao Heavenly Devil. He kept trying. 2 years passed. Han Ju still didn't find a way to insta-kill the Tao Heavenly Devil. Fortunately, he had already become a sage. Otherwise, his black hair would definitely have turned white. Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This lunatic was spamming again. Han Ju thought of the Tao Heavenly Devil and agreed to the dream. In the dream, Chu Zilai was still majestic and domineering. He looked down at Han Ju and said in a low voice, "The Heavenly Devil attacked. Why did you only take a look and leave?" Han Ju was angry in his mind. He had fought for 2 years to deal with the Tao Heavenly Devil. Even if he didn't contribute, he had worked hard. He retorted, "Could it be that the sages can't deal with the Heavenly Devil?" That's right, we will all suffer a backlash. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Devil will enter the 33rd heaven. At that time, we will all die. Even the Heavenly Tao and all living beings will be devoured. Your 100-peak immortal river can forget about escaping." Chu Zilai's tone was filled with resentment. Han Ju remained silent. Chu Zilai sighed, "The Heavenly Tao is in danger. The next time the Heavenly Devil attack, I hope you can take action and fight with us. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao will be in danger." Han Ju said, "I'll consider it." "Don't just consider it, you have to come." "Why, what do I owe the Heavenly Tao?" Han Ju was furious. This fellow was plotting against him with the Heavenly Tao. Don't think that he didn't know. However, Chu Zilai had helped him in the previous calamity, so he did not directly attack him. Facing such a tough nut, Chu Zilai was also annoyed. He said, "If the Heavenly Tao is destroyed, where can you go?" "That's it." Han Ju waved his right hand and forcefully broke through Chu Zilai's dream. In the Tao field, Chu Zilai opened his eyes with a solemn expression. This kid is already so strong. A storm brewed in his heart. Although Han Ju was a sage, he had always felt that he wasn't at his level. After all, the two of them had never fought. But just now, the appearance of the Tao Heavenly Devil gave Han Ju a sense of urgency. He began to cultivate in seclusion and comprehended the great Tao of extreme origin every day. The living beings of the immortal world did not sense that a calamity was coming. Some cultivated, some searched for treasures, some preached the Tao, and some fought. All living beings had all sorts of forms. The cycle of reincarnation changed and formed a set of rules. In a cave, Li Daokong was meditating and healing his injuries. A sword floated behind him, emitting the aura of a heavenly sovereign. He slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Although the 10,000 life sword is strong, my dharmic powers are inferior to Shidu Dao's. I still have to increase my cultivation, but my cultivation speed is too slow. It seems that I can only seek the help of a supreme treasure." Li Daokong urgently wanted to defeat Shidu Dao. If he couldn't defeat him, it would become his mental demon. At this moment, a voice came from the foot of the cave. "May I ask if Senior is Li Daokong of the hidden sect?" Li Daokong ignored him and closed his eyes again. The voice sounded, "Your hidden sect disciple is in danger. If you don't save him, he will definitely die." Li Daokong opened his eyes and sucked the person into the cave. This person was dressed gorgeously and had a handsome face. He had an immortal aura. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists. "I'm Han Ming. This child was captured by the Jia school." He waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was Han Tuo. Li Daokong was stunned when he saw Han Tuo's face. Too similar. It was simply like Han Ju. Li Daokong pinched his fingers to deduce and discovered that Han Tuo's karma was extremely vague. Could it be? 100 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes. He was still very far from the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. This made him very frustrated. It had been a long time since he had broken through. He wasn't used to it. The Tao Heavenly Devil could attack at any time. Han Ju hoped that he could have the strength to insta-kill the Tao Heavenly Devil before that. He had to check his emails to calm down. Your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious Heavenly Devil. His sage heart is damaged. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a Heavenly Devil x 19230. Your good friend Empress Haotu was cursed by a mysterious curse and developed mental demons. Your good friend Shidu Dao was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Pan Shin has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Emperor Shao was attacked by a mysterious Heavenly Devil. His sage heart is damaged. Chapter 537 Unification of the Tao Sect, Han Tuo's Hope. Chapter 537 Unification of the Tao Sect, Han Tuo's Hope. Chu Zilai and Emperor Shao were both injured. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. This Heavenly Devil was very strong. He looked up and saw that the 33rd heaven was silent. The black hole that hid the Tao heavenly devil was still there. Purple lightning interwebed, and a silent pressure could be felt. Han Ju could sense the aura of the Tao heavenly devil. If this fellow didn't escape, how did it hurt the sages? Divine sense attack. Han Ju couldn't figure it out. No matter what, the Tao heavenly devil had yet to enter the heavenly Tao, so he still had time. During this period of time, Han Ju had to hurry up and become stronger. He had to strive to insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil as soon as possible. After reading the emails, Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating. The 33rd heaven became extremely silent because of the appearance of the Tao heavenly devil. The sages no longer preached the Tao, and no cultivators came to visit. This solemn atmosphere quickly spread to the immortal world. The disciples of the sage sect began to spread rumors that the heavenly Tao was about to face danger. 300 years later, the voice of the sages suddenly sounded in the immortal world. I, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, lead the Chan school to enter the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chu Zilai as the Tao Lord. I, Sect Master Tian Ju, lead the Jia school to enter the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chu Zilai as the Tao Lord. I, Fuxidian, lead the human race to believe in the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chu Zilai as the Tao Lord. I, Emperor Shao, lead the devil race and the devil cultivators to enter the Tao sect. I will take Sage Chu Zilai as the Tao Lord. I, Chu Zilai, lead the Buddhist sect to join the Tao sect. From today onwards, all sages are part of the Tao sect. The providence of the heavenly Tao will return to the Tao sect and all living beings will bear testament to it. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes with a strange expression. The sages were joining forces, with Chu Zilai as the lead. Wait, could it be that they wanted to pour all the heavenly Tao providence into Chu Zilai's body and let him resist the Tao heavenly devil? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He looked up and saw that the Tao field Chu Zilai was in was enveloped by a huge barrier. It was holy and magnificent. Han Ju asked silently, after Chu Zilai fuses with the heavenly Tao providence of the sages, can he kill me? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. It's possible. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. It seemed that he couldn't leave the Tao field anymore. Otherwise, he would easily fail. Han Ju adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. As for the Tao heavenly devil, he couldn't care less. He had to surpass Chu Zilai first. Above the endless sea, Li Daokong and Shi Dudao floated above the clouds. Shi Dudao frowned. If the sages join forces, could it be that there is a terrifying existence hidden in that black hole? Li Daokong said coldly, Shi Dudao, focus on fighting me. Hearing this, Shi Dudao looked impatient and said, you aren't my match at all. Why do you keep pestering me? Can't you afford to lose? HMPH, you didn't really defeat me. What do I have to do to win? Kill you. I know someone. His strength convinced me. Although you're strong, you're not strong enough to make me despair. Hee. Killing intent flashed across Shi Dudao's eyes. The floating sea of clouds suddenly stopped. Even the waves stopped. In the distance, on the beach, Han Ming and Han Tuo watched from afar. The current Han Tuo was already mature. He was handsome, but his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he exuded an elegant air. Although Han Ming was handsome, he was much inferior to Han Tuo. Who was Senior Li's opponent? Han Tuo asked. Han Ming said calmly, he's an existence that's far beyond our reach. Don't ask. Senior Li has yet to agree to take us in as disciples. Han Tuo frowned. Senior Li is so powerful. The Jia school let me go with just one sentence from him. How did you convince him to save me? Also, after they captured me, I met a cultivator surnamed Huang. After that, they treated me well. Why? Brother Han, our surnames are both Han. Are you related to my father? Who is my father? Han Tuo wasn't stupid. After wandering for so many years, he discovered that what really made him rise was not his mother's body tempering technique, but his own potential. The reason why the immortal master did not detect his cultivation potential was that his potential was too strong. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see through him. He had once returned to the eastern city to find his parents, but he had only seen his mother's tombstone. His father had long vanished. He had asked cultivators to deduce the karma, and his father had long died. If his father had a powerful background, he wouldn't have died. In the worst case, he could have been harmed and lost his life. Every time he thought of this, Han Tuo would be furious. The thought that his father might have been killed by his enemies made the mysterious and violent power in his body restrain itself. Ever since he was young, he had always respected his father. If not for his father's guidance, he would have died 100 years ago. Han Ming looked into the distance and said, "We just happen to have the same surname. I don't know your father. Don't think too much. When I met you back then, didn't you attack me? I even wanted to kill you. As for Senior Li, I have some affinity with him." Han Tuo frowned. "What about the Jia school?" Han Ming rolled his eyes. "How would I know? They might want you to not suffer before your death. After all, it's a sage sect. It won't be good if news of them bullying you gets out. If they really have good intentions towards you, why would they trap you?" Han Tuo felt that it made sense. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was really daydreaming sometimes. Could it be that he had encountered too many geniuses that he always looked forward to having mighty figures in his ancestry? It was just wishful thinking. Boom! A terrifying wind suddenly swept along the sea. Han Tuo and Han Ming's expressions changed drastically as they took out their Dharma treasures to block it. But how could they withstand the pressure of a pseudo-sage? Before the two of them could react, they were blown away and vanished into the horizon with the sand. 33rd Heaven, Buddhist Tao Field. In the Golden Palace, the sages gathered. Sect Master Tianju asked, "Chu Zilai, how do you feel?" The other sages also looked at him. Chu Zilai did not maintain his true body that was 10,000 feet tall, but his mortal-like body. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Not bad. I'm much stronger than before. I can even drive the heavenly Tao's power." Fuxidian asked, "Can you defeat Tao Heavenly Devil?" Chu Zilai had a complicated expression as he said, "Perhaps not. It's still a little lacking. The Tao Heavenly Devil's power of misfortune is too strong and can't be killed. His power is at a higher level. If I want to kill him, I have to fuse the providence of the Heavenly Tao in the sage heart." The sages' expressions changed. The reason why they formed the Tao sect was to deal with the Tao Heavenly Devil. However, according to Chu Zilai, once they fused, he would be the strongest sage in the future. Even if they separated their providence, it would not affect his cultivation. Most importantly, this fellow had the Tao destruction mystical power. The hall was silent and the atmosphere became strange. Chu Zilai took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoists, we have gone through 4 immeasurable calamities. However, we are the only ones left at the top of the heavenly Tao. No matter how we fight, it is considered internal strife. Now that the Tao Heavenly Devil is coming, if he swallows the heavenly Tao, we will all die. In this battle, all of you can only believe me. I won't let you down." Chapter 538 New Function of the System, Chaos in the Immortal World. Chapter 538 New Function of the System, Chaos in the Immortal World. The sages were silent and speechless. There was only one way. They felt desolate. So what if they survived this calamity? In the future, wouldn't they have to bow down to Chu Zilai? Emperor Shao said, "Let's transcend this tribulation first. Chu Zilai will personally face the Tao Heavenly Devil. He's under greater pressure than us. We have to support him now." His words were approved by the other sages. This matter was settled. Year after year passed. Another 100 years passed. In the past 100 years, many things had happened. Mighty figures had established the mortal world, and some new races wanted to fight for providence. The golden crows on the sun appeared and began to create demons. The demons that had once filled the heavens appeared again. The concept of demons was very vague. Other than the heavenly Tao race, everyone could be considered a demon. With this slogan, the Golden Crows, power quickly expanded. The legend of the 100-peak immortal river faded again and was no longer mentioned by everyone. The 1,000 immortal emperors from the hidden sect also took root in that new world. This world had yet to be unified and was in a chaotic period. Han Ju didn't pay attention to these 1,000 unnamed disciples. If they really encountered trouble, he could just use the invocation Tao to teleport all of them back. At this current stage, Han Ju focused on comprehending the great Tao of extreme origin. His sage power kept increasing, and he was frantically chasing after the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. Only by reaching the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm would Han Ju's strength increase greatly and allow him to insta-kill Chu Zilai and Tao Heavenly Devil. Cultivating in the sage realm required time. On this day, another battle erupted in the 33rd heaven. Han Ju could sense it. He looked up, and Chu Zilai appeared in front of the black hole. 3 supreme treasures of different forms floated around him, emitting 3-colored divine light. The other sages watched from afar. Chu Zilai suddenly rushed into the black hole. In an instant, purple lightning flashed like dragons and snakes interweaving. Soon, it shrank and disappeared. The sages were stunned. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate frowned. What's going on? I can't sense their aura at all. Sect Master Tianju said expressionlessly, we can only wait and see. On the other side, Hanju couldn't help but check his emails. Your good friend Chu Zilai has fused with the heavenly Tao Providence and stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil. Next, Chu Zilai was constantly attacked by heavenly devils. It seemed that there was more than one heavenly devil in the black hole. Hanju flashed the emails in front of him. As he cultivated, he paid attention to Chu Zilai's situation. In the next 300 years, Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil more than 1,000,000 times. The Tao heavenly devil was still very strong. Even if he fused with the providence of the heavenly Tao, Chu Zilai still couldn't defeat him. From the looks of it, Chu Zilai was not very strong. Although Hanju couldn't insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil, he could still kill him in 5 minutes. What he panicked about was that the enemy could not be insta-killed. It was not invincible against Hanju. On this day, your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and was severely injured. Chu Zilai still lost. Hanju shook his head. It seemed that Chu Zilai was about the same strength as Tao heavenly devil, but the latter had greater persistence. The heavenly Tao sage was still a heavenly Tao sage. Useless. Hanju secretly felt disdain. At the same time, the sky suddenly turned red. The entire immortal world was the same. An extremely oppressive atmosphere filled the world. Immediately after, black holes of different sizes appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was filled with holes, looking sinister and terrifying. This scene shocked all the living beings in the world. The world was in an uproar. Malevolent heavenly devils flew out from the dense black holes. These heavenly devils had different forms. Their bodies were wrapped in a black aura and their bodies were different in size. The common point was that their appearance was terrifying and ugly with blood-red eyes. The biggest heavenly devil was 1,000,000 feet tall. The smallest heavenly devil was also taller than a mortal. Hanju instantly felt several heavenly devils that were comparable to a pseudo-sage. Chu Zilai had really lost. Detected that the heavenly devils are coming and that the heavenly Tao calamity is coming. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and kill all the heavenly devils. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a chance to activate a new function of the system. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and do not fight with the heavenly devils. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. When Hanju saw these 3 lines of words, he didn't make a decision immediately. If it was in the past, he would definitely choose the second option. However, a new function of the system attracted him. It wasn't difficult to kill all the heavenly devils. It was simple to kill them. Hanju decided to choose after some time. There was no need to choose immediately unless he was in a hurry to receive the reward. He continued to cultivate. The chaos in the immortal world would be resolved by the immortal world. He had to hurry up and become stronger so that he could insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil. In this year, the immortal world was in chaos and fell into slaughter. The addition of the heavenly devils made all living beings unite against the outside world. However, this calamity couldn't end in a short period of time. The heavenly devil's vitality was extremely strong. Even if he was torn into pieces, he could still recover his body. He had to be reduced to ashes and his body and soul destroyed before he could truly die. In the same realm, the heavenly Tao lifeforms weren't the heavenly devil's lifeforms match at all. Fortunately, the heavenly Tao lifeforms had the advantage in numbers. This battle entered a stalemate decades later. Spring passed and autumn came. It had been 200 years since the heavenly devils attacked. Many heavenly devils also appeared around the 100-peak immortal river, but they couldn't break through the Tao field's array formation and quickly left. The disciples would also discuss this while cultivating. However, without Hanju's instructions, they wouldn't act rashly. Hanju was still cultivating and didn't panic. After all, he had already experienced the restart of the heavenly Tao. What could scare him now? Through the emails, he saw that Chu Zilai was still fighting the Tao heavenly devil. He couldn't help but pity him. He guessed that Chu Zilai was being beaten up and could not escape. How tragic. Hanju continued to check his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Shi Dudao. Your good friend Zhang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X412930. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X93022. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X453. Your good friend, the heavenly emperor, has devoured the inauspicious evil. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and his body was destroyed. Your good friend ancestor Shishan discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased. Your disciple Zhou Fan obtained your good friend's 7 Tao sage's dream and comprehended a mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Empress Haotu was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and was severely injured. Intense. How exciting. Han Ju almost fainted. What attracted him the most was that Empress Haotu was severely injured. Although Empress Haotu wasn't a sage, she was not something that ordinary pseudo-sages could compare to. The heavenly devils had already invaded the netherworld. He wondered how the other worlds were doing. Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? This notification started to flood the screen, interrupting Han Ju from reading his emails. He frowned and asked cautiously, if I accept his dream now, will my life be in danger? Chapter 539 Bloodline Transformation, Hot-Blooded Han Ju. Chapter 539 Bloodline Transformation, Hot-Blooded Han Ju. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief and decided to accept the dream. In the blink of an eye, he entered the dream realm. He came to an absolutely dark space. Golden light shone ahead and roared. It was deafening. Han Ju focused his gaze and saw that Chu Zilai, who had transformed into a golden Buddha, was fighting. Countless heavenly devils surrounded him like ants devouring an elephant. It was a spectacular sight. The Buddhist light on Chu Zilai's body flickered. His gaze was fixed on the burly heavenly devil. This demon was covered in black flames. It had 8 arms and 3 heads. Its face was ferocious and its long hair fluttered. It was like the legendary Rakshasa. Its entire body was black, and its muscles were like heavy armor. It was visually impactful. From afar, the battle between Chu Zilai and the Tao Heavenly Devil was like the battle of the gods and devils in ancient legends. The surrounding heavenly devils were only demons and monsters who wanted to devour their bodies. Han Ju, I'm not the Tao Heavenly Devil's match. The other sages can't help me because they abandoned the Heavenly Tao's providence. Come quickly. If I die, the Heavenly Tao will be in danger. Chu Zilai's voice resounded in his ears, his tone anxious. Han Ju said calmly, I understand. I'll come when I'm ready. What else do you need to prepare? Prepare to kill Tao Heavenly Devil. Impossible. Even I can't kill him. You can only join forces with me to force him back. That's you. I think I can do it. You. That's all. If you die, I will treat the Buddhist sect well and help when they are in danger. Treat it as me returning the favor. You took care of my disciples, and I will take care of yours. With that, Han Ju directly broke through the dream, and his consciousness returned to reality. He continued to cultivate. Save Chu Zilai, not for the time being. What if this fellow still attacked him? Even if it was only a possibility, Han Ju couldn't take the risk. He believed that Chu Zilai would survive. What did he have to say? Bad people usually caused trouble for a millennium. In the endless desert, sand filled the sky. Sounds of battle and roars filled the air. Han Ming and Han Tuo were surrounded by thousands of heavenly devils and fought a bloody battle. Han Tuo was covered in injuries, and his swords were already filled with holes. At this rate, he would die in the hands of the heavenly devils sooner or later. Run first. I'll hold them back, Han Ming suddenly shouted. He spread his arms, and his dharmic powers transformed into bolts of lightning that wrapped around all the heavenly devils like lightning chains that formed a spider web. Han Tuo said anxiously, I can't abandon you. Get lost. I'll only be able to escape if you escape. You're my burden now, Han Ming said impatiently. The thousands of heavenly devils struggled wildly. Their roars shook the world and were terrifying. Han Tuo gritted his teeth and left. Looking at his departing figure, Han Ming heaved a sigh of relief. After Han Tuo disappeared into the horizon, he finally relaxed. The heavenly devils broke free from the lightning chains and pounced at him again. Han Ming smiled sadly and muttered, I've returned the life I owed you. The next second, his eyes turned ferocious. I, Han Ming, have lived 2 lifetimes. How can I die here? Even if I die, I will die spectacularly. Boom, he mobilized his Tao fruit and activated his dharmic powers. His aura was magnificent. Sword chi condensed out of thin air and transformed into thousands of sword shadows that swept in all directions. All the heavenly devils broke free from the lightning chains and attacked him, almost drowning him. Han Ming used his hand as a sword and fought with all his might. A 4-winged heavenly devil with a tiger head and a human body was chopped into 2 by Han Ming. However, soon, his body fused together again and his injuries recovered. Such scenes appeared one after another. Han Ming frowned. So far, not one of the heavenly devils had truly died. Han Ming felt despair. He was really going to die this time. Roar! A terrifying roar exploded. It was even more terrifying than all the nearby heavenly devils. The heavenly devils turned around as if they were facing a great enemy. Han Ming also looked over. A terrifying black shadow appeared in the sky. It was like a heavenly devil and emitted a powerful aura. It was rushing over crazily. Looking carefully, a tiny figure could be seen under this 30 kilometers tall black shadow. It was Han Tuo. A 10,000-foot tall black shadow emerged from above Han Tuo's head. He lowered his head and rushed towards the heavenly devil. His black hair was messy as if he was possessed by a madman. This kid. Han Ming was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. This power was so strong. He instinctively felt fear even from so far away. Could it be a power bestowed by him? Han Ming had a complicated expression. If it was him, everything would make sense. I still owe you my life. Sigh. Another 90 years passed. Many heavenly devils were wandering outside the 100-peak immortal river. All the heavenly devils had intelligence, but their communication method was different from the heavenly Tao lifeforms. The 100-peak immortal river couldn't be broken through, making them realize that treasures or mighty figures from the immortal world might be hidden here. The heavenly devil had descended into the immortal world. Their mission was to slaughter all living beings. As the heavenly devils began to camp in the 100-peak immortal river, the hidden sect disciples also became nervous. This calamity was clearly different from the past. Could the hidden sect still protect itself? The merging of the Tao sect by the sages must be related to the heavenly devils. I heard from the living beings passing by that the immortal world is already in chaos. It's said that the heavenly devils come from the chaos and can't be killed. Sect master didn't say anything, either. Let's cultivate in peace. I'm just afraid that more and more heavenly devils will come. There will be enough to crush our array formation. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and cultivate. Don't always think of relying on the personal disciples and the sect master to protect you. We have to work hard. While the hidden sect disciples were discussing, Han Ju was checking his emails in the Taoist temple. Your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil and was severely injured. Your good friend, the heavenly emperor, was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X1244. Your son Han Tuo's bloodline has transformed due to an emotional outburst. Your good friend Empress Haotu was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X493. Your good friend Chu Zilai was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil. His sage heart was damaged and his Buddha body was destroyed. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X879210. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious heavenly devil X903277. Chu Zilai was really pitiful. Han Ju sympathized, but he had to stay calm. Chu Zilai didn't save him. He only saved his good friend and even plotted against Han Ju now. Han Ju's greatest repayment was to save the Buddhist sect in the future. It was impossible to save Chu Zilai now. It had to be said that the heavenly devil's attack was very powerful this time. It looked like the immeasurable calamity. Looking down, his friends were all fighting with the heavenly devils. Han Ju's blood boiled. Should he go out and fight to his heart's content? No, stay cautious. He had to insta-kill the Tao heavenly devil first. Otherwise, if he cultivated for 40,000 years and his Tao became nothing, it would be too awkward. Han Ju took a deep breath to calm down. He suddenly had a question. Was there a huge conspiracy behind this heavenly devil attack? The heavenly emperor was even attacked by a heavenly devil in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Could it be that this calamity didn't just affect the heavenly Tao immortal world? Chapter 540 Everything in the world is my sword. Chapter 540 Everything in the world is my sword. I want to know if there's a greater conspiracy behind the Tao heavenly devil. Han Ju thought silently. In his heart, the deity realm of the ruins of End was stronger than the immortal world. Even the heavenly devils dared to attack the deity realm of the ruins of End. Why would the Tao heavenly devil need to come to the immortal world? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. It seemed that he was really thinking too much. Could it be that the heavenly emperor was not in danger in the deity realm of the ruins of End, but in the dark forbidden zone? Forget it. It was fine as long as there was no greater conspiracy. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin. Time passed. Year after year, the number of heavenly devils around the 100-peak immortal river also increased. 100 years later, the number of heavenly devils near the 100-peak immortal river exceeded 1,000,000. Li Xuanao came to visit him. Han Ju let him enter the Taoist temple. Sect Master, the heavenly devils have already made the disciples in the sect panic. Should we arrange for them to go out and destroy the heavenly devils? Li Xuanao bowed and asked respectfully. Han Ju said calmly, the heavenly devils can't enter the Tao field. There's nothing to be afraid of. Li Xuanao hesitated. Han Ju asked, what do you want to ask? Just say it. Li Xuanao took a deep breath and said, it's been a long time since you preached the Tao. It must be because of the heavenly devils. Many years ago, the sages joined forces to deal with the heavenly devils. However, as more and more heavenly devils appear, and the sages did not do anything, I'm afraid that the sages. He did not continue. Han Ju said, what are you trying to say? Li Xuanao said, such an opportunity is the time for my hidden sect to prove itself. If the hidden sect can kill the heavenly devils, all living beings will owe us great karma. I feel that you might be the strongest sage in the world. Otherwise, those sages would have long come to find trouble. Why don't you take action and end this calamity? Han Ju didn't say anything and stared at him calmly. Li Xuanao lowered his head nervously. Han Ju slowly stood up. Prepare for the lecture. This sentence resounded throughout the hidden sect. The 1,000,000 disciples became excited and surged towards the place of the lecture. As usual, he would preach for 100 years. In 100 years, most of the disciples had made breakthroughs. In the past, Han Ju would leave directly after the lecture, but not this time. He sat on the top of the mountain and looked down at the 1,000,000 disciples immersed in Tao comprehension. They were all entranced. He began to observe the entire immortal world. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a sea. The heavenly devils spread throughout the 100 regions of the immortal world and even began to invade the various mortal worlds. The heavenly Tao lifeforms were in danger. Sages couldn't defeat Tao heavenly devil, and the living beings of the heavenly Tao couldn't defeat billions of the heavenly devils. Han Ju was silent. After a long while, wait, Han Ju suddenly said, waking all the disciples. The disciples looked up at the high and mighty sect master with reverence. After everyone sobered up, Han Ju slowly said, the heavenly devil calamity began in the 33rd heaven. The sages joined forces and passed down their providence to sage Chu Zilai. He and the leader of the heavenly devils fought outside the chaos for some time. What do you think of this calamity? The disciples looked at each other. The unnamed disciples did not dare to speak, and the personal disciples did not answer immediately. At this moment, a disciple flew into the sky and knelt down in the air, bowing to Han Ju. Chu Shiren, Grand Master, I think that the hidden sect can no longer hide. It's time to take action. Previously, it was the immeasurable calamity. We could avoid it. The heavenly Tao can be restarted, but the heavenly devils came from outside the chaos. The sages are all in danger. If the heavenly devil's slaughter succeeds, where can we live? Chu Shiren cupped his fists and said firmly. With that said, many voices echoed in the 100-peak immortal river. That's right. The heavenly devils are detestable. I saw them tear apart living beings with my own eyes. They're extremely cruel. These heavenly devils are very evil at a glance. We can't kill them at all. If the immortal world is destroyed and the heavenly Tao is gone, won't the hidden sect still have to face the heavenly devils? That's right. Isn't the goal of our cultivation to survive? If the immortal world falls, where will we live? Senior Chu said, well, we should destroy the heavenly devils. That's right, that's right. Hearing the indignant disciples' words, Han Ju sighed. He had wanted to kill the Tao heavenly devil after breaking through, but he was still some time away. If he waited any longer, the immortal world would really be massacred. Han Ju slowly stood up. Seeing him stand up, all the disciples shut up and didn't dare to say anything. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the sky. The sun and moon yin-yang protection revolved behind him. Divine light illuminated the 100-peak immortal river. At this moment, he was so majestic. Everything in the world is my sword. Han Ju's voice sounded. This time, it was not only the 100-peak immortal river, but all the worlds in the myriad worlds could hear it. The disciples of the hidden sect held their breaths as they stared at him. In an instant, the world shook. The sea of clouds in the sky transformed into white swords one after another. Stone swords with sharp auras condensed on the mountains on the ground. Countless living beings were frightened and the billions of heavenly devils were uneasy. Such a scene occurred in every corner of the immortal world and mortal worlds. A mountain transformed into a sword. The sea of blood transformed into swords. The trees transformed into swords. Flowers turned into swords. Dust turned into swords. Falling leaves turned into swords. Apart from the land itself, all things that were not sentient became swords. Such a scene shocked all living beings. The hidden sect disciples in the 100-peak immortal river also saw the situation outside the Tao field. All of them opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They all heard Han Ju's voice, which meant that this change in the world was caused by him. The sect master attacked to destroy the heavenly devils. Dao Sovereign, Li Yao, Zhao Xuanyuan, Zhou Fan, and the others were all excited. What a domineering mystical power! The disheveled Han Tuo and the bloody Han Ming looked up at the huge swords around them with disbelief. They hid in the mountains, but the surrounding mountains and trees turned into swords. Han Tuo couldn't understand. He felt that the voice just now was familiar, but he couldn't tell why. Han Ju used the sage voice. It was domineering and imposing. In addition, Han Tuo had not seen his father for a long time. He had experienced countless living beings in thousands of years. He had already forgotten his father's voice. Even if he did, it was different from Han Ju's sage voice. On the other hand, Han Ming clearly remembered. He attacked. Han Ming had a complicated expression as his heart trembled. Under their gazes, all the swords around them soared into the sky and attacked in all directions. One heavenly devil after another was destroyed by the swords formed by all things in the world, scaring the other heavenly devils away. After their bodies shattered, they directly turned into dust. There was no chance of recovery at all. In an instant, on the ground of the myriad worlds in the universe, countless sword shadows sped forward. The blood of the heavenly devils splattered, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. On the bare ground, all living beings looked up at this miracle. Shock, surprise, and sorrow from having survived the calamity all surged into their hearts. More and more living beings knelt down and worshipped the sky. Some also began to wail. Finally, a Messiah had arrived to save the world. Chapter 541 Clearing the Heavenly Devils in 10 Breaths, No Route to Retreat. Chapter 541 Clearing the Heavenly Devils in 10 Breaths, No Route to Retreat. Li Daokong floated high in the sky. Looking up, countless sword shadows sped in all directions, chasing after the heavenly devils. They were dense and spectacular. Li Daokong was excited. So, the 10,000 life sword is so strong. This is definitely the strongest sword Dao mystical power, but I didn't study it thoroughly, he muttered to himself with an excited expression. Immediately, it was not only him. All the mighty figures in the immortal world were shocked by the power of the 10,000 life sword. In the endless sea, on an island, Huang Zuntian stood on the roof and looked at the sword shadows that filled the sky with excitement. He remembered that voice. This mystical power is definitely from a sage. Huang Zuntian was extremely excited. He had indeed chosen the right person. Fortunately, he had always recognized Han Ju. Otherwise, if he betrayed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The world fell silent in less than 10 breaths of time. The heavenly devils of the myriad worlds were all annihilated as countless sword shadows descended. Mountains transformed back into mountains, clouds transformed back into clouds, and all things transformed back into their original forms. The power of a sage was so powerful. Inside the 100-peak immortal river, Han Ju slowly put down his right hand. Under normal circumstances, if his sage power was used in the area of the heavenly Tao, it would be rejected by the heavenly Tao. However, since the heavenly Tao was being threatened by the heavenly devils and its providence weakened, and he was trying to eliminate the heavenly devils who harmed the heavenly Tao, how could the heavenly Tao stop him? Clearing the heavenly devils with one move. Han Ju was indifferent. After all, these were all small fries. The true enemy was still outside the 33rd heaven. Han Ju looked down at the million disciples in the 100-peak immortal river. Every disciple had a fanatical expression. The heavenly devils of the myriad worlds have been eliminated. Is this what you wanted? Han Ju asked. His words shocked the hidden sect disciples again. How long had it been? No one dared to answer his question. Everyone could tell that he was prepared to teach them a lesson. The calamities of the heavenly Tao will never be eliminated. Today, there are heavenly devils. In the future, we will definitely welcome an even stronger calamity. If you really want to protect the heavenly Tao, you should cultivate diligently. If the million disciples of my hidden sect are all zenith heaven, how can the heavenly Tao not be powerful? Han Ju's words echoed in the ears of the million disciples, making them feel ashamed. Chu Shiren also felt ashamed. They felt that the heavenly Tao was about to die, but when they saw Han Ju attack, they understood that this calamity was only child's play in the eyes of the strongest. Han Ju said, "Disperse. Cultivate well. Don't have any distracting thoughts after entering the hidden sect. What nurtured you is not the heavenly Tao, but the hidden sect." Immediately after, he disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple. Sitting on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus, Hanju opened his choices and chose the first option. Immediately come out of seclusion and kill the heavenly devils. The heavenly devils have yet to be completely cleaned up. You can't receive the reward. Hanju sighed. Indeed, he had to kill Tao heavenly devil first. He asked in his mind, if I go and reinforce Chu Zilai and focus on fighting with all my might, will I die? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There is a 1% chance of death. Hanju showed a frown. I want to know what the 1% chance is. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. In the darkness, there is also the Dharma idol of the Tao heavenly devil. His strength is comparable to the main body. Hanju was enlightened. Not bad. Fortunately, he had the system. Otherwise, he might have really been plotted against by the Tao heavenly devil's Dharma idol. Hanju entered the simulation trial again. This time, he set up 5 Tao heavenly devils to fight him. Because he didn't know the Tao heavenly devil's exact mystical power and Dharma idol, he decided to set up 2 more Tao heavenly devils. If he could win, he wouldn't be afraid of the other Dharma idols. An hour later, Hanju opened his eyes and exhaled. Not bad. He could kill him. It was just that it took a while. Hanju continued the simulation trial. His 74 Fian celestial Dharma idols had their own abilities. If they cooperated well, it would be very effective. He now wanted to find a strategy to quickly kill the 5 Tao heavenly devils. Outside the 33rd heaven, the sages gathered in a hall. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate's expression was ugly as he said in a low voice, "You saw it, right? This kid is stronger than us, yet he refuses to make a move." Fuxidian said, "He indeed has no reason to attack. He didn't rely on the providence of the heavenly Tao to attain the Tao. He even has very little heavenly Tao merit." Emperor Shao's eyes flickered. He should have absorbed the negative karma in the 9 nether purgatory to attain the Tao. His sage power is extremely destructive and can directly destroy the heavenly devils. It's truly terrifying. Even if we don't abandon the heavenly Tao's providence, we might not be his match even if we join forces. Sect Master Tianju's expression was also ugly. They were about to beg for mercy, but now, there was another Hanju. In addition, Hanju's strength should prove that he's not the Dark Forbidden Lord. There's no need for him to hide and curse us, Emperor Shao added and looked at the other 3 sages. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was furious, but he could not refute. It made sense. If they had Hanju's strength and disliked anyone, would they still need to hide and curse them? Previously, Sect Master Tianju had threatened to destroy the hidden sect. Hanju had a reason to attack them and was not afraid that he would lose his reputation. If Hanju wasn't the Dark Forbidden Lord, who was he? Emperor Shao said, "It's really strange that Li Mui left at this time. The ones who attacked the Chiliocosm world were not the heavenly devils." Fuxidian frowned. "You mean Li Mui is acting?" "That's right. After this battle ends, we can't be considered heavenly Tao sages. It's very likely that Chu Zilai and the Tao heavenly devil will both be injured. Once Li Mui returns, who will dare to challenge him? So far, there's actually one person who has not been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord. That person is Li Mui." Emperor Shao spoke very calmly, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju were silent. It was indeed too coincidental. At this moment, a terrifying sound came from outside the hall. A hole was torn in the chaos, and a golden light sped out. It was Chu Zilai. At this moment, Chu Zilai was in an extremely sorry state. His golden Buddha body was covered in cracks as if it would shatter at any moment. "Fellow Taoists, save me!" Chu Zilai shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, the 4 heavenly Tao sages immediately moved over and blocked in front of him. The black hole was like a chasm. It was extremely huge. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in it. They were larger than any sage palace in the 33rd heaven. "Tao heavenly devil, what? You only have 4 helpers?" A cold laugh filled with mockery sounded. Furious, the 4 sages took out their Dharma treasures. They were all heavenly Tao sages. They couldn't retreat like Hanju and could only fight. Once the Tao heavenly devil penetrated the 33rd heaven and the heavenly Tao was destroyed, they would also die. Chu Zilai gritted his teeth and said, "There are even more heavenly devils inside. They far exceed the number of heavenly devils from before. Furthermore, their cultivation levels are even stronger." Terror flashed across his eyes. He tried his best to hide it. He couldn't be afraid. If he was afraid and gave up, the heavenly Tao would really die here. Chapter 542 Despair of the Sages, Fee and Celestial's Ambush. Chapter 542 Despair of the Sages, Fee and Celestial's Ambush. In the black hole, the Tao Heavenly Devil's eyes suddenly disappeared. A pair of huge claws reached out and grabbed the two ends of the black hole, tearing it open. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Fuxidian, and Emperor Shao were extremely nervous. Chu Zilai's miserable state gave them immense pressure. They attacked one after another. Boundless dharmic powers transformed into 4 torrents that collided with the huge black hole in the distance, but they did not cause any damage. The Tao Heavenly Devil tore at the black hole and quickly widened it. His sinister and terrifying head stretched out with a greedy expression. His long tongue stretched out from his mouth and stirred the chaotic chi of the 33rd heaven. Sect Master Tianju slashed out with his sword. An extremely dazzling sword chi attacked and almost instantly collided with the Tao Heavenly Devil's head. The Tao Heavenly Devil suddenly took a deep breath and sucked the sword chi into his stomach. Immediately after, the Tao Heavenly Devil crawled out as if he had gone mad. A terrifying roar resounded in the 33rd heaven. All the living beings in the immortal world could vaguely hear it. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju opened his eyes and looked up. He saw the Tao Heavenly Devil enter the 33rd heaven and fight with the sages. The sages weren't the Tao Heavenly Devil's match at all. They were completely suppressed. Endless heavenly devils surged out from the black hole behind the Tao Heavenly Devil. They were ferocious and terrifying. Again, Han Ju raised his eyebrows but didn't attack immediately. It was a good opportunity to kill with a borrowed knife. The sages had always been plotting against him. He could use this opportunity to suppress them. However, he didn't want them to die. At the very least, he wanted them to be severely injured so that he could rest in peace for many years to come. Han Ju continued the simulation trial and looked for a strategy. Every time he ended a trial, he would look up at the battle situation. Sages were sages, after all. Even if they couldn't win, they wouldn't die so easily. Furthermore, in the area of the Heavenly Tao, even if their bodies were destroyed, the Heavenly Tao would revive them. It repeated the cycle. Half a year passed. Han Ju ended the simulation trial again. The time needed to kill the 5 Tao Heavenly Devils decreased to 5 minutes. This was already the limit. He looked up again and discovered that Empress Haotu had actually gone to help. If it was any other sage, Han Ju could leave them in the lurch. However, Empress Haotu was on good terms with him, and reincarnation needed her. Han Ju couldn't let her die. Han Ju stood up and stretched. I'll hide and ambush them later. Han Ju thought silently. In the simulation trial, the opponents set up would directly attack the challenger. He had no chance to ambush them. In reality, if the sneak attack succeeded, the time it took to kill the Tao Heavenly Devil might be even shorter. After stretching, Han Ju jumped out of the Tao field nervously and came to the 33rd heaven. He turned invisible and hid in the darkness. The Tao Heavenly Devil was surrounded by the sages, and countless heavenly devils floated outside the battle area. These heavenly devils couldn't touch the sages at all. Even if they were destroyed, they would still advance one after another. The battlefield covered a radius of billions of kilometers. The heavenly devils were everywhere. Han Ju still had to find the direction. He quietly circled behind the Tao Heavenly Devil. The heavenly devils could be revived. Han Ju had to use the Void Fian Celestial and the Devour Fian Celestial's power to eliminate them. The Void Fian Celestial turned the heavenly devils into nothingness and the Devour Fian Celestial devoured them directly. Both could directly eliminate the heavenly devils. The Tao Heavenly Devil was stronger than ordinary heavenly devils. Even if Han Ju combined these two powers, he couldn't insta-kill him. However, as long as he could suppress him, he could exhaust the Tao Heavenly Devil to death. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate was killed by Tao Heavenly Devil again. His sage soul quickly escaped. A pillar of light descended from the sky and shone on his sage soul. Immediately after, it reformed his body. The other sages continued to fight. Even Chu Zilai was fighting. Empress Haotu was located behind the sages, waving her long staff. 7 colored lights scattered down and guided the providence of the heavenly Tao into the sages. This was support. Han Ju cursed silently when he saw this scene. Then, he transformed into a heavenly devil and quietly approached the Tao Heavenly Devil. He used the power of the hidden Fian Celestial as if he was a true heavenly devil. The other heavenly devils couldn't sense at all. No, we can't block it. Emperor Shao sent a voice transmission. The sages had established a sage sense voice transmission that allowed them to communicate easily without opening their mouths. Sect Master Tianju gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission, we have to. We have no way to retreat. We have no choice. Chu Zilai's eyes were also extremely determined. At this moment, he had already forgotten his fear. He would still die even if he left the heavenly Tao. They could only fight. Empress Haotu looked at Tao Heavenly Devil's terrifying and mighty body with fear. The terror of the Tao Heavenly Devil was something that could be sensed with the naked eye. In the 33rd heaven, his height was immeasurable, as if all living beings were extremely tiny in front of him. The sages tried their best to fight, but their hearts were filled with despair. Their only hope now was Ancestor Shishan. They hoped that Ancestor Shishan would return in time. However, every time Ancestor Shishan went out to discuss the Tao, it would take at least 1,000,000 years for him to return. How many years had it been since he left? They could only hope that Ancestor Shishan could sense the heavenly Tao's danger. Are you afraid? Is this the power of the heavenly Tao sages? Among the grudges I absorbed, many ghosts are filled with reverence for sages. If they knew that sages were so humble, what would they think? The Tao Heavenly Devil laughed wildly, his tone filled with killing intent. The sages fought in silence. At this moment, the Tao Heavenly Devil suddenly sensed something and turned around. Han Ju was already 10,000 kilometers away from him. 10,000 kilometers was extremely far for mortals, but to them, it was already an extremely dangerous distance. The moment the Tao Heavenly Devil turned his head, Han Ju suddenly revealed his true form. His supreme treasures were activated and emitted a dazzling divine light. 2 Fian celestial Dharma idols suddenly emerged from Han Ju's body and pounced on the Tao Heavenly Devil. Void Fian Celestial, Devour Fian Celestial, they were black shadows. The Void Fian Celestial wrapped around the Tao Heavenly Devil as quickly as possible. The Devour Fian Celestial pounced on the Tao Heavenly Devil and bit off its huge head. Han Ju shook his arms, and the remaining 72 Fian Celestial Dharma idols erupted at the same time. In an instant, the void was occupied by the 72 majestic and terrifying figures. The 72 Fian Celestial Dharma idols surrounded the Tao Heavenly Devil and attacked. The heavenly constellation Fian Celestial punched out angrily. The wind from his fist swept through the 10 million heavenly devils and pierced through their abdomens. Shadow Flood Fian Celestial transformed into countless Fian Celestial shadows that attacked the heavenly devils in all directions. The Extreme Ice Fian Celestial struck out with his palm, causing the power of Extreme Ice to freeze the chaotic space. Even the Sage Tao field was frozen. The Qi Fian Celestial dispersed the chaotic Qi, leaving only the Tao Heavenly Devil and the Fian Celestial Dharma idol in the Fian Celestial battlefield. The other Dharma idols used their great Tao to destroy the Tao Heavenly Devil. The Tao Heavenly Devil was suppressed until he couldn't fight back. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, Chu Zilai, and Empress Haotu were all dumbfounded and speechless. Chu Zilai trembled in disbelief. He couldn't accept what was happening. He knew that Han Ju was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The lawless Tao Heavenly Devil was directly pressed down by him and couldn't move. He endured Han Ju's torture. Impossible. Didn't he just attain the Tao? Why was he so strong? Chapter 543 Primordial Heavenly Prison, Immeasurable Merit Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Chapter 543 Primordial Heavenly Prison, Immeasurable Merit Divine Might Heavenly Sage. Han Ju ignored the sages' expressions and focused on fighting, guarding against the 2 Dharma idols of the Tao Heavenly Devil. Being suppressed by the great Tao power of the 74 Fian Celestial Dharma idols, the Tao Heavenly Devil couldn't withstand it at all. The Tao Heavenly Devil's body was torn apart and quickly recovered. This cycle repeated again and again. During this process, his aura quickly weakened. The Tao Heavenly Devil would die as long as Han Ju suppressed him like this. Even though he knew this, Han Ju didn't dare to let his guard down. The 33rd heaven was frozen. There was dark blue ice as far as the eye could see. Countless heavenly devils were struggling to break out of the ice, but other than the Tao Heavenly Devil, how could the other heavenly devils resist Han Ju's great dharmic powers? Han Ju slowly rose to the sky above all the Fian Celestial Dharma idols. Looking down at the battle, his sage sense swept in all directions to guard against the 2 Dharma idols of the Tao Heavenly Devil. All sorts of great Tao power landed on the Tao Heavenly Devil's broken body. All sorts of strange lights shone. They were refracted by the extreme ice of the 33rd heaven. The entire 33rd heaven fell into a strange and mysterious dream. The sages did not let down their guard. They waited solemnly and stared at the Tao Heavenly Devil, afraid that he would suddenly erupt. The Tao Heavenly Devil's self-healing ability far exceeded that of the other heavenly devils. He constantly recovered his body, and the devouring speed of the Fian Celestial was inferior to his recovery speed. About 20 breaths of time passed. The situation suddenly changed. Han Ju felt 2 extremely strong killing intents coming from both sides. He immediately moved and dodged easily. Turning around, he saw two Tao Heavenly Devils colliding. They looked no different from the Tao Heavenly Devil himself. The sages widened their eyes. There was more than one Tao Heavenly Devil. Chu Zilai was even more stunned. He had never seen the Tao Heavenly Devil's two Dharma idols before. If both Dharma idols appeared at the same time, Chu Zilai didn't dare to think further. He only felt his blood run cold and his heart fill with fear. The 74 Fian celestial Dharma idols continued to destroy the Tao Heavenly Devil. Hanju turned around and prepared to deal with the two Dharma idols. The grand unity aspect was only one of his methods. He didn't completely rely on it. Hanju raised his right hand, and the primordial judgment sword appeared in his palm. With a shake of his right hand, the sword blade shook out an afterimage. Countless sword shadows shot out like a huge silver-white lotus blooming, dazzling and magnificent. Mystical power, unparalleled sword chi. A Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol suddenly stepped forward and opened its bloody mouth. It spat out a terrifying aura of resentment. It was scarlet and terrifying. It was like a huge river that connected the heavens and the earth. Boom! The sword chi collided with the river of resentment, emitting a domineering wind that shook the endless ice. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This fellow was something. This resentment aura was extremely corrosive. It could even melt his sword chi. Hanju took out the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and attacked the Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. The rolling grudge spat out by the Tao Heavenly Devil was directly absorbed by the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus quickly approached the Tao Heavenly Devil with the vast grudge. The other Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol suddenly disappeared, reappearing behind Hanju. In an instant, Hanju felt the surrounding space freeze. A powerful pressure surged from all directions. Hanju immediately used the Great Traversal Divine Shadow. He split into 9 divine shadows and attacked the second Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. The second Tao Heavenly Devil's eyes widened. The chaotic space fluctuated visibly, and the speed of the 9 Great Traversal Divine Shadows slowed down. One can use resentment and the other can freeze space. Their abilities are different from the main body. Hanju thought silently. He didn't panic. The aura of the Tao Heavenly Devil's main body became weaker and weaker. It couldn't withstand the grand unity aspect anymore. When he died, the two Dharma idols would naturally be nothing to fear. At this moment, the sages attacked one after another, restraining the second Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. They could tell that Hanju's 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus suppressed the first Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol, so they restricted the second. Hanju immediately controlled the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus to suppress the first Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol. No matter what mystical power the first Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idol used, it was all absorbed by the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Boom! The Tao Heavenly Devil's main body was completely shattered, but in the next second, his legs recovered. But his legs were no longer enough to support him. Who are you? The Tao Heavenly Devil's venomous voice sounded. Hanju didn't answer. Suddenly, the strange deity flew out from the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The sages couldn't see it, but the Tao Heavenly Devil could. No, the Tao Heavenly Devil shouted in horror as the strange deity rushed over. Hanju accurately controlled the Fian celestial Dharma idol and didn't hurt it. The Tao Heavenly Devil's legs were devoured again and turned into dust. He suddenly condensed into a black ball of light and tried to escape. However, the nightmare Fian celestial reached out and grabbed the black ball of light that the Tao Heavenly Devil had transformed into. The strange deity flew over and devoured the black ball of light. The other two Tao Heavenly Devil Dharma idols roared and turned into dust. The Heavenly Devils frozen in the endless ice also turned into dust. The 33rd heaven fell silent. Hanju didn't relax. Instead, he quickly moved around the 33rd heaven and kept using the simulation trial to detect the surrounding enemies. The sages were stunned. They looked at him nervously, not understanding what he was doing. Could it be that the Tao Heavenly Devil was still alive? You have killed all the Heavenly Devils and obtained a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, and a chance to activate a new function of the system. Congratulations on obtaining a Freedom Supreme Treasure, Heavenly Devil Heart Protecting Jade. Heavenly Devil Heart Protecting Jade, Freedom Supreme Treasure. Its defense is extremely strong. It can summon the Heavenly Devil to protect itself and defend against a blow from a Freedom Sage. Congratulations on activating a new function of the system Primordial Heavenly Prison. Primordial Heavenly Prison. It can only be located in the Tao field. If any existence is imprisoned, depending on their cultivation, the imprisoned time will be different until they become a Tao field slave. Their life and death will be controlled by the Lord of the Tao field. The primordial heavenly prison can only imprison one living being at the same time. Hanju didn't pay attention to the lines of words in front of him. He moved repeatedly and jumped through the 33rd heaven. After confirming that there were no powerful enemies, he heaved a sigh of relief. He left after saying, "The heavenly devil calamity has been resolved. Fellow Taoists, don't worry." Hanju took away the strange deity and jumped back into the Tao field. Hanju was still very nervous even after returning to the Taoist temple. It was finally resolved. How thrilling. It had to be said that the other sages had also contributed greatly to this battle. Hanju's impression of them improved, but only slightly. He didn't let down his guard. At this moment, a loud voice resounded through the myriad worlds. The heavenly devil calamity has been eliminated. Fortunately, the sect master of the hidden sect took action. I, Chu Zilai, will use the name of the sect master of the Tao sect and the heavenly Tao to confer the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage title to the hidden sect's sect master. I hope that all living beings will remember his meritorious deed. From now on, the Tao sect and the hidden sect will be on good terms. All past grudges will disappear like smoke. Hanju was stunned. This guy, it was unexpected, but on second thought, it made sense. The sages would definitely not dare to find trouble with Hanju anymore. It was better to appease him and resolve the grudge now. It was a favor and could end their bad karma. Such an action was expected of a sage. Chapter 544 3 Pure Sacred Ancestors Submission. Chapter 544 3 Pure Sacred Ancestors Submission. Hanju focused on the newly obtained supreme treasure. The heavenly devil heart-protecting jade was a freedom supreme treasure that was even stronger than a heavenly Tao treasure. He took it out and started to make it recognize him as its owner. Then, he checked the new function of the system. Primordial heavenly prison. This was interesting. He could make powerful enemies submit and become his slave. Hanju had a bold thought. Could he trick a mighty figure in and pretend to discuss the Tao, stall for time, and subtly subdue the other party? On second thought, it should not. After all, the system would change its will. How could it not notice this process? Please choose the location of the primordial heavenly prison. The virtual map of the Tao field appeared in front of him. Behind it was the landscape of the entire 100-peak immortal river. The two maps overlapped. Hanju chose his Taoist temple. This was the safest way. He would watch over it personally. Primordial heavenly prison arranged successfully. Hanju looked around and didn't feel anything different. He had to capture a living being to try. Who should he capture? Hanju first thought of the 3 pure sacred ancestor. This fellow couldn't be killed in the heavenly Tao. He was the best test subject. Li Mui didn't seem to be in the heavenly Tao's territory. Perfect. Boom, the 100-peak immortal river suddenly shook violently. A dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the Tao field and landing on Hanju. Heavenly Tao merit. The Tao field wouldn't reject such a force that was not an attack. Hanju put away all the heavenly Tao merit and didn't absorb it directly. He didn't need heavenly Tao merit, but it could exist in a corner of the primordial world. Wait, I can use it to infiltrate the immortal world. Hanju's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a bold idea. He had to make the heavenly devil heart-protecting jade recognize him as its owner first. In the south of the immortal world, in a continuous mountain, there was a Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. A huge cauldron in front of the door had smoke curling up. Hanju suddenly appeared, his body wrapped in 7-colored light. This was the heavenly Tao merit. With the heavenly Tao merit, Hanju would not be expelled by the heavenly Tao. He looked at the Taoist temple and put the 3 pure sacred ancestor into his sleeve. With a shake of his body, he returned to the 100-peak immortal river. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju released the 3 pure sacred ancestor. Without waiting for him to react, his right hand quickly waved his dharmic powers to suppress the 3 pure sacred ancestor's Tao fruit and seal his dharmic powers. The 3 pure sacred ancestor couldn't move. His eyes widened. What's happening? The 3 pure sacred ancestor was shocked as unprecedented fear surged in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Even sages couldn't enter the immortal world to capture him. The other party could only be stronger than a heavenly Tao sage. He had heard Li Mui say that there were indeed people stronger than the heavenly Tao sages. Hanju silently activated the primordial heavenly prison. Beginning imprisonment, the 3 pure sacred ancestors stared at him. Hanju smiled calmly and said, "You'll be a guest for a period of time and discuss the Tao with me." The 3 pure sacred ancestor couldn't speak, so he could only use his divine sense to ask who the other party was. You've been here before, but you were defeated. 100 Peak Immortal River, are you the hidden sect's master? Why are you imprisoning me? You will understand in the future. The three pure sacred ancestor fell silent. Unable to break free, he did not want to talk anymore. He could only wait quietly for Li Mui to save him. However, his heart sank when he thought of how Li Mui had recently left the heavenly Tao. It was said to be a discussion of the Tao, but in the end, there was still no discussion. The Taoist temple fell into silence. To prevent any accidents, Han Ju let Zhang Ju in to look at the three pure sacred ancestor while he cultivated in peace. The three pure sacred ancestor was dumbfounded when he saw Zhang Ju. Li Mui, impossible. This time, his mind was in chaos. Did Li Mui order Han Ju to capture him? He hurriedly used his divine sense to ask Zhang Ju, but he did not answer at all. He was expressionless as if he had no emotions. The three pure sacred ancestors' heart sank and his faith shattered. He thought that the master he had always protected had betrayed him. The three pure sacred ancestor fell into unprecedented confusion. Han Ju ignored him and focused on cultivating. He had benefited greatly from the battle with the Tao Heavenly Devil. Unlike the simulation trial, the excitement brought by true battle couldn't be simulated. In the simulation trial, Han Ju knew that he wouldn't die, so he was fearless in battle. His mental state was definitely different from real battles. The Taoist temple fell into silence, but the 100 Peak Immortal River was very lively. Not only the 100 Peak Immortal River but also the myriad worlds in the universe. They were all lively and noisy. The name of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage resounded throughout the myriad worlds. This heavenly devil calamity affected the myriad worlds in the universe. The calamity was unprecedentedly serious. The sect master of the hidden sect did not save a world this time, but the entire heavenly Tao. The merit was far greater than the merit of creating races and preaching in the past. It was the truth. The merit Han Ju absorbed was extremely huge. It was as dazzling as a bright sun in the primordial world. Year after year passed. More and more living beings appeared around the 100 Peak Immortal River. They were all here to seek the Tao. Even if the 100 Peak Immortal River ignored them, many persistent people insisted on staying. In the entire immortal world, statues of the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage were erected everywhere. However, they didn't know Han Ju's appearance, so there were all kinds of statues. The hidden sect hid from the world and Li Daokong did not return, so the million disciples quickly fell into their previous cultivation state. However, every time they heard the living beings outside the Tao field praise the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, they were very excited and felt proud. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 800 years passed. Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. The three pure sacred ancestor has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max. Just as this notification appeared, Han Ju suddenly sensed something. He established a connection with the three pure sacred ancestor. This connection was very similar to the 6 paths insignia. If he wanted the three pure sacred ancestor to die, he would definitely die. This feeling was extremely strange, but it was indeed true. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. The primordial heavenly prison was indeed a little powerful. Come to think of it, with the existence of max favorability, 6 stars weren't the highest. Not bad. Han Ju felt that he had to reevaluate his favorability. He opened his eyes to look at the three pure sacred ancestor. The other party was still meditating. Han Ju asked, "Three pure sacred ancestor?" The other party opened his eyes and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Tao Lord." Han Ju sized him up and said, "Kneel." The three pure sacred ancestor immediately knelt down. "Roll." The three pure sacred ancestor immediately rolled around. "Slap yourself in the face." This time, Han Ju completely believed it. After all, the three pure sacred ancestor didn't know the primordial heavenly prison's function. Even if he pretended, he didn't have to work so hard. Han Ju immediately helped him up. "Three pure, I'm just testing you. Sorry, I needed you too much. You're the #1 in the immortal world. My hidden sect needs an expert like you." He began to praise the three pure sacred ancestor, who was very touched. After some communication, Han Ju discovered that the three pure sacred ancestor didn't completely lose his intelligence. He only subtly trusted Han Ju completely. He still had his own thoughts. Han Ju decided to let the three pure sacred ancestor out. He might even be a spy beside Li Mui. That day, he had moved the three pure sacred ancestor out. Other than Zhang Ju, no one knew about this. As for Li Mui, he was probably still in the Chiliocosm world. Otherwise, he would have long come to visit. This function doesn't seem to have a price. I can spend time enslaving the entire immortal world. Chapter 545 Chaotic City, Dijin. Chapter 545 Chaotic City, Dijin. It felt good to enslave the entire immortal world. However, he spent 800 years just on the 3 pure sacred ancestor. How many cultivators were there in the immortal world? Moreover, even if he enslaved the entire immortal world, how beneficial was it to Hanju? At this moment, the entire immortal world would definitely lose if they attacked him. Why waste time and delay his cultivation? With the 3 pure sacred ancestor beside him, Hanju couldn't cultivate in peace. After thinking, he stood up. That's all. I should use the primordial heavenly prison less. The more I use it, the easier it will be to expose myself. I have to use it when it's most needed. Hanju thought silently. The system also had its limits. It wouldn't be good if he encountered a powerful existence that far exceeded the system and the other party saw through it at a glance. After stretching, Hanju walked out of the Taoist temple and summoned all the disciples to prepare for the lecture. After the heavenly devil calamity ended, this was Hanju's first time preaching. The disciples were all very excited. They often heard the living beings near the 100-peak immortal river praising Hanju, causing them to want to see him again. However, over the years, even the personal disciples and guardians couldn't see him. It was still the same place as before. Hanju sat on the mountain peak and waited for a while before starting the lecture. The disciples quickly entered a meditative state and began to comprehend the Tao. After preaching for 100 years, the cycle of spring and autumn had changed. The world had changed again. After the lecture, Hanju came to the fusang tree. He asked the fusang tree to open the spatial vortex that led to the Chiliocosm world for him to probe with his sage sense. The Chiliocosm world wasn't attacked by heavenly devils. Instead, it was ravaged by the inauspicious evil. Because he had fused with the strange deity, Hanju could see the inauspicious evil. The entire Chiliocosm world was filled with inauspicious evil. There were countless of them, like the scene of the heavenly devils in the past. However, all living beings couldn't see the inauspicious evil and died for no reason, causing their fear and despair to far exceed the living beings of the previous immortal world. Li Mui fought a mysterious existence above the Chiliocosm world. Dark Sage King. This Dark Sage King wasn't inferior to the Tao Heavenly Devil. However, he wasn't much stronger. Hanju had no intention of supporting Li Mui and let them fight. Then, he began to observe the world the 1,000 disciples were in. It was considered peaceful. There were no heavenly devils or inauspicious evil. It formed a world of its own and developed steadily. Some immortal emperors were lost. This was normal. How could there be no danger? Hanju watched for a while before turning around and preparing to leave. At this moment, the black hell chicken suddenly flew over. It chuckled. Master, I haven't looked for you for a long time. Can you? Hanju said, follow me. The black hell chicken immediately became excited. The man and chicken returned to the Taoist temple. The black hell chicken wanted Hanju to teach it the sword Tao mystical power. Hanju didn't reject it and was even a little glad. Hanju was the closest to the black hell chicken compared to his son, Tao companions, and disciples. The black hell chicken had always accompanied him. Although it had a sharp tongue, it could always help the new disciples blend in. It could quickly reduce the estrangement and unfamiliarity between the disciples. However, although the black hell chicken usually cultivated, it did not have a strong thought of becoming stronger. Hanju taught his strongest sword Tao mystical power to the black hell chicken. 10,000 life sword, great Tao mystical power. 5 years later, the black hell chicken left the Taoist temple with a conflicted expression. When it passed Zhongju, it chuckled. Old fellow, I'm about to rise. Do you have time to practice alone? Zhongju ignored him. Bored, the black hell chicken looked at the crimson fox not far away. It smiled and said, Little fox, do you dare to spar with me? The crimson fox said angrily, how can a chicken defeat a fox? The black hell chicken almost died of anger. Come. The crimson fox said, you want to disturb master's cultivation. The black hell chicken could only leave indignantly. Inside the Taoist temple, Hanju sighed. This stinky chicken's comprehension was not good. Should he let it re-roll its life? He stopped thinking and opened the emails. Your good friend Chu Zilai has comprehended the heavenly Tao. His sage heart has been repaired. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by a deity realm existence. His body was destroyed and only a remnant soul was left. Your son Han Tuo has awakened his innate mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Shi Dudao was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong X7. Your good friend Emperor Shao was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Empress how to establish the reincarnation heaven and earth. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Red, your good friend Huang Zuntian has received guidance from a sage. His providence has increased greatly. Li Daokong was still fighting Shi Dudao. As expected of him. Han Ju could sense that Li Daokong was growing rapidly and was not severely injured. As for the other emails, Han Ju didn't care. In short, peace returned to the immortal world. Chu Zilai wants to visit you in your dreams. Do you accept? A notification appeared in front of him. This time, Chu Zilai's attitude changed and he didn't dare to spam anymore. Han Ju thought for a moment and accepted the dream. It had already happened several times. There was no need to deduce first. Even if the Heavenly Tao wanted to target him, it was impossible. Han Ju had the Heavenly Tao merit, the Heavenly Tao power couldn't harm him. This was why so many experts pursued merit and preached the Tao to the heavens. In the dream, seeing Chu Zilai, he was no longer as tall as Han Ju. Chu Zilai smiled and said, "Immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage, are you satisfied with this name?" Han Ju said, "It's all right. What's the matter?" This fellow's attitude had changed too quickly. Wasn't he very arrogant in the past? Now, only one, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tian Ju, Fuxidian, Emperor Shao, and you are left. Sage Jinan and Sage Fated Secrets have already gone mad and are suppressed in their respective Tao fields. The matter of the heavenly devils has made us wary. We are prepared to build the chaotic city and guard the chaotic domain of the 33rd heaven. This is a great merit. We will send our disciples to join. What about you? Chu Zilai asked with a smile. Han Ju asked, "Must I make arrangements?" Chu Zilai hurriedly waved his hand. "Of course not. You're our savior. If you're unwilling, that's fine. However, this is a great merit given by the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly devils are eliminated, there might be greater calamities in the future. Now, the inauspicious evil of the dark forbidden zone is a potential calamity. You can rest assured, we sages have already communicated. We won't scheme against you in the future. If you want, we can even acknowledge you as the great sage of the heavenly Tao, such as the past Li Mui. We can even support the hidden sect as the winner of the next immeasurable calamity, allowing the hidden sect to truly gain a foothold, like the various Providence sects in the past." These words were very sincere and made Han Ju feel comfortable. But he wouldn't be fooled. He wouldn't tie himself to the heavenly Tao sages. I'll consider it. With that, Han Ju left the dream. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Ju was about to continue cultivating when someone sent a dream again. Dijin sent you a dream. Do you accept? Dijin sent you a dream. Do you accept? Dijin began to spam. Han Ju cursed silently. Chu Zilai finally calmed down. Why was someone else causing trouble now? Dijin was in existence on the same level as ancestor Shishan. He couldn't provoke him. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had also sent a dream to him, but he was ignored. He guessed that Dijin already knew that he had eliminated the heavenly devil calamity. If he ignored it, it would be very easy to offend him. Thus, he had to deduce first. Chapter 546-6 Calamity of the Primordial Fiend Celestial. Chapter 546 Calamity of the Primordial Fiend Celestial. Will I be in danger if I accept Dijin's dream? 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Amazing. The strongest heavenly Tao sage was only worth 4 billion years of lifespan. It was obvious how strong Dijin was. Continue. Han Ju silently made his choice. Not for the time being. What did it mean by that? Could it be that there would be danger after entering the dream? Han Ju continued to ask. This dream will not be dangerous for the time being. Han Ju stopped when he saw this. Dijin was still spamming away. Han Ju chose to accept the dream. In the blink of an eye, he came to a dark universe. To be precise, it was a hall. It only revealed the images of the stars in the universe. It was magnificent. Han Ju saw Dijin sitting in front of a translucent chessboard. Dijin was as his name implied. He was indeed handsome and had a smile on his face. He had the calm temperament of a benevolent lord. He was quite different from the legendary image. At least in his impression, Dijin should be very dignified. From the portrait, he was not so gentle. Han Ju walked over and bowed. After all, the other party was his elder brother. He had to be polite. Dijin sized him up and praised him. I didn't expect the heavenly Tao to have someone like you who used your strength to attain the Tao. You're really impressive. Han Ju said humbly, compared to a mighty figure like you, I'm nothing. Although I don't know who you are, this dream makes me feel that you are unfathomable. I'm amazed. Dijin stroked his beard and smiled. The two of them began to exchange pleasantries. Hanju hated pleasantries the most, but the other party was far stronger than him. He could only be polite. He silently used the simulation trial to copy Dijin's cultivation. After a long while, Dijin returned to the topic. I came to visit you in your dreams this time. It's regarding the great Tao immeasurable calamity. According to the Tao ancestor's message, the primordial Fian Celestial will rise in the immortal world and lead the chaotic Fian Celestials to engulf the great Tao. You are another variable. You're either the primordial Fian Celestial or the person with the greatest hope of resisting it. Hanju asked in surprise, what is a primordial Fian Celestial? Before the creation of the world, there was chaos. Before chaos was the primordial chaos. You can understand it as a generation older than Pengu and the Tao ancestor. We suspect that before the birth of chaos, there was a flourishing era that was even more prosperous. It was the era of the primordial Fian Celestial. However, for some reason, the primordial chaos shattered and created chaos. After that, chaos stepped on the path of the primordial chaos and was torn apart by the chaotic Fian Celestials, producing the great Tao and the heavenly Tao. So the primordial Fian Celestial is very strong. That's right, I'm not a primordial Fian Celestial, and I don't want to fight it. It's too dangerous. Hanju frowned and looked very nervous. Dijin wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, no one is stronger than you in the current heavenly Tao. The primordial Fian Celestial shouldn't have grown yet or even been born. Hanju asked in surprise, since it's not born yet, why are you looking for me? To remind me, to kill the primordial Fian Celestial in its infancy. That's right. Dijin's gaze became sharp. Hanju felt an indescribable pressure. This pressure was not strong enough, but it made him very uncomfortable. Dijin stared at him and said, Hanju, do you dare to accept this mission? If you succeed, I will give you an unparalleled opportunity to escape the illusion. Escape the illusion? Hanju suddenly recalled that many years ago, when he dreamed of a giant, he had mentioned something similar. It was as if Hanju was in an illusion. Now that Dijin also said that, what did that mean? Hanju was about to ask when Dijin said, I know what you want to ask. Our realms are different. You will understand when you touch the great Tao. Hanju frowned. What are the characteristics of the primordial Fian Celestial? Dijin shook his head. No one knows about the primordial Fian Celestial. We who have attained the great Tao have never seen the primordial Fian Celestial, either. The primordial Fian Celestial is only a concept suggested by the Tao ancestor. Perhaps it doesn't really exist, but there will definitely be living beings leading the great Tao calamity. Just wait patiently. Hanju pretended to think. Who was the primordial Fian Celestial? What could the primordial Fian Celestial be? Hanju directly blocked his memories and didn't dare to remember that he was the primordial Fian Celestial. Dijin was an existence that surpassed sages. Hanju had to be careful. He even had to pretend in his mind. You can visit me if you come to the deity realm of the ruins of End in the future. After saying that, Dijin waved his hand. The dream shattered. Hanju's consciousness returned to reality. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Who would go to the deity realm of the ruins of End? I'm finally invincible in the immortal world. How can I switch to a high-level map and get beaten up? It seems that I can't expose the primordial Fian Celestial's identity. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. Hanju thought silently. He even made up his mind not to leave the heavenly Tao. It was too dangerous outside. The heavenly Tao was still the best. He was about to break through. He could do whatever he wanted when he grasped the heavenly Tao's providence. The primordial Fian Celestial who unifies the chaotic Fian Celestials. Isn't that me? Hanju knew his limits. He would actually trigger the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Something was wrong. If that's the case, why does the Tao ancestor trust me, a variable? I want to know, does the Tao ancestor think I'm a primordial Fian Celestial? It involves an existence that surpasses the system's limits. It is impossible to deduce. Amazing. Hanju raised his eyebrows. The Tao ancestor's realm was truly unfathomable. He had thought that the Tao ancestor was the limit of the heavenly Tao. He knew from Dijin that it was far more than that. Hanju changed his mind and asked, who thinks I'm the primordial Fian Celestial? 180 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Really? Hanju immediately chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind, and lines of words appeared in front of him. 7 Tao Sage. This fellow. Hanju suddenly became nervous. The 7 Tao Sage's Dharma idol was in the Tao field. It was Zhou Fan. Could it be that the 7 Tao Sage was spying on him? Hanju immediately asked. 180 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Not for the time being. Then, why does he think I'm a primordial fiend celestial? Guess. This time, his lifespan was not deducted. Hanju frowned and asked uneasily, is the 7 Dao sage harming me? Not for the time being. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. 4 questions at once. Although 2 did not deduct his lifespan, it was still a lot. It had to be said that Hanju panicked just now. He could use a more perfect way to ask. Hanju immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhou Fan. Soon, he came to visit. Zhou Fan asked excitedly, Master, are you teaching me a mystical power? Hanju said calmly, you're already a Zenith Heaven cultivator. Do you want to go out and train? Zhou Fan was stunned. He asked in surprise, isn't it only possible for a pseudo-sage to go out? The heavenly devil calamity has been eliminated. The sages established the chaotic city in the 33rd heaven. The disciples of the various sects will go. I want you to represent the hidden sect. Chaotic city. All right, I'll go. Zhou Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied. The 33rd heaven was the territory of the sages. Furthermore, this matter could represent the hidden sect. He could make contributions. Yes, prepare well. No need. I can go at any time. Hanju immediately waved his sleeve and sent him out. After Zhou Fan left, Hanju sent dreams to Chu Zilai, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Fuxidian, and Emperor Shao, telling them that Zhou Fan would represent the hidden sect in the chaotic city. The reason why he informed all the sages was that Hanju was afraid that some sages would cause trouble and scheme against Zhou Fan. Of course, even if they did, they couldn't defeat the 7 Dao sage. Chapter 547 Favorability of the Sages, Number 1 Mortal World. Chapter 547 Favorability of the Sages, Number 1 Mortal World. Zhou Fan's departure did not cause much of a commotion. The hidden sect disciples spent most of their time cultivating. Other than a few disciples, the others rarely walked around. Hanju continued cultivating and made progress towards the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. On the other side, in the 33rd heaven, at the edge of chaos, a lofty city stood in the darkness. Fog curled around it. Chaotic city. There was a tall tower in the city. At the top of the tower was a palace where all the sages gathered. Hanju sent a zenith heaven disciple here, Chu Zilai said. The other sages nodded. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate clicked his tongue in wonder. The hidden sect casually sent out a zenith heaven. Li Daokong is already the strongest in the immortal world. At this rate, the hidden sect will dominate sooner or later. Sect Master Tianju said calmly, isn't it good for them to dominate alone? This way, we can put away our ambition and cultivate in peace. It's just nice that we will support the hidden sect in the next calamity. If the heavenly Tao is in danger in the future, Hanju can also directly attack. Fuxidian and Emperor Shao nodded. The heavenly devil calamity caused their cultivation levels to decrease greatly. They needed a long time to recover. Chu Zilai smiled and said, perhaps this is a good thing. At least, we can put down our grudges. We can take care of that hidden sect disciple more as a form of goodwill. The matter of the heavenly devil also showed that Hanju is not the dark forbidden lord. With his strength, he could have waited for the Dao heavenly devil to kill us before attacking. The Dao heavenly devil was completely not his match. The other 4 sages still sighed. The Dao heavenly devil was not Hanju's match at all. Sect Master Tianju's eyes flickered. In that case, it can only be Li Mui. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate snorted. Right, he didn't even ask the 2 of us when he used the 3 pure sacred ancestor. The 3 schools of the Dao sect are all bullshit. Besides, if the heavenly Dao is gone, the greatest beneficent will be his Chiliocosm world. The little heavenly Dao will become the only heavenly Dao. The sages were unhappy when Li Mui was mentioned. Emperor Shao said, let's not talk about Li Mui. Let's talk about the chaotic city. Ever since the heavenly devils were eradicated, many spatial cracks have appeared in the chaos. I'm worried that the inauspicious evil will take the opportunity to infiltrate. Sect Master Tianju shook his head. Sage Jinan has a mystical power that can spy on the inauspicious evil. However, he has already gone mad. Chu Zilai frowned. He felt like an invisible hand was pushing all of this from behind. When they needed something, they discovered that they had long been plotted against by the mysterious enemy. It was all connected. Chu Zilai had never been so helpless. He felt that the enemy had already set up traps for him to jump into. We have to increase the immortal world's strength. We can't just rely on ourselves. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate suddenly suggested. Chu Zilai narrowed his eyes. Why don't we preach? The great Tao immeasurable calamity is coming. We can't stay passive anymore. Sure, all right, the sages agreed. In the Taoist temple, Hanju received 4 favorability notifications. The sages who were still well had become his good friends. This was in line with reality. The sages weren't stupid. How could they keep plotting when they couldn't win? Hanju didn't reject their hypocrisy. It just so happened that he could reduce some trouble and cultivate in peace. The sages' existence was still necessary. Although they fought openly and secretly, they could indeed maintain the order of the immortal world and even protect it. Time passed silently. Year after year passed. 300 years later. While cultivating, Hanju began to observe Su Qi in the primordial world. Su Qi's body had already completely condensed, but he was still curled up in the Phi and celestial Qi, absorbing the surrounding chaotic Qi and nebulous primordial Qi. The chaotic Qi was born from the chaotic origin stone. The nebulous primordial Qi was born from Hanju's primordial Phi and celestial physique. Apart from Su Qi, the other Phi and celestial Qi did not condense into a body for the time being. Su Qi was currently in a healthy development state. There should be no more problems. Hanju looked at the reroll world. He had wanted to turn the reroll world into the first world of the primordial world, but it was somewhat unbearable with the nebulous primordial Qi's pressure. Hanju decided to let the reroll world out and become a huge world below the immortal world. After thinking, he took out the reroll world and let it float above his hand. He jumped out of the immortal world and arrived below it. With a sweep of his sage sense, he could already see more than 5,000 small worlds below the immortal world. Hanju put down the reroll world and obtained a portion of the heavenly Tao merit from the primordial world to fuse with the heavenly Tao Providence. The reroll world began to rapidly expand. Hanju sent a voice transmission to the white-robed Buddha asking him to be prepared. The white-robed Buddha asked nervously, "Then, are we still considered part of the hidden sect in the future?" "Yes, the reroll world is the hidden sect's first world." "All right." The white-robed Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to cling to Hanju. There was another reason why he released the reroll world. Hanju wanted to use it to fight for Providence. At that time, the heavenly race would control the immortal world and the reroll world would control the mortal world. The heavenly Tao's Providence would all belong to Hanju, and the heavenly Tao could forget about plotting against him. After the reroll world completely fused with the heavenly Tao merit and the Providence placed on the heavenly Tao again, Hanju returned to the 100-peak immortal river. He sent a voice transmission to the 3 pure sacred ancestor, telling him to infiltrate the reroll world and protect it. In any case, this fellow had nothing to do. The 3 pure sacred ancestor immediately headed to the reroll world. After doing all of this, Hanju relaxed a lot. He began to look forward to the reroll world's future. It had to be said that the feeling of plotting was somewhat satisfying. Was this the reason why the sages were so tireless? He continued to cultivate. 800 years passed quickly. Hanju finally broke through. Mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm. His dharmic powers began to increase. Hanju checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name: Hanju. Lifespan: 43,914 390 sextillion 490 quintillion 9 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999. Race: Primordial Phi and Celestial Immeasurable Emperor. Cultivation: Mid-stage Primordial Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm Perfect Sage. Technique: Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering. Great Tao of Life and Death, Great Tao of Karma, Great Tao of Extreme Origin. His lifespan had increased by nearly 4 times. Not bad. Next, Hanju spent 70 years stabilizing his cultivation. His understanding of the Great Tao of Extreme Origin deepened. He even felt that he could use it to create a mystical power. Hanju first spent half a year raising all the Sword Tao mystical powers to the limit. Just as he was about to continue cultivating the grand unity aspect, a loud and solemn voice resounded through the world. We sages have decided to choose a new sage in 10,000 years. This sage needs to possess great merit in cultivation. Regardless of sect or race, all living beings can fight for it. Fuxidian's voice sounded. They were going to choose a new sage so quickly. Hanju wasn't interested. No matter who became a new sage, they couldn't defeat him. Wait, where did this primordial purple chi come from? Hanju checked his emails and indeed, he saw an email. Your enemy, Sage Fated Secrets, was killed by the sages, who severed the providence of the heavenly Tao. Sage Fated Secrets' portrait had already disappeared. Chapter 548 50 Phi and Celestial Dharma Idols, Father and Son Meet. Chapter 548 50 Phi and Celestial Dharma Idols, Father and Son Meet. Hanju sighed at Sage Fated Secret's death. The former Sage Fated Secrets was also considered one of the top existences among sages. Unfortunately, he had offended Hanju. If not for Sage Fated Secrets bewitching Su Qi, how would he have embarked on a path of no return? However, that was karma. Sage Fated Secrets had been cursed by him but was killed by other sages. Hanju had a deeper understanding of the sages. These sages' attitudes changed extremely quickly. They could treat you well at one moment and harm you at the next. Hanju could entrust sages easily. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He began to cultivate the grand unity aspect. 48 years passed. Hanju had grasped a total of 50 Fey and Celestial Dharma idols until he couldn't learn new ones. The Fey and Celestial Dharma idols he grasped were respectively, the Lone Star Fey and Celestial, the Inner Direction Fey and Celestial, the Silver Hatred Fey and Celestial, the Great Tao Concealment Fey and Celestial, the Heartless Fey and Celestial, the Transmogrification Fey and Celestial, the Ultimate Yin Fey and Celestial, the Love Fey and Celestial, the Viridescent Nether Fey and Celestial, the Black Sea Fey and Celestial, the Ultimate Fire Fey and Celestial, the Grand Desolate Fey and Celestial, the Past Injury Fey and Celestial, the Great Chiliocosm Fey and Celestial, the Subspace Fey and Celestial, the Heavenly Devil Fey and Celestial, the Restless Fey and Celestial, the Single Thought Fey and Celestial, the 18 Sun Moon Fey and Celestial, the Illusion Fey and Celestial, the Divine Fey and Celestial, the Spirit Chi Fey and Celestial, the Origin Sand Fey and Celestial, the False Reality Fey and Celestial, the Destiny Fey and Celestial, the Ultimate Origin Fey and Celestial, the Extreme Minute Fey and Celestial, the Earth Fiend Fey and Celestial, the Vitality Fey and Celestial, the Voltage Fey and Celestial, the Great Emperor Fey and Celestial, the Curse Fey and Celestial, the Imprisonment Fey and Celestial, the Primal Demon Fey and Celestial, the Teoti Fey and Celestial, the Magus Fey and Celestial, the Myriad Treasure Fey and Celestial, the Fake Truth Fey and Celestial, the Four Seasons Fey and Celestial, the Madness Fey and Celestial, the Evil Fey and Celestial, the Zither Music Fey and Celestial, the Undying Fey and Celestial, the Indestructible Fey and Celestial, the Guardian Fey and Celestial, the Wall Barrier Fey and Celestial, the Universe Fey and Celestial, the Giant Fey and Celestial, the Heavenly Charge Fey and Celestial, and the Omniscient Fey and Celestial. He had accumulated a total of 124 Fey and Celestial Dharma idols. Hanju had his own understanding. He felt that the source of everything might be the chaotic Fey and Celestial. Perhaps this was the inheritance. Even if the chaotic Fey and Celestials were already legends, they were everywhere in the world. Then, Hanju entered the simulation trial. He first attacked Tao Heavenly Devil. As his understanding of the Great Tao of Extreme Origin deepened, he felt that he could fuse with the Grand Unity aspect. He didn't have to fight in groups. If he could gather the power of all the Fey and Celestial Dharma idols and kill the enemy in one go, that would be even better. Hanju first summoned 124 Fey and Celestial Dharma idols and destroyed the Tao Heavenly Devil with absolute violence. The Tao Heavenly Devil only lasted for 10 breaths of time. Hanju began to try to fuse the power of the 124 chaotic Fey and Celestials in battle. This process was very difficult because the power of the Great Tao was on par with each other. Just like that, Hanju was immersed in the simulation trial. After bullying the Tao Heavenly Devil for half a year, Hanju could already easily insta-kill him. He began to challenge Dijin. Then, he was blown up. Not convinced, he continued to challenge Dijin. After hundreds of challenges, Hanju almost became depressed. He changed opponents again, Ancestor Shishin this time. He was completely depressed. These two were too impressive. Hanju began to set up the simulation trial. He set Chu Zilai, Li Mui, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Sage Jinan, Fuxidian, Emperor Shao, and Sage Fated Secrets as his opponents. 1 against 8, too close. They were easily suppressed. The 8 sages had tacit understanding when they joined forces, but Hanju had even more Fey and Celestial Dharma idols. They were all destroyed in less than 10 breaths of time. Hanju's Fey and Celestial Dharma idols could already sever the Heavenly Tao's Providence. Apart from the increase in the number of Fey and Celestial Dharma idols, it was also related to his cultivation. Although he had only broken through a minor realm, there was a huge difference. Above the sage realm, every minor realm was enough to determine the strength. After nearly 100 simulation trials, Hanju finally found a way to insta-kill the 8 sages. Awesome! This time, Hanju could finally look down on sages. In the future, if any sage dared to speak to him coldly, they would be asking for a beating. In a good mood, Hanju decided to go out and relax. Currently, under the Heavenly Tao, he was already invincible. He could relax a little. Han Ju decided to visit his son. There was a vast amount of heavenly Tao merit hidden in the primordial world. He could resist the heavenly Tao's rejection as long as he wrapped it around his body. Of course, if he used the power of a sage, the heavenly Tao would still forcefully expel him. The other heavenly Tao sages couldn't do this because they relied on the heavenly Tao's providence. If they entered the immortal world without permission, the heavenly Tao inside and outside would reject them. It would be even more uncomfortable. South Dun region, human race, Moon Heart City. Han Tuo was watching the battle below at the battle arena. Moon Heart City occupied an area of thousands of kilometers and was considered one of the largest cities in the human race in this region. The cultivation culture was dense and there was more than one such battle arena. The two cultivators fighting on the platform were Grand Unity Earth Immortals. Even with the restriction isolating their dharmic powers, the nearby people and cultivators were still shocked. Do you find it interesting to watch them fight with your cultivation level? A voice suddenly came from the side. Han Tuo turned around and saw an extremely ugly monk smiling at him. It was Han Ju. He came to see his son in Xuan Chang'an's past ugly appearance. Han Tuo frowned. Who are you? He had just become an immortal emperor not long ago. No one in the entire Moon Heart City could match him, but he couldn't see through this ugly monk in front of him. Han Ming had once told him that he had to be careful of Buddhist cultivators. Han Ju smiled. I see that your providence is extraordinary, so I want to get to know you. I'm Crouching Dragon. People call me Young Phoenix. You can also call me Young Phoenix Crouching Dragon. What about you, young friend? Young Phoenix. Han Tuo frowned. He had never heard of this name. However, since the other party had no ill intentions, he couldn't slap a smiling face. I'm Han Tuo. Young friend, you don't have a sect at your cultivation level. There are no sects or schools. The immortal world is just a speck of dust. Oh, do you want me to introduce you to a major faction? How big is it? How big do you want it to be? Have you heard of Li Daokong? Han Ju blinked and said, I did. You want to join the human school? Han Tuo shook his head. I want to join the hidden sect and become the disciple of that immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. No, I can even take him as my Grand Master. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is too weak. It's said that the hidden sect has countless immortal emperors. A woman beside him looked at Han Ju and his son in surprise. Such bragging. He called himself an immortal emperor. He even mentioned the immeasurable merit divine might heavenly sage. The woman's eyes revealed disdain. Han Ju said, the hidden sect is too difficult. I can't do it. How about the heavenly race? Han Tuo was surprised. This ugly monk really had a way. He shook his head. The heavenly race belongs to the immortal gods. I don't want to enter. Han Ju was interested. This kid hated immortals. Just as he was about to ask, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of connate Providence, check its origin. Han Ju was stunned. It had been a long time since such a notification appeared. Ever since he had attained the Tao, even if it was the reincarnation of a sage, it might not be able to catch the system's attention. He immediately chose to check. Jiayu. Early stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, one of the clones of Transcendent Tao expert Jade Bodhi. Chapter 549 Ancient Desolate Buddha Lord, Demon Race vs Heavenly Race. Chapter 549 Ancient Desolate Buddha Lord, Demon Race vs Heavenly Race. Jade Bodhi's clone. Han Ju's eyelids twitched. This was a clone, not a Dharma idol, let alone a reincarnation. In other words, Jade Bodhi's main body was using Jiayu's perspective to stare at him. Han Ju pulled out his interpersonal relationships and found the Jade Bodhi. Jade Bodhi. Cultivation unknown. Transcendent Tao expert. The first Bodhi that cultivated to success under the heavenly Tao. Primordial ancestor of the Buddhist sect. He has always lived in the dark forbidden zone. Because you were praised by ancestor Shishin, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. After hearing the Tao in the Great Ultimate Hall, ancestor Shishin, Dijin, 7 Tao Sage, and Jade Bodhi had a favorable impression of him. He thought that the 4 of them were playing mahjong. As a transcendent Tao expert, Jade Bodhi was definitely not inferior to a great Tao sage. Han Ju used the simulation trial to detect Jiayu's existence, but he didn't look over. Jiayu was a young man with a graceful appearance. He wore black hair and white clothes and was not considered outstanding in the crowd. Pretending not to see him, Han Ju asked Han Tuo with a smile, do you hate immortals? Han Tuo replied, it's not hatred. I just feel that there's no need for us humans to believe in immortals. When humans were in danger, the immortals and gods did not help. When humans were powerful, the immortals wanted their faith. I don't like immortals or gods. Han Ju sighed secretly. This kid was still not like him. It was not a good thing to speak without thinking. If he was too stubborn, he would easily cause trouble. Although Han Tuo had never relied on Han Ju all these years, he had more or less borrowed some of his influence. This was normal. How could one rely solely on themselves in life? 110. Why don't we find a place to chat? Han Ju asked with a smile. Han Tuo hesitated for a moment but still nodded. The other party had a mysterious background and had no ill intentions. It wasn't a bad thing to befriend him. The father and son left. Han Ju was cautious and discovered that Jia Yu didn't follow. The father and son came to an inn and began to talk freely. Their relationship became closer and closer. Coincidentally, 2 hours later, Jia Yu also arrived at the inn, at the table beside them. Han Ju pretended to ignore him. The father and son continued chatting. Han Tuo suddenly asked curiously, "Crouching Dragon, what's your cultivation level?" Han Tuo had become an immortal emperor after cultivating for 9,000 years. He was also considered knowledgeable. This stinky monk in front of him was unfathomable. He was definitely not only a realm higher than him. Han Ju smiled and said, "My cultivation level is not important. We only met once. If you have no choice in the future, you can visit the heavenly court or the heavenly race. They will accept you." With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Han Tuo hurriedly stood up and asked, "You're an immortal god?" Han Ju disappeared after saying, "I'm neither an immortal nor a god. I'm just a spectator outside the mortal world." Spectator. Han Tuo was impressed. At this moment, Jia Yu suddenly stood up and walked over with a smile. "Brother, can I join you?" Han Tuo looked at him and frowned. Why did another come after just one left? Han Ju returned to the Taoist temple and immediately asked silently, "Why did Jade Bodhi send Jia Yu to approach my son? 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." Han Ju entered the illusion. He came to a vast and bright palace. The hall was surrounded by clouds, and golden light shone. He looked up and saw countless Buddhas. Some were lying on lotus thrones, some were leaning against ferocious beasts, some were reciting the scriptures with their eyes closed, and some were crying. All of them had their own expressions and postures. Han Ju's gaze landed on the Jade Bodhi. Jade Bodhi was the only Taoist here. He sat on the 72nd grade white lotus throne with a transcendent attitude. Han Ju showed a frown. What was this place? Buddhist sect. A Buddhist sect higher rank than the immortal world. Beside the Jade Bodhi was a majestic figure. His entire body emitted strong light, and one could only see his outline. It was a huge Buddha with a slightly thin figure. The thin giant Buddha said, "Recently, the heavenly Tao's providence has weakened and the heavenly devils caused chaos. Although the danger has been resolved, signs of the great Tao immeasurable calamity already appeared. What do you think?" The Buddhas began to reply. Why care about the heavenly Tao? It's all superficial. There's already more than one heavenly Tao. We don't have to keep it in mind. The heavenly Tao is the beginning of everything. It's the foundation of the great Tao. We have to investigate it clearly. Does the so-called primordial Fian Celestial really exist? Several chaotic Fian Celestials have recently appeared in the ancient desolate. The era of the great battle is about to arrive. It's not a good thing for us to pay attention to the heavenly Tao now. The Buddhas had their own opinions. Although they spoke one after another, there was no commotion. Instead, it made people inexplicably calm as if they were preaching. Jade Bodhi slowly said, "Leave this to me. You don't have to care." The Buddhas quietened down. The illusion shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The ancient desolate was in the deity realm of the ruins of End, which meant that the batch of Buddhas had come from there. So, Jia Yu's arrival was to investigate the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Fortunately, I suppressed Han Tuo's bloodline and didn't completely release it. Han Ju thought silently. He began to observe Han Tuo and Jia Yu. The two of them sat at the table and started chatting. In the future, the two of them became closer and closer. They even agreed to barge into the immortal world together. Han Ju didn't dare to act rashly and could only watch quietly. 3 years later, Jia Yu and Han Tuo parted. The two of them were already close friends. However, Jia Yu still had something to do and bid Han Tuo farewell. Han Ju asked in his mind, "Does Jia Yu think that Han Tuo is a primordial Fian Celestial? 10 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. Not for the time being." Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he did not suspect Han Tuo. As for Han Ju, he wasn't afraid of hiding in the Tao field. Han Ju adjusted his state of mind and continued cultivating. In any case, it was still a long time away from the great Tao immeasurable calamity. Ever since the sages announced that they were going to choose a new sage, the entire immortal world fell into a fanatical atmosphere. For the sake of great merit, almost all the mighty figures came out to set up schools, preach the Tao, establish order, create mystical powers, and so on. The immortal world was blooming everywhere, greatly advancing the progress of the heavenly Tao. The 100-peak immortal river was still calm. They didn't care about the sage position. In any case, they couldn't go out. 100 years passed quickly. On this day, a deafening sound came from the sky. Hanju opened his eyes and saw a huge three-legged golden crow leading countless demon soldiers and demon generals to the 13th heaven. The demon race was fighting the heavenly race. Hanju raised his eyebrows. Was this three-legged golden crow stupid? It was directly challenging the heavenly Tao race. Hanju pinched his fingers to deduce and his expression became strange. Ji Shanshan and his subordinates were not in the heavenly race. The immortals guarding the 13th heaven were from other Providence sects. Could it be that Ji Shanshan was colluding with the demons to kill them with a borrowed knife? Interesting. Hanju discovered that this group of demons had already reached a scale. There were more than 10 million demon soldiers. Although most of their cultivation was weak, at least their momentum was impressive. The battle lasted for decades. In the end, both the demons and the heavenly race were injured. Instantly, the demons' reputation soared. In the eyes of all living beings, the heavenly race was the strongest force. Hanju saw that the water released by the heavenly race was about to turn into a sea. After the battle began, all existences above the deity realm retreated. Chapter 550 Tao Companion, Nether Zenith's Appearance. Chapter 550 Tao Companion, Nether Zenith's Appearance. The war between the demons and the heavenly race had ended, causing the demons' reputation to increase. Thus, all living beings knew that the heavenly race was not invincible. The cycle of reincarnation began and the demons were about to rise again. After the devil race, it was indeed the Magus race. Before the heavenly Tao restarted, the demons were also ranked behind the devil race. It wasn't such a coincidence. It was definitely fate. Although there was war, the development of the immortal world was indeed becoming better and better. The cultivation trend spread throughout the myriad worlds. Other than the ancient race, the demon race, and the heavenly race, many other races rose, looking like hundreds of flowers blooming. Not only that, but Hanju also observed that the immortal world was actually becoming larger. The boundary was constantly expanding towards the dark forbidden zone. The land quickly expanded. It was extremely magical. Hanju looked carefully and discovered that a sage's aura was everywhere in the immortal world. So, it was done by a sage. It wasn't difficult for him to recall the reason. The heavenly devil calamity had almost destroyed all living beings in the immortal world, making the sages realize how weak all living beings were. Hanju watched for a while before continuing to cultivate. Jade Bodhi and 7 Tao Sage brought him pressure. He could relax occasionally, but the main focus of his life had to be cultivation. Even if his talent was unparalleled, it would take a long time for him to be on par with the great Tao. For example, how many calamities had Dijin passed? Unimaginable, immeasurable. Hanju's current target was the Freedom Sage realm. Although he was only at the mid-stage, he had to have ambitions. 230 years later, Hanju, who was cultivating, was interrupted by Li Yao who came to visit him. Hanju let her in. Li Yao came in front of him and bowed. Sect Master, after stepping into the Zenith Heaven realm, my cultivation level has increased very slowly. I keep feeling that something is missing. Hanju said, you lack actual experience. Li Yao's personality was the same as his. After coming to the hidden sect, she did not go out again. What was different from him was that Li Yao did not have a system. Zenith Heaven was already the limit of living beings. Without opportunities, it was very difficult to improve. As for pseudo-sages, which one of them was not a peerless genius and unparalleled expert who stunned an era? Li Yao frowned. I don't want to go out. How can the greatest opportunity in the world compare to following you? Hanju asked, then, what do you think is missing? Li Yao took a deep breath and said, I've experienced training before I joined the hidden sect. I've experienced countless slaughters along the way in the immortal world. In my life, I might be lacking a companion. Companion. Hanju showed a frown. He understood the implied meaning. Hanju sized her up. It had to be said that in terms of looks, Li Yao was among the top among the women he had seen. Her temperament also made him admire her. Li Yao had never had a clear identity in the hidden sect. She wasn't Hanju's disciple, but her status was equivalent to a second-generation disciple. Han Ju fell silent. Li Yao mustered her courage and stared at him. She had been suppressing these words for a long time. Ever since Han Ju saved her and guided her to the hidden sect, feelings had long been buried. After a long while, Li Yao stood up and walked towards him. Under the fusang tree, the black hell chicken looked at Han Ju's Taoist temple and muttered, "Why do I feel that woman wants to eat chicken?" Tu Linger opened her eyes in anger. Crap. Too late. However, she didn't have the guts. After all, she was already Han Ju's disciple. The status of master and disciple was like a huge mountain that made her not dare to cross the line. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, "Chicken? She wants to eat you?" The black hell chicken rolled its eyes at her and said, "You don't understand, silly grass. All you know is to cultivate. You should have been close, but unfortunately, you're too stupid." Its tone was disappointed. Dao Comprehension Sword stood up and drew her sword. The chaotic heavenly dog came to mediate, but it only added fuel to the fire. For a time, the fusang tree was in chaos. It had been a long time since it was so lively. 7 years later, in the Taoist temple, Li Yao sat beside Han Ju. Her clothes were clean, but her face was slightly red. Han Ju said softly, "Not bad. If your dharmic powers fuse, you should be able to make a breakthrough." Li Yao nodded. "Thank you, sect master. Your dharmic powers have guided me greatly. It's better than 10,000 years of bitter cultivation." Han Ju shook his head. "It's not that exaggerated." The two of them fell silent again. Li Yao stood up and bowed before leaving. Han Ju suddenly stopped her and said, "From now on, you're my Dao companion. You're the same as Xing Hongshuan and Zan Qingjun. Remember, Xing Hongshuan is the first, don't cause trouble internally." Li Yao's brows lifted, and she immediately agreed happily. Several days later, Xing Hongshuan came to visit. She didn't say anything and only pestered him for a year before leaving. Han Ju couldn't help but look at the other women. Zan Qingjun, Fairy Shizan, and Chang Yue were still cultivating. The three women usually kept a low profile. It was mainly because their potential was poor and they could only spend time. Perhaps because of the difference in cultivation, they were a little restrained when facing Han Ju. He couldn't force them to do anything and let nature take its course. Han Ju didn't have much desire for women. He was already a sage and didn't have to lower himself. Of course, the other disciples were all very smart. They didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the three women. Actually, it's not ridiculous to fuse yin and yang occasionally. Han Ju thought silently and continued cultivating. In the next 100 years, Li Yao broke through to the mid-stage Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and entered the top 3 again in the 100-year competition. This performance shocked the other disciples. They didn't know what Han Ju had taught her. However, the threshold to become Han Ju's Dao companion was too high. Just the gender was enough to make the other disciples give up. In the blink of an eye, 600 years passed. More and more immortal emperors appeared in the 100-peak Immortal River. All members of the Nether race had stepped into the deity realm and were still far from the Zenith Heaven realm. However, 10,000 deity realm cultivators were enough to overturn all the forces in the world. On this day, Li Daokong returned, and Han Ju moved him into the Taoist temple. All these years, Li Daokong had sparred with Shi Dudao from time to time. There were no longer any emails about him being severely injured. "Sect Master, I encountered the heavenly race's patriarch, Ji Shanshan. He's in danger and hopes that the hidden sect can help. He's not the only one. Fang Liang is also trapped," Li Daokong said. Han Ju asked, "Trapped by who?" "Great Loose Heaven. This person created the first mortal world and has more than 1,000 Grand Unity Golden Immortals under him. He's also at the late-stage pseudo-sage realm and has powerful mystical powers," Li Daokong replied. Hesitating for a moment, he added, "The Chan school is behind him. The sages have expressed their goodwill to you. I don't know if Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang are disciples of the hidden sect now, so I didn't attack." Han Ju wasn't dissatisfied. Instead, he was very satisfied. Li Daokong wasn't as rash as he had expected. He had thought it through. Han Ju said, "Go find Han Yu and lead 1,000 Nether Zenith cultivators to save Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang. Send them safely to the heavens." It was time to fight for the heavenly Tao's providence. In the immortal world, Han Ju didn't have to do it personally. Li Daokong was secretly shocked. Such a huge move. He asked cautiously, "That sage? Don't mind him." "Understood." Li Daokong immediately made arrangements. An hour later, Han Ju moved Li Daokong and 1,000 Nether Zeniths out of the Tao field. He then closed his eyes and resumed cultivating. He wasn't worried that the sages of the Chan school would have any objections. Strength was the only thing that mattered. Chapter 551 Evil Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Chapter 551 Evil Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Han Ju was interested in controlling the Heavenly Tao, but he couldn't control it personally. He didn't want to be tied to the Heavenly Tao. He needed to support a sage to monopolize the Heavenly's Providence Tao and control it for him. Having another idea, Han Ju asked, "Can I use the primordial Heavenly Prison to enslave a Heavenly Tao sage and control the Heavenly Tao? 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Continue. You can enslave a Heavenly Tao sage, but you can't control the Heavenly Tao because of this. The Heavenly Tao will automatically sever the sage's providence." Han Ju wasn't surprised. The Heavenly Tao was a rule, after all. No matter how strong the system was, could it be stronger than the Great Tao? Even the Great Tao couldn't directly devour the Heavenly Tao. Moreover, enslaving a Heavenly Tao sage would definitely offend an even higher existence. From what Han Ju knew so far, the Heavenly Tao had already had more than 10 immeasurable calamities. During these immeasurable calamities, many mighty figures had risen. The sages had also been changed. Those transcendent Tao experts had left the Heavenly Tao and moved to the deity realm of the ruins of End. If Jade Bodhi could sense the Heavenly Tao's situation, so could the other transcendent Tao experts. To put it bluntly, these sages were puppets planted by the great Tao sages in the Heavenly Tao. Han Ju wanted to control the Heavenly Tao in the dark. This was foolproof. Outside the 33rd heaven, Sage Tao Field, Chu Zilai sat on the golden lotus. His expression changed as wisps of strange and ancient grey chi wrapped around his body. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily. The surrounding grey aura vanished. A black shadow appeared in front of him. Chu Zilai stared at him and said in a low voice, "What do you want?" The black shadow said, "The Heavenly Tao is weak. This is your opportunity. I want to ask you, what do you want?" Chu Zilai was silent. The black shadow continued, "Li Muyi's Chiliocosm world is about to be devoured by the Dark Sage King. His next target is the Heavenly Tao. If you unite the Heavenly Tao, you can better welcome the Dark Sage King's attack." Who is the Dark Sage King? The karma evil spirit born in the Dark Forbidden Zone. He wants to devour the big and small Heavenly Tao and transcend the Great Tao to resist the ancient order. Why aren't you attacking? How can we attack with the Realm Lord around? The Heavenly Tao and the Great Tao cannot interfere with each other. This is an iron rule that cannot be violated. Chu Zilai fell silent. The black shadow vanished into thin air after saying, "You have to unite the Heavenly Tao before the next calamity. Otherwise, your sage position will go to someone else." Chu Zilai's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. 50 years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked his emails. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Han Yu was attacked by a cultivator from the loose heaven realm X842. Your disciple, Ji Shanshan, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your grand disciple Fang Liang encountered an inauspicious evil that entered his soul. Your good friend Huang Zuntian has entered the Sage Tao field. Your good friend, the Heavenly Emperor, has transformed into the evil Heavenly Emperor because he devoured the inauspicious evil. Your good friend Zhang Dugu has entered the deity realm of the ruins of End. Your good friend Empress Haotu received a dream from a mysterious mighty figure. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Han Ju frowned. The Heavenly Emperor had transformed into the evil Heavenly Emperor. Before leaving the immortal world, the Heavenly Emperor had been plotted against by Jade Emperor Zhou Yan. The inferior strange deity had possessed his body. At that time, Han Ju had not completely purified it and was helpless. Han Ju pulled out his interpersonal relationships and checked the Heavenly Emperor's portrait. The Heavenly Emperor's name had already become the evil Heavenly Emperor. His face looked very sinister. He had white hair and sharp eyebrows. His eyes had turned into dual pupils, and there was a vertical pattern between his eyebrows that looked like a closed eye. Most importantly, the evil Heavenly Emperor's cultivation had already reached the late-stage pseudo-sage. This cultivation speed was so fast. Han Ju hesitated for a moment and decided to visit the Heavenly Emperor in his dreams. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't resist the dark nightmare at all. The dream was a small forest near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect more than 40,000 years ago. It was also a place of remembrance for Han Ju and the Heavenly Emperor. He saw that things had changed as he saw the Heavenly Emperor again. The Heavenly Emperor wore a dragon-patterned black robe and a dragon horn with a jade purple golden crown. 3 fan-shaped sword shadows floated behind him. Seeing Han Ju, the Heavenly Emperor was stunned. The two of them stared at each other silently. Several breaths later, the Heavenly Emperor sighed, "You're stronger than I expected. You've already attained the Tao." Han Ju said, I'm not a heavenly Tao sage yet. How have you been, Your Majesty? The heavenly emperor smiled, not bad, I've never felt so free. Han Ju, if you can't stay in the immortal world, you can come to the deity realm of the ruins of End to seek refuge with me. I've established a new heavenly court. How is the deity realm of the ruins of End compared to the immortal world? It's even more dangerous and desolate, but it's also filled with opportunities. Han Ju was stunned. Desolate. He had always thought that the deity realm of the ruins of End was more prosperous than the immortal world and was equivalent to a high-level immortal world. But from the heavenly emperor's words, that was not the case. The heavenly emperor sighed. The deity realm of the ruins of End was born before the immortal world. It was the number one world of the heavenly Tao. It was once shattered by the battle of the sages. In order to prevent such a situation from happening again, the Tao ancestor pieced together the fragments of the deity realm of the ruins of End into the immortal world. The deity realm of the ruins of End itself is filled with karma, grudges, and negative karma. It has long been abandoned. Now, it is regarded as the path to the ancient desolate. There are too many mighty figures fighting and dying on this path. The opportunities left behind are immeasurable. Han Ju couldn't help but think of the sage war in the investiture of the gods. Could it be that the birth of the immortal world was related to this? He asked, where's the ancient desolate? The heavenly emperor shook his head. Ancient desolate, that is a mysterious place. Even if someone comes out alive, they won't tell the truth. I'm not sure, either. Han Ju was deep in thought. The heavenly emperor stared at him with a burning gaze. Han Ju, come, join me and I will confer you the title of heavenly emperor. In the heavenly court, you will be second only to one person and above 10,000. We will join forces and conquer the dark forbidden zone. We will sweep through the great worlds and create an unprecedented great undertaking. Han Ju remained silent. For some reason, he felt that the heavenly emperor had changed. Apart from ambition, he also became more invasive. What about the immortal world? What plan do you have for the immortal world now? Han Ju asked. The heavenly emperor said proudly, I'll return sooner or later. All the sages will pay the price. I'll sweep through the immortal world. Anyone who doesn't obey will be destroyed. He stared at Han Ju again and said, Han Ju, join forces with me and clean up everything. Follow Pengu's example in the ancient legends. We can create everything again. Han Ju said, I'll consider it. The two of them continued to chat for a while. After the dream ended, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned. The heavenly emperor had really turned dark. Apart from strength, he was a standard villain now. Of course, from the heavenly emperor's point of view, his change was understandable. The heavenly emperor can even make a name for himself in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Perhaps it's not as terrifying as I imagined, but there must be someone stronger than me. Han Ju thought silently and continued cultivating. 500 years later, the heavenly Tao changed. I am Heavenly Venerate Wufa, the new sage of the heavenly Tao. I control the order of slaughter in the heavenly Tao and created the Wufa sect. A domineering voice resounded throughout the heavenly Tao. Chapter 552 Wufa sect, Han Ju battles Heavenly Venerate. Chapter 552 Wufa sect, Han Ju battles Heavenly Venerate. New sage, Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Han Ju immediately checked his emails. As expected, he saw an email. The providence of your enemy, Sage Janan, was severed by the sages and he died. Sage Janan's portrait had already disappeared. How ruthless. Han Ju thought silently, I want to know information about Heavenly Venerate Wufa. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Perfected Heavenly Tao Sage, immeasurable Emperor, disciple of the Tao Ancestor. Perfected Heavenly Tao Sage. This was quite something. Heavenly Venerate Wufa has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 3 stars. Han Ju showed a frown. Hatred towards him the moment he arrived. He had ill intentions. Han Ju hesitated to curse Heavenly Venerate Wufa. On the other side, a vast palace appeared outside the 33rd heaven. It was extremely majestic, and the 7-colored light rose to 1,000,000 feet tall. From afar, the palace looked like an ancient dragon. Chu Zilai, Fuxidian, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Sect Master Tianju, Emperor Shao, and Empress Haotu appeared. They looked at the new palace with complicated expressions. A plaque stood above the palace gate. Words were carved on it. Wufa Palace. From today onwards, I will lead you to strengthen the heavenly Tao. There will be no heavenly devil tribulation. What you have to do is listen to my arrangements. Heavenly Venerate Wufa's voice floated out, his tone irrefutable. The sages' expressions turned ugly. Too arrogant. This was the first time he had come here. The Wufa palace didn't even open the door. It was rude. The sages could only retreat and come to Chu Zilai's Dao field. Heavenly Venerate Wufa is a disciple of the Dao ancestor. His cultivation is unfathomable. We're probably not his match. Furthermore, he has the backing of a great Dao sage, South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said with an ugly expression. Emperor Shao frowned. Don't the three schools of the Dao sect also have great Dao sages? Sect Master Tianju sighed. To be honest, we've already lost contact. Otherwise, we wouldn't have relied on Ancestor Shishan. Emperor Shao and Empress Haotu frowned even more. Chu Zilai took a deep breath and said, an external force has begun to infiltrate the heavenly Dao. We have to join forces. Not long ago, a great Dao sage also threatened me. As for who it is, I can't say for the time being, lest I attract trouble. The sages' expressions changed. Emperor Shao said, there's a need to tell Hanju about this. It's already impossible to rely on us. We have to rely on his strength. The other sages nodded in agreement. After experiencing the heavenly devil calamity, they all acknowledged Hanju. No matter how the heavenly Dao fought, they had to be united against the outside world. 40 years later, Emperor Shao came to visit him. Hanju moved him into the Taoist temple. Not only did he give Emperor Shao face, but he also didn't give Emperor Shao a chance to observe the 100-peak immortal river. Emperor Shao directly stated his intention. He explained the matter of Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Hanju said, I understand. I'll consider this matter. Before that, the sages can wait and see. Even if the heavenly Dao changes owners, it won't change in a short period of time. We have to understand our opponents first before making plans. As for me, I'm definitely more inclined towards you. He must be joking. Heavenly Venerate Wufa had developed hatred towards him as soon as he arrived. He was already an enemy. Hanju would definitely think of a way to kill him, but he couldn't do it openly. Emperor Shao smiled. That's enough. I'll tell the other sages. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before Hanju sent him out. After Emperor Shao left, Hanju began to think about how to deal with Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Knowing one's enemy was the key to victory. I want to know if Heavenly Venerate Wufa can kill me. Hanju asked in his mind. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. There's a certain possibility. It was possible. Hanju stood up and activated all the supreme treasures in his body. He directly jumped to the 33rd heaven and quickly sensed the Heavenly Venerate Wufa's palace. He jumped in front of the palace and immediately copied the cultivation of Heavenly Venerate Wufa before jumping away. Almost instantly, Hanju felt a terrifying killing intent lock onto him. Where are you escaping to? Heavenly Venerate Wufa's voice sounded. Time seemed to have stopped. Hanju felt a terrifying palm strike land on his body, but it was cancelled out by his supreme treasure. Hanju jumped back into the 100-peak immortal river. Heavenly Venerate Wufa revealed himself and frowned. He wore a black Taoist robe and had a burly figure. His hair was very short, and his face was imprinted with golden Tao patterns that were difficult to understand. He emitted an ancient aura. He looked at his right palm and muttered, what a powerful Dharma treasure. How can he have it? Could it be that he has other backgrounds? On the other side, in the Taoist temple, Hanju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. Heavenly Venerate Wufa's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4.5 stars. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't feel anything after being slapped by Heavenly Venerate Wufa. The strongest treasure in his body could withstand a blow from a freedom sage. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was only a heavenly Dao sage. How could he hurt him? Hanju began the simulation trial and challenged Heavenly Venerate Wufa. An hour later, Hanju opened his eyes. He frowned slightly. In the first battle, he mainly probed Heavenly Venerable Wufa's ability. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was actually stronger than Li Mui. Although he was also a heavenly Dao sage, the mystical power he grasped already had the concept of a great Dao mystical power. Hanju won, but not happily. He continued to challenge. 10 minutes later, Hanju successfully killed Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Not enough. Once the battle dragged on, the enemy would easily escape. Hanju started the simulation trial again and again. After more than 100 times, the battle time decreased to a minute. 1,000 times later, Hanju finally found a way to insta-kill Heavenly Venerate Wufa. He couldn't help but sigh. He opened his eyes and smiled confidently. That's it. Hanju began to look down on Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Of course, he could only look down on him behind his back. If they really fought, He would definitely show weakness first and seize the opportunity when Heavenly Venerate Wufa relaxed. How could a battle of life and death be so fair? Hanju only believed in dead enemies. He looked up at the 13th heaven. Li Daokong and 1,000 nether zeniths were temporarily staying in the heavenly race. All these years, Hanju would look up while cultivating. Ji Shanshan had used the power of the hidden sect to begin purging the heavenly race. Many immortals were expelled. I am Heavenly Venerate Wufa. I cannot preach the Tao in the 33rd heaven. All living beings in the heavenly Tao only need to call me by my name. They can come to the Wufa palace to listen to the Tao and become disciples of the Wufa sect. Heavenly Venerate Wufa's voice suddenly sounded. Hanju raised his eyebrows. This fellow was something. In the past, when sages preached the Tao, they needed the listeners to head to the 33rd heaven themselves. This process was enough to screen out living beings with insufficient cultivation levels. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was different. As long as they uttered his sage name, they would be moved into the Wufa palace. Unknowingly, he would obtain the favor of all living beings. In just a few breaths of time, Hanju saw thousands of living beings being moved to the 33rd heaven. After a period of time, the disciples of the Wufa sect reached an extremely terrifying level. Not believing it, Hanju thought to himself, you have the guts to move all the living beings in the immortal world to your Tao field. Chapter 553 It's indeed him, Heavenly Sect Master. Chapter 553 It's indeed him, Heavenly Sect Master. Outside the 33rd heaven. In front of the palace, living beings appeared one after another. Most of them had pleasantly surprised expressions before stepping into the door that shone with strong light. It was endless, an endless stream. The space inside the Wufa palace seemed to be limitless and could contain all living beings in the immortal world. Han Tuo suddenly appeared in front of the Wufa palace. He looked up, his eyes filled with excitement, anticipation, and a trace of nervousness. Brother Han Tuo, you're here too. A familiar voice sounded. Han Tuo turned around and said in surprise, Brother Jiayu, you're here too. Jiayu squeezed through the crowd and walked in front of Han Tuo. The two of them were very happy to see each other again. After chatting for a while, they stepped into the Wufa palace. Such a scene repeated in front of the Wufa palace. Because they had come to listen to the Tao, many cultivators had reunited. Of course, enemies also saw each other and were extremely jealous. However, they didn't dare to act rashly in front of the sage Tao field. On the other side, the sages gathered in Chu Zilai's Tao field. This fellow is too impudent. What does he want? He directly took in all the living beings of the heavenly Tao as his disciples. Does he want to control the heavenly Tao alone? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said angrily, trembling in anger. Sect Master Tian Ju's eyes flickered with a cold light. It's indeed too much. He doesn't care about us at all. Chu Zilai was also furious. How long had it been since Heavenly Venerate Wufa came? Emperor Shao was also furious. He began to think of a countermeasure. At this moment, everyone, why is there another sage in the heavenly Tao? A voice sounded and Li Mui appeared in the hall. Seeing him appear, the sages' expressions instantly darkened. Li Mui looked a little tired. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, he asked, could it be that you didn't support him? The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate said in a strange tone, hey, isn't this the sage of the human school? Your Chiliocosm world's calamity has been resolved. Li Mui frowned. No, I'm prepared to abandon the Chiliocosm world. Tell me about that new sage first. Why are there so many living beings heading to his Tao field? The sages looked at each other. In the end, Sect Master Tian Ju told him the reason. Li Mui was furious when he heard that. Ridiculous. I'll personally find Heavenly Venerate Wufa. The sages did not stop him and watched him leave. In the Taoist temple of the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju, who was cultivating, sensed something and suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the 33rd heaven. He saw that Li Mui and Heavenly Venerate Wufa were fighting. Their mystical powers and dharmic powers were boundless. It shook the chaotic chi of the 33 heavens until it surged violently. The living beings in front of the palace no longer increased. From the looks of the battle, Li Mui was being suppressed by Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Interesting, Han Ju thought for a moment and took out the Book of Misfortune. He started to curse Heavenly Venerate Wufa. At the very least, he had to make him unable to cultivate in peace. It was very difficult to determine a winner in a battle between sages unless one grasped the power of the great Tao like Han Ju. 5 days later, Han Ju started to curse with his lifespan. He tried his best, his lifespan decreasing rapidly. In the midst of the fighting, Heavenly Venerate Wufa's expression changed drastically. He waved his sleeve, and countless blue ice crystals shot in all directions. They tore through space along the way, preventing Li Mui from approaching. Curse power. What mystical power are you using? Heavenly Venerate Wufa asked in a low voice. The previous curse did not hurt, but the power of the curse had suddenly strengthened. He guessed that Li Mui had used some mystical power. Li Mui ignored his question and continued fighting. He was also furious. He didn't want to lose face in front of the other heavenly Tao sages. At the same time, the expressions of the other sages who were watching the battle became subtle. They communicated with their divine sense. Indeed, it's him. We didn't curse Heavenly Venerate Wufa. That can only be Li Mui. Could it be Hanju? There's no need for Hanju to do that. Furthermore, the person questioned by Heavenly Venerate Wufa is Li Mui. This means that he sensed that Li Mui is using a mystical power that we can't see. How despicable. He even pretended to save me just now. If Li Mui had the system, he would definitely receive several hatred points. The battle continued. The 33rd heaven began to collapse. Dense spatial cracks could be seen everywhere. Chaotic lightning interwove in the spatial cracks. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was the strongest heavenly Tao sage now. Li Mui had long left the heavenly Tao. The battle between the two caused the order of the heavenly Tao to collapse. Boom! Terrifying purple lightning descended from above. It was unknown how long it was, but it seemed to split the entire chaotic space outside the 33rd heaven into two. Li Mui and Heavenly Venerate Wufa immediately dodged in fear. Their dharmic powers were endless and they could still fight for hundreds of millions of years, so their states were very stable. Heavenly Venerate Wufa snorted. Since the heavenly Tao is interfering, why fight? You can't defeat me at all. He was very unhappy. If not for the fact that he had sacrificed himself to become a heavenly Tao sage, he would have long killed Li Mui. He hadn't advanced after becoming a heavenly Tao sage. Instead, he had declined. Li Mui's expression was ugly. Fellow Taoist, this is the heavenly Tao immortal world. Don't you think it's too much for you to do this as a newcomer? Heavenly Venerate Wufa mocked him. It's a great merit for me to preach the Tao to all living beings. How is that too much? If you aren't convinced, you can ask all living beings. Do you dare to do it? Li Mui was silent. From a living being's point of view, it was naturally a huge opportunity. However, from the perspective of a sage, this was not a good thing. Their lineage would be shaken. Not only that, but all living beings would quickly become stronger, causing the heavenly Tao to be unable to withstand it and trigger another immeasurable calamity. Heavenly Venerate Wufa flicked his sleeve and left after saying, "Let's use our own methods in this game." Li Mui's face was ashen. He did not chase after him. Hanju touched his chin and pondered. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was so arrogant. Who was behind this? It shouldn't be the Tao ancestor. The heavenly Tao itself belonged to him. The sages had all been promoted by the Tao ancestor. I want to know who instructed Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Hanju thought silently. 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. A figure appeared in Hanju's mind. It was a black-robed youth. Heavenly Sect Master. Great Tao Sage, Immeasurable Emperor, Jia School's ancestor. Hanju frowned. Why was it the Heavenly Sect Master? It made sense that the Heavenly Sect Master was still alive. After all, Nuwa and Dijin were still around. However, why did the Heavenly Sect Master not support Sect Master Tianju but another sage? If I stay in the Heavenly Tao, why won't the Heavenly Sect Master kill me? 160 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Heavenly Venerate Wufa had developed hatred towards Hanju as soon as he arrived, which meant that it was very difficult for the Heavenly Sect Master to befriend him, so Hanju asked cleverly. The Heavenly Tao is independent and the Great Tao cannot interfere. The Heavenly Sect Master is still imprisoned in the Ancient Desolate and has lost his freedom. Hanju was enlightened. So this fellow was locked up. He asked, is it that even existences beyond the Heavenly Tao can't directly attack the living beings in the Heavenly Tao? Not necessarily, unless the cultivation level surpasses Pengu and the Tao ancestor. Chapter 554 Respect of a Sage, the Great Battle is Coming. Chapter 554 Respect of a Sage, the Great Battle is Coming. Surpassing Pengu and the Tao ancestor. How strong was that? Hanju couldn't even imagine. After reaching the primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm, he couldn't even imagine what the origin of the great Tao sage was, let alone a higher existence. No matter what, if Heavenly Venerate Wufa's backing was locked in the Ancient Desolate, Hanju didn't have to be afraid. His gaze landed on the Wufa Palace again. After the battle with Li Mui ended, Heavenly Venerate Wufa continued to recruit disciples and prepared to preach the Tao. Han Ju deduced that his son was also in the Tao field. Forget it, he would let Heavenly Venerate Wufa preach the Tao first and tidy up after. It was a good opportunity for the living beings of the heavenly Tao to become stronger. They could be more at ease when facing the heavenly devil tribulation in the future. About 10 years passed. The Wufa palace closed and the Heavenly Venerate began to preach. Han Ju silently calculated. More than 10 billion living beings had entered the palace. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was indeed generous. After the lecture, he directly obtained 10 billion disciples. Among these disciples, he could choose some with top potential. What a pity, Heavenly Venerable Wufa, you won't be able to laugh until the end. How long you can live depends on how long you can preach. Han Ju secretly mocked. Year after year passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. Inside Wufa Palace. This place was like a world. The ground was like water and the sky was white. Countless living beings sat on the water surface. After 100 years of preaching, most of the living beings had already transformed. Han Tuo and Jia Yu were the closest. Jia Yu opened his eyes and looked at him. He asked with a smile, "How are your gains?" Han Tuo smiled. "Not bad. What about you?" It was not just, not bad. Surprise. He actually easily understood the great Tao that Heavenly Venerate Wufa taught. Other than the increase in his cultivation, many thoughts also appeared in his mind, making him very excited. Jia Yu smiled. "It's alright, but I feel inferior to you. You always surprise me." Han Tuo smiled and did not reply. Although the two of them had a good relationship, they had their own secrets and never interfered with each other. This was also the reason why they got along well. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Wufa's voice sounded. "The first lecture is over. From now on, all of you are disciples of the Wufa sect. No matter what sect you came from, you must abandon it. I will lead you to prosperity. I am the strongest sage." His tone was extremely firm and confident. These words made most living beings worship him. Only a few disciples from other sects were very uncomfortable, but they did not dare to stand out and offend Heavenly Venerate Wufa. The heavenly devil calamity has just ended. All of you should be able to sense that the previous sages are too weak, causing the heavenly devils to be rampant for so long. If I lead the heavenly Tao, such a tragic scene will definitely not appear. Believe in me and follow me. This will be the greatest opportunity in your lives. My ambitions are to unite the myriad worlds in the universe and control the heavenly Tao alone. I will lead all living beings in the heavenly Tao to surpass the great Tao in the past. I will stand at the end of the river of destiny and look down on everything. The more Heavenly Venerate Wufa spoke, the more arrogant he became. Han Tuo frowned slightly. For some reason, he instinctively resisted Heavenly Venerate Wufa. So what if he's a sage? The thought shocked him. Logically speaking, after hearing the lecture, he should worship and revere Heavenly Venerate Wufa. However, seeing that the other party was so arrogant, he was inexplicably unhappy. Jia Yu's voice floated over, "Don't resist him. He's testing us." He used a voice transmission. Test. Han Tuo was shocked and hurriedly extinguished the flames of disdain in his heart. At the same time, he became wary of Jia Yu. This kid was not simple. He could even see through the methods of a sage. Thinking about it carefully, he had never seen Jia Yu in a sorry state. No matter how strong the enemy was, he was always calm. Jia Yu sensed Han Tuo's gaze and smiled. His eyes narrowed into two crescent moons. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was still speaking. At the same time, Han Ju had already arrived in front of Wufa Palace. He didn't barge in immediately but stood in front of the door and waited. His supreme treasure had already been activated, and the divine light of the sun and moon yin-yang protection covered his figure. "Han Ju, what do you want to do?" Chu Zilai's voice entered his ears. Not only Chu Zilai, but the other sages also asked with voice transmissions. Han Ju didn't answer. The reason why he did not immediately attack was that he was afraid of injuring the listeners. The reason why he came was that he was worried that Heavenly Venerate Wufa would use some tricks on them. Heavenly Venerate Wufa sensed Han Ju's appearance and ended his speech, asking the 10 billion disciples to leave. Boom! The door to the palace opened and a pillar of light rose. "The array formation outside the door can send you back. Cultivate well and wait for my next lecture." Heavenly Venerate Wufa's voice sounded. Han Ju could also hear it. Disciples walked out of the palace one after another. Seeing him, they were all stunned, but no one dared to approach. Han Ju's aura was very strong, making them fearful. One disciple after another stepped into the pillar of light, forming a long dragon that connected the interior of the palace to the pillar of light. Heavenly Venerate Wufa did not come out directly. He was probably waiting for the listeners to leave. On the other side, the sages gathered in Chu Zilai's palace. The South Extreme Heavenly Venerate asked excitedly, Hanju is going to fight with Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Sect Master Tianju sighed. Probably. He won't take the initiative to visit for no reason. Once he appears, he will definitely attack. Emperor Xiao smiled. Hanju's actions impressed me. This is a true cultivator. Unlike Li Mui, who only knows how to curse behind his back. Fuxidian also came, but Li Mui did not. Li Mui was rejected by them. Even the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate and Sect Master Tianju did not interact with him. I even suspected that Hanju is the Dark Forbidden Lord. I'm really ashamed. Sect Master Tianju sighed. How were Hanju's actions like the Dark Forbidden Lord? They began to look forward to what would happen next. Every disciple who left the Wufa Palace would glance at Hanju and not dare to look anymore. They thought that Hanju was a mighty figure under Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Han Tuo and Jia Yu chatted as they walked out of the palace. At this moment, Han Tuo suddenly saw Hanju. This glance stunned him. For some reason, Hanju's figure made him absent-minded, and he felt inexplicably close. Who was he? Han Tuo frowned and stared at Hanju. Jia Yu said, "Don't look." Han Tuo jolted awake and hurriedly retracted his gaze. After that, Han Tuo didn't dare to look at Hanju anymore, afraid that he would anger this mysterious mighty figure. However, in his heart, Hanju's figure couldn't be erased, making him curious. Who was this person? Hanju noticed that Han Tuo's cultivation had increased quite well. Not only that, but his physical bloodline actually contained a trace of Dao runes. Good kid, as expected of my son. Hanju thought silently. Most of his attention was still on Heavenly Venerate Wufa, in case he left. Han Tuo stepped into the pillar of light with the group. The moment he entered, he couldn't help but turn around. Shining with divine light, Hanju quietly stood at the side of the Wufa Palace's doors. He didn't move at all, like a god who would always stand in the river of time. He emitted a vast aura and loneliness. Chapter 555 Wufa Sect Crumbles, 3,000 years. Chapter 555 Wufa Sect Crumbles, 3,000 years. After all the listeners left, Hanju turned around and walked into the palace. Heavenly Venerate Wufa didn't use the array formation to stop him. Hanju walked forward slowly, but each step covered an extremely long distance. It had the profundity of shrinking the distance. Soon, he saw Heavenly Venerate Wufa. The other party sat on a tall tower. He was high and mighty as he looked down on him. Hanju clearly felt a mysterious force surging around him. This fellow was activating the array formation, wanting to isolate the palace from the outside. Hanju stopped and took a deep breath. Heavenly Venerate Wufa, I came here to acknowledge you as my master. Hearing this, Heavenly Venerate Wufa narrowed his eyes and asked, really? He thought that Hanju was here to find trouble. He didn't completely trust his words. Previously, Hanju had cancelled out his palm strike, which meant that he was not weak. Hanju said, I used my strength to attain the Tao and don't want to enter the heavenly Tao calamity. It's a good thing for me if you can unite the heavenly Tao. I can cultivate in peace and not be disturbed. Heavenly Venerate Wufa asked, really? Yes. Then kneel down. Hanju cursed silently. This dog really knew how to take advantage of others. His legs began to curve as if he was about to kneel down. Just as he bent down, he suddenly attacked. A Fian celestial Dharma idol suddenly appeared above Hanju's head. It moved like lightning and pounced at Heavenly Venerate Wufa like a hungry tiger. Heavenly Venerate Wufa raised his palm and struck, but the Fian celestial Dharma idol was faster and quickly drowned him. Imprisonment Fian celestial. This was one of the Fian celestial Dharma idols that Hanju had recently comprehended. It could imprison everything in the world, even the heavenly Tao and great Tao. The Heavenly Venerate Wufa's dharmic powers were completely useless against the imprisonment Fian celestial. His expression changed drastically. He immediately took out a white sword. At this moment, Hanju rushed in. Behind him were Fian celestial Dharma idols that gathered on the heavenly constellation Fian celestial at the front. Hanju waved his fist, and the heavenly constellation Fian celestial followed suit. A terrifying killing intent attacked. Heavenly Venerate Wufa's eyes widened as he waved his sword to block. Boom! The figure of the imprisonment Fian celestial began to expand like a balloon that was quickly injected with gas before exploding. The strong wind that stirred up wreaked havoc in the palace. The daytime sky was torn apart and the water at the bottom shattered like a mirror. From the outside, Wufa Palace shook violently. Streaks of rainbow light shot out from the palace, bright and dazzling. The sages in the Buddhist Tao field waited nervously. Although they knew that Hanju was very strong, they were not afraid of accidents. Inside Wufa Palace, the imprisonment fiend celestial had already dissipated. The wind circled in the hall. It was visible to the naked eye. Dense spatial cracks appeared in the white sky, making one's heart palpitate. Hanju stood on the platform, holding the heavenly venerate Wufa's sage soul. Heavenly venerate Wufa was suppressed by the power of the imprisonment fiend celestial, void fiend celestial, hell fiend celestial, and many others, making it impossible for him to move. He looked at Hanju in shock and asked, "Who are you?" He had never encountered a battle like this before. Where did those Dharma idols come from? Hanju said calmly, "I just want to protect the heavenly Tao order left behind by the Tao ancestor." Tao ancestor. Heavenly venerate Wufa's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm a heavenly Tao sage. You can't kill me. I have a mighty figure behind me. I advise you to give up." Hanju asked, "Your master is stronger than the Tao ancestor." Heavenly venerate Wufa was silent. Hanju retracted his hand and disappeared into the hall. He directly came to the 100-peak immortal river's Tao field and threw heavenly venerate Wufa into the primordial heavenly prison. To prevent the other party from doing anything, Hanju decided not to cultivate and kept staring at him. Heavenly venerate Wufa was suppressed. He shouted, "What? You want to imprison me? Can you imprison me for a lifetime?" Hanju ignored him. He would leave the answer to time. Outside the 33rd heaven, the sages arrived at the Wufa palace. Li Mui also came. Li Mui frowned and said, "There's the aura of battle. Why don't I see the two of them?" No one replied. The sages began to check around. Li Mui was secretly annoyed and extremely unhappy. Ever since he returned, the sages had ostracized him. However, when he thought of how he had indeed not contributed in the heavenly devil calamity, he could understand, so he had been enduring. The sages wandered around for a while. After confirming that Hanju and heavenly venerate Wufa were not around, they could only give up. Several decades later, Chu Zilai visited Hanju in his dreams. Hanju ignored him. Chu Zilai didn't dare to continue. He thought that Hanju was still fighting with heavenly venerate Wufa and didn't dare to disturb him. Time passed. After the lecture ended, the Wufa sect grew rapidly. In less than 1,000 years, the Wufa sect's disciples appeared everywhere in the myriad worlds. The sages didn't dare to act recklessly without knowing heavenly venerate Wufa's life and death. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years passed. Hanju and heavenly venerate Wufa had already disappeared for 2,000 years. The sages grew bold and arranged for their disciples to enter the world to target the Wufa sect. Without heavenly venerate Wufa's appearance, the sect had no unity and crumbled in less than 100 years. In a deep mountain, Hantuo meditated in the cave abode and cultivated. Ever since the trip to the Wufa palace, he had been hiding here and cultivating. His cultivation level had increased exponentially. Jiayu suddenly walked in from the entrance and said, "The Wufa sect is no more. It seems that something has happened to heavenly venerate Wufa." Hantuo opened his eyes when he heard this. He couldn't help but think of the divine light figure he had seen that day. Could it be that heavenly venerate Wufa's disappearance was related to that person? Hantuo teased, "Your plan to join the Wufa sect has failed. What's next?" Jiayu found a seat and sat down. He shrugged and said, "I'm preparing to leave the immortal world." "Where to?" "An unknown land. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Hantuo was silent. He didn't have many good friends. Jiayu was his confidant. Although he couldn't see through him, he had indeed helped him a lot. The two of them had experienced life and death together. Jiayu said meaningfully, "Hantuo, you're not simple. It's just that the path of cultivation is still long. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll already be an influential figure below the heavenly Tao." Hantuo frowned and asked, "Must you leave?" "That's right. My mission is over." "Where are you from?" "I can't say. Let's discuss the Tao. This is also the last time." "All right." Hantuo wasn't pretentious. He was no longer the immature youth from back then. Several years later, Jiayu left. Hantuo also left and entered seclusion in another cave abode. Inside the Taoist temple, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. "Primordial heavenly prison has successfully enslaved the target. Heavenly venerate Wufa has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, max." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. It took him 3,000 years to enslave heavenly venerate Wufa. He had not cultivated for 3,000 years. He had never wasted so much time, causing him to feel extremely tormented and uncomfortable. Hanju checked the emails and saw an interesting one. "Your good friend heavenly venerable Wufa was abandoned by the heavenly Tao and lost his position as a heavenly Tao sage. Chapter 556 Freedom Sage. Chapter 556 Freedom Sage. Hanju felt that the Heavenly Tao was defending itself by abandoning Heavenly Venerate Wufa. He began to check Heavenly Venerate Wufa's attributes. Heavenly Venerate Wufa. Early stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm, immeasurable Emperor, disciple of the Tao Ancestor. Because he was enslaved by you using the Primordial Heavenly Prison, his favorability towards you has reached the maximum. Early stage of the Freedom Primordial Chaos Realm. Freedom Sage. Hanju had a strange expression. Heavenly Venerate Wufa was meditating and not moving. Hanju asked in his mind, his cultivation level far exceeds mine. Will he betray me? No, unless he surpasses the system's limits. The Tao field could already block the prying of the great Tao above. Its limit naturally far exceeded the Freedom Sage's. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief and was suddenly amused. In that case, he had benefited. In order to master the Heavenly Tao, Heavenly Venerate Wufa had no choice but to become a Heavenly Tao Sage. His cultivation level weakened, but it gave Hanju a chance. Hanju said, "Kneel down." Hearing this, Heavenly Venerate Wufa suddenly opened his eyes and knelt down. "Bastard, you tried to make me kneel before you earlier. Kneel for a period of time yourself." Hanju asked, "Who sent you to the Heavenly Tao?" Heavenly Venerate Wufa replied, "Heavenly Sect Master." "What is his goal?" "For me to grasp the Heavenly Tao. Then, he will absorb my providence and break free from the great Tao array formation that the Tao Ancestor used to suppress him." Why was the Heavenly Sect Master suppressed by the Tao Ancestor? After the Heavenly Sect Master became a great Tao Sage, he started the battle of the sages and angered the Tao Ancestor. Hanju couldn't help but think of the investiture of the gods. In the Divine Investiture War, the Heavenly Sect Master had also triggered the battle of the sages. If this legend was true, the Heavenly Sect Master would really not give up. However, he felt that the Divine Investiture War might not be true. It should be a Heavenly Tao projection. It happened to project a mythical history into the minds of mortals. It blurred the process and resulted in a similar legend. No matter what, the Heavenly Sect Master couldn't escape for the time being. He couldn't find trouble with him. Hanju continued, "Tell me about the deity realm of the ruins of End in detail." Heavenly Venerate Wufa replied, "The deity realm of the ruins of End is boundless. It's filled with great Tao restrictions. Even sages can't interact with it instantly. Living beings below the Emperor realm can't survive there. The deity realm of the ruins of End is desolate, and existences called Tao devils wander around. The strongest Tao devil can even devour ordinary sages, so the races in the deity realm of the ruins of End are very cautious. The Buddhist sect, the Tao sect, the devil race, the demon race, the dragon race, and so on are all scattered in the deity realm of the ruins of End. They don't disturb each other. Not only that, because the deity realm of the ruins of End is located in the dark forbidden zone, the inauspicious evil can freely infiltrate it and attack living beings. Currently, the strongest one in the deity realm of the ruins of End is the Seven Tao Sage. He created the Great Tao Pagoda. He doesn't have many disciples, but they are all elites. Hanju listened carefully. He felt glad. From the sound of it, the Heavenly Tao was the safest. Be it the inauspicious evil or the Tao devils, they couldn't infiltrate the Heavenly Tao. If he didn't have the system, if he wanted to advance, after reaching the Sage realm, he indeed would have to go to the deity realm of the ruins of End. From what Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, Hanju learned that other than the terrifying Tao devils, the deity realm of the ruins of End was filled with all sorts of great Tao forms. Great Tao had even transformed into spirits and walked the deity realm of the ruins of End to preach the Great Tao. In terms of opportunities, the Heavenly Tao couldn't compare. Hanju suspected that the Great Tao Divine Spirit was formed by the Great Tao. After Heavenly Venerate Wufa finished speaking, Hanju asked curiously, "Tao devils can even kill sages. How can ordinary living beings survive? Even the Heavenly Emperor could take root in the deity realm of the ruins of End." Heavenly Venerate Wufa replied, "The origins of the Tao devils are mysterious. They don't have independent thoughts and only find living beings of the same realm to hunt. Speaking of which, the Tao devils are very similar to the heavenly devils. It's just that the heavenly devils have intelligence and the Tao devils are stronger." "I see." Hanju narrowed his eyes. In other words, the deity realm of the ruins of End has not formed a civilization, much less unified. Is it like the wilderness? Heavenly Venerate Wufa nodded and sighed. In the deity realm of the ruins of End, other than relying on mighty figures, one can only constantly fight and pursue the great Tao. That place is like the chaos before the creation of the world. There's no peace when the 3,000 chaotic Fiend Celestials fight. Hanju asked, "What about the ancient desolate? How much do you know about it? Heavenly Venerate Wufa shook his head. I have never entered the ancient desolate. Perhaps, I have, but I don't remember. The ancient desolate is extremely mysterious. It's the greatest forbidden land in the deity realm of the ruins of End. Hanju fell into deep thought. Heavenly Venerate Wufa said, if you want to surpass the primordial chaos Tao fruit, you still have to head to the deity realm of the ruins of End to pursue the great Tao that belongs to you. The heavenly Tao can at most produce connate chi. After stepping into the sage realm, it's very difficult to cultivate. It's very difficult to comprehend the great Tao in the heavenly Tao because it's very far away. Hanju nodded and continued to question him. Several days later, Heavenly Venerate Wufa left and returned to the 33rd heaven to preside over the Wufa palace. His return shocked the sages. Could it be that Hanju had lost? Hanju began the simulation trial and fought the current Heavenly Venerate Wufa. 2 hours passed. Hanju opened his eyes and frowned. With his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to fight against a freedom sage. He fought for 2 hours without winning. Fortunately, Heavenly Venerate Wufa was now his subordinate and could not threaten him. I should comprehend the great Tao of extreme origin, Hanju muttered to himself. Through his communication with Heavenly Venerate Wufa, Hanju knew that he was still very weak. However, there was one good thing. No matter who came to the Heavenly Tao, they had to stay. Unless they were stronger than the Tao ancestor. Hanju suddenly thought of Ancestor Shishin. He was clearly stronger than the other Heavenly Tao sages. Why was he not affected by the Heavenly Tao? Could it be because Ancestor Shishin did not attack? In any case, as long as he stayed in the Heavenly Tao, Hanju was invincible. Steady. At this moment, Chu Zilai sent him a dream. Hanju accepted it. Just like he had guessed, Chu Zilai asked about Heavenly Venerable Wufa. Hanju said that he and Heavenly Venerate Wufa had reached an agreement. In the future, when they fought for Providence, they would follow the rules and not act recklessly like before. He didn't directly say that he couldn't subdue the Heavenly Venerate. He could use this to restrain the other sages. Chu Zilai heaved a sigh of relief and informed the other sages about this. The Heavenly Tao regained its calm. After the Wufa sect was scattered, a large number of sects appeared in the immortal world. Heavenly Venerate Wufa preached the Tao for 100 years. 10 billion disciples had been subdued. Many living beings had ambitions and wanted to fight for themselves. There were hundreds of conflicts in the immortal world. Battles between cultivators could be seen everywhere. It looked a little chaotic, but the overall providence of the Heavenly Tao was becoming stronger. On the other side, 13th Heaven, South Heaven Gate. Li Daokong and Han Yu stood side by side. 1,000 nether zeniths waited at the horizon. Ji Shanshan asked, are you really not staying? Li Daokong shook his head. We should return to report. After so many years, the heavenly race is already under your control. You only need to be careful of the Heavenly God General. This person is extremely shrewd and has gone under many masters. Ji Shanshan nodded. Li Daokong didn't say anything else and left with Han Yu. Ji Shanshan looked at Li Daokong's back, his eyes filled with envy. Li Daokong had become the person he wanted to become. He was powerful and unrestrained. He did as he pleased. Unknowingly, Ji Shanshan had become greedy for power. Even he did not know. At this moment, a golden light shot over from below. It pierced through the clouds and then through the South Heaven Gate's plaque. The golden light rose and entered the 14th heaven. Chapter 557 Son of the Heavenly Tao, Fian Celestial in the World. Chapter 557 Son of the Heavenly Tao, Fian Celestial in the World. Ji Shanshan was frightened by the sudden golden light and immediately looked up. The heavenly soldiers guarding the South Heaven Gate were on high alert. Ji Shanshan pinched his fingers to deduce with a strange expression. On the other side, in the 100-peak immortal river, Hanju also opened his eyes. It had been 107 years since Heavenly Venerate Wufa left. During this period of time, he had been cultivating until he was disturbed by this mysterious aura. What a familiar aura, Hanju muttered to himself and pinched his fingers to deduce. He deduced that a golden light was connecting the world in the west of the immortal world. This golden light shot out from an island volcano into the sky. It was unstoppable. From afar, it was like a miracle. At the bottom of the golden light, a figure squatted in the magma. From the figure, it could be seen that it was a youth. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor. Hanju narrowed his eyes. He had just been born and he was already an immortal emperor. Amazing. Hanju discovered that he couldn't figure out this golden-haired youth's background. He had to use the derivation function to deduce. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 5 billion years. This was even more impressive than a heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju was interested and chose to continue. Tian, rank 1 immortal emperor, son of the heavenly Tao, chaotic fiend celestial, the great providence bearer chosen by the heavenly Tao. He carries the mission of unifying the immortal world. Son of the heavenly Tao, chaotic fiend celestial. So powerful. Han Ju was interested. He noticed that many cultivators were flying towards the island where the sky was being pierced by the golden light. There was even Emperor Xiao's clone, Emperor Chen. Han Ju thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Li Daokong, who was on his way back. He asked him to investigate Tian. It depended on Li Daokong's mood if he wanted to take in a disciple. As for Han Yu, he continued to return with the 1,000 nether zeniths. Han Ju thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission to the 3 pure sacred ancestor to find Tian. He didn't tell Li Daokong about the 3 pure sacred ancestor joining them. The two of them did their own thing and relied on their own abilities. Li Mui had yet to discover anything unusual with the 3 pure sacred ancestor. After returning, he hadn't even gone to find him. According to the 3 pure sacred ancestor, Li Mui completely used him as a dharma treasure and would not ask about him usually. Han Ju was a sage now, the master of a major force. He couldn't do everything himself. Then, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. So what if he was the son of the heavenly Tao? If you become my enemy, you will still be destroyed. In the endless sea, islands dotted the surface. Cultivators flew from all directions towards the same island. It was the island where the son of the heavenly Tao was born. The mysterious golden light had already dissipated. On the island, at the mouth of the volcano, a naked youth crawled out. He was slightly thin, had white hair, eyes like snakes, and a pair of horns that looked like sharp blades on his forehead. The youth looked around in confusion. Born as an immortal emperor. Not bad, not bad. A gentle laugh sounded. The youth turned around and saw Emperor Chen standing by the cliff, smiling at him. The youth was vigilant. Although he didn't know how to speak, he instinctively resisted when facing unfamiliar things. At this moment, mighty cultivators landed on the mountain peak. What race is this? Amazing. I can even see his golden light on the 5th level. His potential is definitely not simple. Even a pseudo-sage is here. Looks like this kid is not someone we can take in. Who doesn't have a powerful background? My senior brother's father's uncle master is also an immortal god of the heavenly race. Did I brag about that? Let's wait and see. There seems to be something wrong with this kid. The cultivators discussed. Being surrounded like this, the white-haired youth was extremely nervous. His gaze swept around as if looking for a gap to escape. At this moment, golden lotuses scattered down from the sky. It was a spectacular and beautiful sight. This child is fated with me. Everyone, disperse. The 3 pure sacred ancestors' voice sounded. It was majestic and shook the world. Everyone turned around and saw the 3 pure sacred ancestor walking down the clouds. There seemed to be an invisible staircase beneath his feet. Many cultivators were moved when they saw him. Although they didn't know who the 3 pure sacred ancestor was, his powerful and unfathomable aura was enough to them. This child is fated with our Buddhist sect. Please give us face. A domineering voice sounded. Following the voice, a 10,000-foot-tall golden Buddha crossed the sea. It was unstoppable. Divine Might Buddha, someone exclaimed in reverence. The leader of the Buddhist sect was a top mighty figure who had experienced the calamity. 90% of the living beings in the world had to call him ancestor. The Divine Might Buddha and the 3 pure sacred ancestor were about to confront each other. The atmosphere became tense. Outside the 33rd heaven. At the Buddhist sect Tao field. Chu Zilai's expression darkened. It was unknown what he was thinking. A figure floated in front of him. It was the spirit of the heavenly Tao. You said that you wanted to support me, but now, you've created the son of the heavenly Tao. What do you mean by this? Chu Zilai asked in a low voice. Seeing Tian appear, he almost died of anger. Even a sage couldn't withstand it. The heavenly Tao spirit said, I can't do anything, either. This chaotic fiend celestial was left behind by the Tao ancestor when he left. The heavenly devil calamity caused the heavenly Tao's providence to decline. This chaotic fiend celestial has awakened. I have no choice but to transform it into a son of the heavenly Tao. Only then can I control it. Chu Zilai frowned, still unhappy. The heavenly Tao hid too many things from him. He suddenly felt that he was a pawn. A son of the heavenly Tao came out now. What about next time? When could he control the heavenly Tao and become a figure like the Tao ancestor? The heavenly Tao spirit said, recently, the hidden sect's providence has increased very quickly. The heavenly race's providence is all focused on the heavenly ancestor, and the heavenly ancestor has karma with Han Ju. He must have already joined the hidden sect. You have to be careful. Chu Zilai said calmly, I understand, but Han Ju is too strong. We can't fight him openly. The heavenly Tao spirit vanished. Chu Zilai waved his right hand, and a screen of light appeared in front of him. In the screen of light, the three pure sacred ancestor was fighting dozens of mighty figures, including Li Daokong and the Divine Might Buddha. Even if he was alone, the three pure sacred ancestor still had the upper hand. He was extremely powerful. Chu Shi was envious. If he had the three pure sacred ancestor, wouldn't he have the final say in the immortal world? 10 years later, Han Ju opened his eyes and pinched his fingers to deduce. His expression became strange. That son of the heavenly Tao did not follow anyone. Instead, he dominated an island alone and became a king. Li Daokong actually pestered the three pure sacred ancestor and kept chasing after him. The three pure sacred ancestor knew that he was from the hidden sect and had been going easy on him. With Han Ju's orders, he couldn't tell the truth and could only fight with Li Daokong. Han Ju was speechless. He knew Li Daokong, but he didn't expect him to be so stubborn. He had no choice but to send him a voice transmission asking for him to give up. It's fine, Sect Master. I have to defeat him. Li Daokong replied in his mind. Han Ju rolled his eyes in anger. Forget it, he would let this fellow fight. In any case, it was impossible for him to defeat the three pure sacred ancestor. Although Li Daokong was strong, he had yet to surpass Shi Du Dao. Han Ju was about to close his eyes and continue cultivating when he sensed Dao Sovereign approaching. In the current hidden sect, other than Han Ju, Li Daokong, and the guards, Dao Sovereign was the strongest disciple. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm and was very close to the late stage. Master, there's another newcomer in the chaotic domain. Aren't you going to take a look? Dao Sovereign asked after entering the temple. Chapter 558 Hidden Sects Internal Affairs, Going Beyond. Chapter 558 Hidden Sects Internal Affairs, Going Beyond. The newcomer could only be the son of the heavenly Tao, Tian. Han Ju wasn't interested. He had almost forgotten about the chaotic domain. Usually, Zhou Fan, Dao Sovereign, and Zhao Xuanyuan wouldn't go to the chaotic domain. However, the myriad worlds projection was very lively. The disciples often communicated with Li Daokong and Han Yu, asking about what was happening in the outside world. Han Ju said, "Is that all?" Dao Sovereign hurriedly said, "These two newcomers have very strong potential. In addition, I want to go out and seek opportunities." Two newcomers. Not only Tian, but there was also someone else. Han Ju was slightly curious, but he didn't care in the end. You've reached the pseudo-sage realm. No, but, you want to go against my will. No, no. Terrified, Dao Sovereign hurriedly tried to explain. Han Ju said, I don't want to save you anymore, understand? If you dare to make such a request again, the threshold of leaving the mountain will increase to the sage realm. I understand. I was rude, Dao Sovereign said helplessly. But Han Ju was right. When he recalled the bumpy situation of the previous calamity, his heart still palpitated. Little brat, you actually want to trick me. After Dao Sovereign thought it through, he was filled with fear. Han Ju waved his hand and gestured for him to leave. After Dao Sovereign left, Han Ju still didn't go to the chaotic domain. His gaze landed on Han Tuo. This fellow was still cultivating in seclusion. His providence and reputation in the immortal world were weak and he could be considered nameless. He suddenly had an idea. The appearance of Tian was a whetstone for Han Tuo. If he didn't have a powerful enemy in his life, how could he continue forward? Even though Han Ju had the system, he would also treat all living beings as formidable enemies and encourage himself. After thinking, Han Ju raised his hand and waved a beam of light. It quickly disappeared like lightning. Time passed. Another 300 years passed. While cultivating, Han Ju opened his eyes and started to check his emails. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Chu Zilai has fused with the Heavenly Tao's Providence. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Three Pure Sacred Ancestor. He was severely injured. Your good friend Shi Du Dao has entered the Dark Forbidden Zone. Your good friend Fang Liang was attacked by an unknown space-time power and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo's bloodline potential has increased. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Han Ming was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Chu Shiren received your good friend Chu Zilai's dream. The situation of the emails became complicated. Han Ju read it with relish. He noticed that Chu Zilai had sent a dream to Chu Shiren. What was this old fellow trying to do? Han Ju continued to read the emails. An hour later, Han Ju called Chu Shiren over. Chu Shiren quickly arrived at the Taoist temple and bowed respectfully. Han Ju asked, "How have you been cultivating recently?" Chu Shiren said, "As usual." He hesitated for a moment and said, "You know that Sage Chu Zilai sent me a dream." "I don't know." Chu Shiren took a deep breath and said, "Chu Zilai hopes that I can return to the Buddhist sect." This time, he did not even use the word sage. It could be seen that he had already chosen his side. Han Ju said, "Oh, really, what do you think?" Chu Shiren shook his head. "I'm naturally unwilling. If I return to the Buddhist sect, I'll become a pawn again. It's good to be in the hidden sect. You never ask me to do anything against my will. Here, I can still cultivate in peace." Not long ago, he hated cultivating. Now that he was cultivating very actively, he would reach the zenith heaven realm sooner or later. Han Ju said, "Cultivate well. You can leave after reaching the pseudo-sage realm. Remember, I don't have many requirements for the hidden sect disciples. However, there is one rule. You are not to betray the hidden sect, and you are not allowed to kill each other. Otherwise, I can take back what I can give you. Under the heavenly Tao, no one can save you if you betray me." Chu Shiren hurriedly bowed to show his loyalty. Han Ju didn't say anything else. After leaving the Taoist temple, Chu Shiren heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster's ability is really impressive. Even a sage's dream can be detected by him. Chu Zilai wants to harm me. Chu Shiren thought to himself. As he passed Zhang Ju, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. Chu Shiren's heart beat wildly. The sage's gaze was filled with pressure. Chu Shiren suddenly realized that other than Han Ju, there were other powerful and mysterious existences in the hidden sect. These mysterious existences did not communicate with the disciples and were only loyal to Han Ju. With that thought, Chu Shiren bowed to Zhang Ju and quickened his pace, leaving hurriedly. This small incident did not cause a stir in the hidden sect. As their cultivation level increased, the hearts of people would also change. Han Ju could understand. His current mentality was also very different from when he was weak. His ambitions would also change. However, in the 100-peak Immortal River, all the rules were determined by Han Ju. Although these disciples were very respectful, that was only for him. They were all proud and arrogant people. Once they were released, after so many years, they might turn against each other. Back then, even the three pure ones under the Tao ancestor could turn against each other. Han Ju naturally didn't feel that his disciples would always be united. 62 years later, Han Zuishan came to visit him and asked if he should release another batch of disciples. They were naturally in-name disciples. Recently, he had calculated that another batch of disciples couldn't increase their cultivation no matter how they cultivated. Han Ju said, "Choose. Let them go to the heavenly race and serve the heavenly ancestor Ji Shanshan in the future." Han Zuishan accepted the order. Several days later, 1,000 immortal emperors took their positions. Han Ju waved his hand and sent them out. In the current immortal world, 1,000 immortal emperors was a force that could not be underestimated. Ji Shanshan was pleasantly surprised when he received the in-name disciples. As expected of Master, "You've been thinking about me," Ji Shanshan thought to himself. Although these disciples could not compare to 1,000 nether zeniths, they were definitely not weak. Ji Shanshan warmly welcomed the hidden sect disciples. The heavenly race was shocked. When the immortals from the other sects learned that the hidden sect had sent over 1,000 immortal emperors, they were all terrified and did not dare to go against Ji Shanshan. Although the hidden sect kept a low profile, once it was mentioned, all living beings would recall all sorts of legends. The Providence sect disciples had even been warned by their elders not to provoke the hidden sect. On the other side, 33rd heaven, Sage Dao Field. Huang Zuntian knelt in front of Sect Master Tianju with a respectful attitude. Sect Master Tianju sized him up and said, "Huang Zuntian, you have already joined the Jia school for 40,000 years. What do you think of the immortal world?" Huang Zuntian replied, "The sages play chess and all living beings are pawns. The direction of the immortal world's providence is entirely determined by the sages' intentions." Sect Master Tianju said meaningfully, "Is this the reason why you led the Jia school to rest and recuperate?" "That's right. If not for the sages' arrangements, we would have acted rashly and only dug our own graves." "You're smart. Now that you're the sect master of the Jia school, what else do you want to pursue?" Huang Zuntian was silent and did not answer immediately. What did he mean? Was the sage testing him? Huang Zuntian's thoughts raced as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. Chapter 559 50,000 years old, Primordial Divine Rage. Chapter 559 50,000 years old, Primordial Divine Rage. I don't dare to expect anything, but I'll listen to the sage's arrangements, Huang Zuntian said in a low voice with his head lowered. Sect Master Tianju stared at him without saying anything. The hall fell silent. After a long while, Sect Master Tianju said faintly, Huang Zuntian, do you want to become a sage? Huang Zuntian's eyelids twitched as he said, of course. But I want to protect the Jia school more. Without the Jia school, I wouldn't be where I am today. Sect Master Tianju said, the various Providence sects will compete for the new sage position. You are the only one qualified in the Jia school. I will pave the way for you. What you have to do is to strengthen the Jia school and increase its providence. Huang Zuntian frowned. Where's Jing Tiangong? Sect Master Tianju snorted. He has already betrayed us. His heart is with the Dark Forbidden Lord. Otherwise, why would he pass it on to you? Huang Zuntian was silent. That's settled. In 10,000 years, I want more than 100 million disciples and more than 500 deity realm cultivators. Sect Master Tianju snorted. Huang Zuntian cursed silently. He was really asking for too much. The deity realm was not so easy to nurture. However, facing a sage, Huang Zuntian did not dare to say no. After leaving the sage Dao field, Huang Zuntian flew down to the 33rd heaven. He couldn't help but think of the hidden sect. Sigh, when will Master summon me back? The hidden sect is already so strong. Why do you still want me to hide? Could it be that he had even greater ambitions? Huang Zuntian did not dare to continue thinking. If he did, he would probably be discovered by the sages. He had to forget about this first. Time passed. More than 800 years went by. Detected that you are 50,000 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and control the heavenly Tao alone. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, and a supreme treasure. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and pursue surpassing the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a pseudo-sage Tao field guard. Han Ju opened his eyes and smiled. Finally, Han Ju directly chose the second option. You choose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and pursue surpassing the heavenly Tao. You will obtain a great Tao fragment and a pseudo-sage Tao field guard. Han Ju finally accumulated 9 great Tao fragments. A pseudo-sage Tao field guard was also not bad. This time, Han Ju planned to duplicate the 3 pure sacred ancestor. The 3 pure sacred ancestor had already submitted to him. In addition, the simulation trial had his data, so there was no problem in choosing him. Beginning to duplicate the Tao field guard, Han Ju took out the 9 great Tao fragments and fused them. He had already planned for the new great Tao comprehension. He wanted to create a great Tao mystical power that could completely fuse the grand unity aspect. After the 9 great Tao fragments fused, a strong light burst out and drowned Han Ju's figure. He entered the great Tao comprehension state. A mortal world, an island. A white-haired youth sat at the top of the mountain, facing the east. His body was surrounded by a visible wind. A beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Tian opened one eye and saw a ruddy old Taoist. The old Taoist smiled and said, Tian, if you want to cultivate, you have to seek the Tao. Why don't you acknowledge me as your master? Tian replied, I already have a complete name. It's called Yi Tian. As for a master, I don't need one. Yi Tian. The old Taoist pondered for a moment and did not understand the meaning of this name. If you don't acknowledge me as your master, you can only cultivate by instinct. When can you walk out of the endless sea? Who said that I rely on my instincts to cultivate? Yi Tian looked disdainful. Without waiting for the old Taoist to continue asking, Yi Tian said impatiently, leave quickly. If you come again, don't blame me for being impolite. The old Taoist frowned. Why are you so stubborn? Yi Tian stood up immediately, his expression quickly becoming sinister. His white hair stretched out and turned into thousands of venomous snakes. His thin body began to expand, his muscles and his aura suddenly changed. The murderous soaring aura caused the sky to change and thunderclouds to gather. Moved, the old Taoist immediately disappeared. Yi Tian's expression softened, and he returned to his original appearance. He looked harmless. This was not the first cultivator he had chased away. He was annoyed. Why was there always someone coming to take him in as a disciple? He was born with cultivation techniques and mystical powers. He didn't need to acknowledge anyone as his master. 1,000 years had passed since he was born. His cultivation level had already reached the rank 9 Immortal Emperor realm. More than 100 islands in the area had submitted to him. He enjoyed this life and did not want to leave this sea. At this moment, a three-headed eagle flew over and landed in front of him. It said respectfully, "Your Majesty, a person appeared in the north and floated on the sea. His aura is powerful, and he can't wake up. Our subordinates can't bite him at all." Hearing this, Yi Tian became interested and immediately jumped over to check. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, countless birds circled the sea. There were also many sea lifeforms that had yet to transform leaping out of the sea. In the middle of them floated a man covered in blood. It was Han Tuo. He was severely injured. White bones could be seen at his joints. Yi Tian quickly rushed over, scaring the surrounding living beings away. He frowned as his gaze landed on Han Tuo. For some reason, Han Tuo's aura made him feel inexplicably close. He felt as if he had encountered his own kind. He raised his hand and waved. Han Tuo left the sea and landed in his hand. He carried him and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the Taoist temple of the 100-peak Immortal River, Han Ju suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly and his aura was oppressive. This mystical power is called the primordial divine rage. It combines the power of many Fian celestials when it's mastered. It forms the strongest mystical power and can destroy the enemy in one strike. Han Ju muttered to himself as a line of words appeared in front of him. Congratulations on creating the great Tao mystical power primordial divine rage. Han Ju checked the attributes list. 49 years had passed. 7 times 7 was 49. Somehow, the number 7 was predestined. Han Ju began the simulation trial and tested the primordial divine rage. Against Li Mui, insta-kill. Against Chu Zilai, insta-kill. Against the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, insta-kill. Sage Faded Secrets was insta-killed. He didn't insta-kill Heavenly Venerate Wufa, but Han Ju was no longer passive. He had the upper hand. Han Ju challenged Ancestor Shishin next. The primordial divine rage attacked Ancestor Shishin without causing any damage. In the simulation trials, Han Ju became more proficient in using the primordial divine rage. No one at the Sage realm could withstand it. Even if it was a heavenly Tao sage, the primordial divine rage could sever the providence of the heavenly Tao in one strike and send the other party to their death. Han Ju was very satisfied. During this period of time, the Tao field guard had already been copied. He stayed in the corner of the Taoist temple waiting for Han Ju's instructions. From now on, your name is Cao Cao. Go outside and cultivate, Han Ju said. Cao Cao immediately bowed and left respectfully. Han Ju's Three Kingdoms army expanded again. In a good mood, he checked the emails. Soon, he frowned because of an email. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by the Dark Sage King and was severely injured. Chapter 560 Reincarnation Mystic Realm, Great Sage Heavens Equal. Chapter 560 Reincarnation Mystic Realm, Great Sage Heavens Equal. How did the Dark Sage King attack Han Tuo? Han Ju pinched his fingers to deduce, but he couldn't find anything. It was possible that the Dark Sage King had not entered the Heavenly Tao. He had to use the derivation function. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Ju entered the illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Han Ju saw Han Tuo. This was a dark world. Strange lightning interwove in the sky. The ground was desolate and swamps of different sizes emitted a stench. Looking up, bones were strewn everywhere. Han Tuo walked very carefully and was vigilant. A ball of black aura suddenly appeared in front of him and quickly expanded. It surged violently, and a pair of eyes appeared from it. These eyes were evil and cold as they looked down at Han Tuo. Dark Sage King, human ant, how dare you come here? Although Han Tuo was a little nervous, he did not panic. He only heard him say, I heard that the reincarnation mystic realm can revive the dead. You only need to pay a price. Han Ju was surprised. The Dark Sage King actually had a stronghold in the immortal world. He had always been paying attention to Han Tuo. This kid had not left the immortal world. Reincarnation mystic realm, what a good excuse. The Dark Sage King said, the price of reincarnation is not small. The closer you are to someone, the greater the price. Karma cannot be reversed. Han Tuo took a deep breath and said, I want to revive my wife. Han Ju cursed silently, Lil, brat, why not revive your parents? Indeed, he was abducted by women when he grew up. The Dark Sage King was silent for a moment before saying, to revive your wife, you have to offer half of your lifespan. Are you willing? Han Tuo asked, what if I want to resurrect my parents? You also need to spend half of your lifespan. In other words, I can only choose one. Not both. Reincarnation is already a treacherous thing. How can it go as planned? Han Tuo fell silent. He took a deep breath and said, "In that case, forget it. No matter who I choose, my heart will be burdened with guilt. I'll come again when I'm stronger. One day, I'll be able to do as I wish." Han Tuo bowed to the Dark Sage King and left. How can the reincarnation mystic realm be a place where you can come and go as you wish? Since you're here, leave your Providence behind. The Dark Sage King transformed into a vast black mist and directly drowned Han Tuo. His speed was so fast that Han Tuo didn't even have time to react. Immediately after, a spatial crack appeared beside the black mist. Covered in blood, Han Tuo was spat out and thrown into it. The illusion ended. Han Ju opened his eyes and fell into deep thought. He observed the immortal world and found the location of the reincarnation mystic realm. It was at the edge of the immortal world, hidden in a separate space. There were continuous mountains near the entrance, and people were sparse. Han Ju thought for a moment and used the dark nightmare to visit Chu Zilai in his dreams. In the dream, Chu Zilai was slightly shocked. The dream came too suddenly. Han Ju directly told him about the origins of the Dark Sage King and talked about the reincarnation mystic realm. Chu Zilai was moved. A terrifying existence that could make Li Mui suffer was not something they, the heavenly Tao sages, could defeat. The reincarnation mystic realm has already appeared for 3 immeasurable calamities. It seems that the Dark Sage King has long targeted the heavenly Tao. Chu Zilai frowned and muttered to himself. Han Ju said, "I'll leave this to you. I have to continue cultivating to prevent the Dark Sage King from attacking." Chu Zilai nodded without any objections. Han Ju's greatest use was his strength. It was also a good thing that he was willing to stay in seclusion. As for the other sages, they no longer needed to cultivate. It was difficult for their cultivation levels to increase. If they wanted to become stronger, they had to start from the heavenly Tao's providence. The stronger the heavenly Tao was, the stronger the heavenly Tao sage became. After the dream ended, Han Ju looked at Han Tuo. He and the son of the heavenly Tao, Yi Tian, were together. Their relationship was actually not bad. The two of them sparred on an island and laughed. Han Ju frowned slightly. Han Tuo's aura was somewhat similar to Yi Tian's. In addition to Yi Tian's identity, the sages would definitely sense Han Tuo. Forget it. It was normal that he couldn't hide it. After all, Han Tuo was also becoming stronger. Although he had yet to completely become a primordial fiend celestial, he was also different from all living beings. Back when Han Ju transformed into a primordial fiend celestial, he had even entered the chaotic domain. Perhaps the chaotic and primordial chaos had a close relationship. Tisk tisk, the son of the heavenly Tao is really absurd. He's only been born for a few years and is already almost at the deity realm. Han Ju muttered to himself. He discovered that Yi Tian was covered in treasures. He clearly did not acknowledge a master, but he had grasped a powerful mystical power. It was at least a sage mystical power. What a great heavenly Tao. I don't care about the rules. I'll provide cheats to my son. Han Ju raised his right hand and cast another spell. He wanted to loosen Han Tuo's bloodline seal again. This time, he would directly release half of it. However, he didn't know if it could compete with the son of the heavenly Tao's bloodline. On the other side, on a vast island, Han Tuo and Yi Tian were fighting. The two of them did not use any spell mystical powers. Instead, they sparred with their bodies. Before Han Tuo rose, he had relied on his physical strength. Yi Tian was a chaotic fiend celestial. His physical potential was even stronger than the ancestral magus back then. Boom! Han Tuo was struck by Yi Tian's fist again and fell on the hill, causing dust to fly. Yi Tian floated in the air with his hands on his waist and laughed proudly. Han Tuo, you can't do it. I haven't even used my true strength and you're already down. Do you still want to be my big brother? You should be my younger brother. Han Tuo got up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he suddenly felt something enter his body. Immediately after, he felt relaxed and relieved. This feeling, Han Tuo became excited. He knew this feeling too well. In the past, he had encountered this many times. Every time he felt this, his cultivation level would increase greatly. He believed that he had broken through the limits of his bloodline. Humans were the spirits of all living beings. Every mortal had unlimited potential, but they could not find a way to break through the shackles. Han Tuo thought so. The reason why he could constantly break through the shackles was definitely related to his persistence. Nas. Han Tuo meditated. Yi Tian looked at him suspiciously. He seems to be becoming stronger indeed, he's the same as me. Yi Tian's eyes flickered with excitement. Before meeting Han Tuo, he was extremely lonely. Although he had countless subordinates, he was lonely in his heart. He felt desolate as if he had nowhere to return to. Time passed. Another 500 years passed. In the past 500 years, the immortal world had changed greatly. The heavenly race, who had obtained the support of the hidden sect, began to fight everywhere. Other than the various races in the immortal world, they also wanted to control the mortal world. Just like the past heavenly court, their momentum became greater and greater. However, there was no movement from the heavenly court. Those who didn't know would think that it had already been disbanded. Many experts appeared in the immortal world. Their names shook the world. Yi Tian was one of them. He called himself the great sage heaven's equal. This name came from a story Han Tuo had told him. He had heard it from his father when he was young. 100 Peak Immortal River. Just as Han Ju finished preaching, he looked at the nether race. Han Yu and the 1000 nether zeniths had returned long ago, but Li Daokong was still pestering the 3 pure sacred ancestor like a fly. Currently, most of the cultivation of the 10,000 nether race members were near the 3 mystic divine origin. If he wanted to cultivate all of them to the zenith heaven realm, it would probably take tens of thousands of years or even longer. Chapter 561 to One Immeasurable Calamity, New Sages, Unknown Karma. Chapter 561 Immeasurable Calamity, New Sages, Unknown Karma. Han Ju originally wanted to stay in the Tao field and occasionally send them out to carry out missions. However, as time passed, he discovered that the situation was not good. An attitude of lacking interest in cultivation began to appear among the nether race. There were no mortal enemies or goals. They had been cultivating in a boring manner, causing many nether zeniths and other disciples to slack off and even give up. This was also the case among the personal disciples. The Black Hell Chicken, the Chaotic Heavenly Dog, Zhou Mingyu, and so on. Very few disciples didn't slack off at all. In the entire hidden sect, other than Han Ju, only Li Yao kept cultivating in seclusion. The others would occasionally stop cultivating and relax. Han Ju stood up and left. He was thinking along the way. Was he really right? Not everyone was in a hurry to cultivate. In terms of vision, the other disciples were inferior to him. From their point of view, the hidden sect was already invincible. With Han Ju above them, cultivation was not that important. Besides, if they didn't like to cultivate, who could cultivate diligently all the time? Just like in his previous life, everyone knew that studying was good and could change fate, but how many people actually insisted on studying? After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Ju was still thinking about this question. 10 years later, all the disciples woke up from their Tao comprehension state. Han Ju's voice suddenly resounded throughout the hidden sect. The immortal world pursues the sage position, so our hidden sect naturally has to pursue it. The heavenly Tao has 9 heavenly Tao sages, but our hidden sect has more than 9. If you have ambitions, cultivate well. As long as you reach the perfected pseudo-sage realm, I have a way to help you become sages. How many sages the hidden sect can produce depends on your efforts. The entire hidden sect was in an uproar. Sage. The million disciples were all excited. If other sages said this, they might scoff, but from Han Ju's point of view, they all believed. For a time, the hidden sect was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter. Many disciples began to enter seclusion. Han Ju secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This stimulant was only temporary. After a period of time, their passion would definitely decrease. However, that was something for the future. Spring passed and autumn came. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Perhaps because nothing happened, Han Ju felt that the past 1,000 years had been unprecedentedly fast, as if he had a blurry dream. There were no storms or conflicts in the 100 Peak Immortal River. Although the battle in the immortal world did not stop, it did not affect the 100 Peak Immortal River. Most of the hidden sect disciples could feel the peace. Why most? Because many disciples still wanted to leave. They felt that they were already strong enough or couldn't take another step forward, so they didn't want to cultivate anymore. On this day, Han Ju summoned Han Zuishan and asked him to screen and name disciples who couldn't increase their cultivation and send them to the heavenly race. Han Ju originally wanted to support the heavenly court, but he felt that there was no need. The heavenly emperor had already established the new heavenly court. What was the use of the old heavenly court? If they supported the heavenly court and the heavenly race, wouldn't there be chaos if these two forces fought each other? Several days later, 5,000 unnamed disciples left. A third consisted of immortal emperors, and the remaining were Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Han Ju pulled Fang Liang and Ji Shanshan into a dream at the same time. The dream was a small forest near the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Seeing him, they immediately knelt down and bowed. Han Ju said, "From now on, the vice leader of the heavenly race will be Fang Liang." The two of you will support each other and control the heavenly race alone to fight for the heavenly Tao's providence. Hearing this, Fang Liang was stunned. He had long guessed that the hidden sect was supporting Ji Shanshan, but Ji Shanshan didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to believe it. Hearing Han Ju's words now, he still had mixed feelings. Why don't you support my heavenly court? This thought couldn't be dismissed. Ji Shanshan smiled readily and said, of course. The burden on me can finally be lifted. Han Ju said calmly, Fang Liang, don't be tied down by the heavenly court. The previous heavenly emperor is still alive and has also established a new heavenly court. Be careful not to be implicated. A new era needs a new face. The leader of the heavenly race is not the end for you. I have higher expectations for you. This is only the beginning of your training. Don't disappoint me. Ji Shanshan and Fang Liang were stunned. Higher expectations. Could it be the sage position? Their hearts beat faster. They already knew that Han Ju was a sage and not an ordinary heavenly Tao sage. Han Ju had his own Tao attainment method. Ji Shanshan's eyes burned as he asked, are you a sage? Han Ju said, the heavenly Tao is not everything in my eyes. I hope that you can follow in my footsteps. Do you know where the previous generation of sages went? The two of them shook their heads with curiosity. Han Ju waved his sleeve and removed the dream. The rest was left to the two of them to mediate. Han Ju continued cultivating. He was only at the mid-stage primordial chaos zenith heaven golden immortal realm and was still far from the freedom sage realm, let alone the great Tao sage realm. There was still a long way to go. He had to set a goal first. Before the next immeasurable calamity arrived, he had to reach the great Tao sage realm. 300 years later, I, Chu Zilai, will preach the Tao in the 33rd heaven 1,000 years later. This lecture will choose the sage candidate to replace me in the future. Chu Zilai's voice resounded through the myriad worlds, causing an uproar. Sage position. This time was different from the past. Chu Zilai had clearly said that he would give up his position. Han Ju, who was cultivating, opened his eyes with a strange expression. Chu Zilai wanted to abdicate. He was only a late-stage heavenly Tao sage and had yet to reach the perfected realm. How could he abdicate? Han Ju felt that this fellow was going to trick someone again. He suddenly had a bold idea. I want to know who the heavenly Tao sages are when the next calamity begins. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. 9 figures appeared in Han Ju's mind. Chu Zilai, Li Mui, the South Extreme Heavenly Venerate, Li Daokong, Yi Tian, Huang Zuntian, Fuxidian, Great Loose Heaven, Jin Shen, and 2 unknown sages. Their information appeared in front of Han Ju. Great Loose Heaven, Heavenly Tao Sage, Immeasurable Emperor. Jin Shen, Heavenly Tao Sage, Ancient Master of Calamity. Han Ju had a strange expression. Sect Master Tian Ju and Emperor Shao were gone. It was unknown if they had transcended or perished, but Li Mui had actually returned to the Heavenly Tao Sage position. It wasn't surprising that Li Daokong had become a sage. Although it was fast, it was normal for Yi Tian as a son of the Heavenly Tao. Huang Zuntian. Han Ju could only say one word. Amazing. Han Ju had always been letting Huang Zuntian be. He could be where he was today because of his own efforts. Yi Tian became a sage. Why did that kid Han Tuo fall behind? Han Ju thought silently and continued to derive, I want to know Han Tuo's cultivation level when the next calamity begins. It involves your own karma and unknown karma. You are not allowed to derive it. Han Ju showed a frown. What was the unknown karma? It seemed that he had to pay more attention to Han Tuo in the future. Han Ju immediately looked around and accidentally discovered that Han Tuo and Yi Tian had already left the sea and arrived at the center of the immortal world. They were cultivating in a mysterious place filled with ancient restrictions. The limbs of the previous immeasurable calamity mighty figures were thrown down by Emperor Shao. It was unknown who had piled them here.